What if everything you believed about heroes was a grand illusion, a mere trick of fate hiding the most savage truths? Can you feel the pulse of history thrumming beneath your fingertips, echoing with the last gasps of monstrous beasts and the ferocious combatants who dared confront them? The air thickens with tension, as fables collide with reality, every legend soaked in blood, sweat, and dark humor. Meet the Slayers, the unsung legends whose names were etched in the marrow of the earth. Hercules, but not the sanitized Disney version, no. This is the raw, sinewy demigod slashing through monsters like a butcher on a spree. His lion skin drips with the stench of victory, and yet, the ghosts of his fallen foes linger. Beasts might fall, but their stories cling to the living like a bad cologne that won't wash off. Ever heard of Beowulf? The man who thought killing Grendel would earn him a day off? Spoiler alert, it didn't. The death of one monster only led to a bigger headache, his mother's revenge. Can you imagine the paperwork? Sorry, HR, I can't come in today, I'm battling a swamp witch. His laugh, a raspy roar, might echo still in taverns, drowning out the whining of less than heroic patrons. And how about that cheeky little number from Japan, Momotaro? Was he a hero or just a kid with a knack for finding trouble? Armed with a talking dog, a monkey, and a pheasant, who knew the secret to slaying demons was a buddy system? But don't let the cuteness fool you, these aren't your average friends. They've got claws, beaks, and a taste for chaos. What about the Celtic night terrors? See Tularin, the warrior who turned his body into a monster's playground, fighting foes while wrapped in the enchantment of a battle frenzy. Imagine him, smeared in mud, eyes aglow with mania, the laughter of the dying ringing sweet in his ears. He's not just a monster slayer, he's a poet of violence, a bard of blood. Strap in, each tale unfolds like a twisted origami of fate, where every slayer grapples with the thin line separating them from the very beasts they vanquish. What do they become when the last dagger sinks into flesh? Do they wear victory like a crown, or does it crush them beneath its weight? The whispers of their triumphs and failures haunt the corners of our minds, daring us to challenge the very nature of heroism. These slayers weren't painted golden and pure, they bore scars, tales of betrayal, and a pinch of madness. What if the monsters they fought weren't just outside, but inside every one of us, lurking, waiting for a moment of weakness? As the shadows lengthen and the laughter fades, one undeniable question remains: who really won when the monsters fell? Buckle up, the answer is messier than a battlefield and more profound than a midnight confession. Welcome to the truth that roars louder than any beast, if you dare to face it. The air crackles with tension, thick and electric, as shadows creep through the ancient trees, their gnarled branches twisting into sinister shapes that seem to reach for you. A single scream slices through the silence, raw and agonizing, echoing in the heart of the forest like a warning bell. I remember that sound. I remember the helplessness that wrapped around my throat like a noose, choking my screams before they could escape. And there, in the moonlight, stood Ilara. Her eyes, wide, wild, glistening with unshed tears, reflect a world where innocence had been snatched away, leaving only despair in its wake. She is not just a girl, she is a storm, a tempest of emotions, fear, rage, heartbreak, all swirling within her like a hurricane set to unleash fury. She grips her dagger tightly, knuckles white against the worn leather hilt, her breath quickening with each heartbeat, syncing with the pulse of the night that feels alive, throbbing with untold horrors. Please, she whispers, a prayer both fragile and fierce, as if the very woods could hear her plea. Leave us be. The words tremble as they leave her lips, laden with desperation, echoing against the backdrop of rustling leaves, a haunting lullaby to the monsters lurking just beyond the edge of the light. Then there's Yarrick. Yarrick, the reluctant hero, standing a few steps behind her, muscles coiled like the spring of a crossbow, his face etched with uncertainty and dread. He has always been the one to keep his head down, the one who preferred the quiet of books over the chaos of battle. But tonight, he's forced into the role of protector, a title he never wanted. Ilara, he cries, his voice breaking, but it's not just fear for her safety, it's a fear of what he might become, the monster he's always dreaded lurking within himself. I can taste his regret, bitter and sour, like the dregs of a poorly brewed ale. The ground trembles slightly, and with it, the earth seems to hold its breath. Every heartbeat amplifies the tension, wrapping tighter around them. The shadows shift, and from them, a figure emerges, a beast woven from nightmares, scales glistening like shards of glass, eyes burning with an ancient hunger. It's a creature that seems to spill from the pages of a forgotten fable, its very existence a testament to the darkness that lingers at the edges of every light. Run, Yarok! Ilara's voice slices through the paralyzing fear, powerful and piercing. She knows the truth. They're not just fighting for their lives but for something greater, the possibility of hope in a world drenched in despair. But will he run? Will he turn his back on her, on the very essence of what it means to be human? I remember when courage was an easy word to toss around, when bravery felt like it lived in the pages of the stories I loved. But now, it's a living thing, a beast that gnaws at the edges of their souls. Yarok stands there, frozen, and I feel the weight of his indecision, a palpable thing, heavy as stone. I can't leave you, he shouts, desperation gripping his heart like a vice. His fear is a beast of its own, a dark cloud that threatens to swallow him whole. In the silence that follows, the creature lunges, a blur of teeth and scales. Time stretches, hangs like a pendulum caught mid-swing, and for a moment, everything is suspended, fear, love, sacrifice. Ilara launches herself forward, a defiant spark in the face of insurmountable darkness. Her dagger gleams, a silver flicker of hope amid the despair, slicing through the air with deadly precision. And I feel it, every muscle in her body straining, every fiber of her being surging with adrenaline, the fierce determination to protect what is precious. The world narrows to this moment, this breath, the heartbeat caught between life and death. The sound of metal clashing against the monster's scales reverberates through the forest, a symphony of chaos and despair, and I can almost taste the copper tang of blood in the air. But what about Yarok? What about the boy with the heart of a poet, afraid to be the warrior he's meant to become? Ilara! The scream escapes him again, ripping through the night, a raw cry that pierces through the very fabric of the universe. It's a call to arms, and yet it's more than that, it's a confession, a desperate acknowledgement of the love that binds them, a love forged in the fires of shared pain and laughter, in moments stolen from the wheel of fate. The monster roars, a sound that shakes the ground beneath them, a challenge, a taunt, and for a fleeting moment, it feels like time itself has stopped, like the universe is holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable climax. Ilara's eyes blaze with determination, but there's a flicker of something else too, something fragile that threatens to break. You need to fight, she gasps, a reminder, a push. You can't let this be the end. And there it is, the heart of the monster slayer. It's not just about the blade or the magic or the grand tales of glory. It's about choice. It's about confronting the monsters that dwell within and without, the ones that whisper darkly in the night, and the ones that lurk in the shadows of our own hearts. Yarok takes a step forward, the ground firm beneath his feet, as if the earth itself is urging him on. The weight of his indecision shifts, and in that moment, he understands. He understands the cost of inaction, the toll of fear. And as his heart begins to drum a steady rhythm, I feel the swell of hope blossom within him, even as the beast lunges, teeth bared, ready to shred them both to pieces. The night air hums with tension, a melody of dread and possibility, as they face the monster together, two souls entwined in an eternal dance between light and darkness. The confrontation looms, a precipice on which they teeter, and every heartbeat echoes the question, what are they willing to sacrifice to rise as the slayers of their own monsters? The night was thick with shadows, the air damp with the whispers of lost souls. Hercules stood at the edge of a precipice, his breath heavy, each inhalation a battle against the weight of his own blood. Below, a churning sea of darkness writhed like a beast, waiting to consume him whole, while somewhere in the depths of that abyss lay the Nemean lion, a creature whose roar had echoed through the nightmares of men, a monster clad in impenetrable skin, a living nightmare. He could feel the pulse of fear thrumming in his chest, every heartbeat a reminder of the life he had to reclaim. I remember the stories, told around flickering campfires, where the firelight danced on faces, casting flickering shadows that curled like the tendrils of doubt. They said Hercules, the son of Zeus, was invincible, a demigod among mere mortals. But they didn't know the weight of his chains, the shackles forged not of iron but of regret and betrayal. In that moment, standing on the precipice, he was not a hero, he was a man. a man grappling with the specters of his past, with the bitter taste of sorrow that clawed at his throat. Beside him, Iolaus, his loyal companion, fidgeted. His eyes darted between the black moor below and Hercules' granite visage. "You know," Iolaus rasped, his voice thick with the weight of 1,000 unspoken words, "this isn't just about glory. It's about survival." His heart beat in time with the anxious rhythm of the world around them. The air crackled with tension, the night alive with the promise of violence. "I remember the whispers, Iolaus," Hercules replied, his voice a low rumble, heavy with the burden of memories too painful to bear. "The tales of my strength, of my heroism. But what they don't tell you is that strength is a prison. Each labor pulls me deeper into a darkness I cannot escape." He clenched his fists, fingernails digging into flesh, as if grounding himself to the moment, to the reality of his flawed humanity. With a glance, Iolaus understood the storm that raged within his friend. The shadows of the past wrapped around them, coiling like serpents, each labor a reminder of the price of their existence. The lion awaited, a specter of fury, a challenge that could eclipse Hercules' very essence. And then it came, a low growl reverberating through the ground beneath their feet, a sound that clawed at their souls, sending shivers racing down their spines. The earth trembled, and the air grew thick with the scent of death, musk, and the metallic tang of inevitability. The lion emerged from the darkness, its eyes glowing with a feral hunger, muscles rippling like liquid steel beneath its golden fur. It was a creature born of nightmares, a predator that thrived on fear, and in that moment, Hercules felt it claw at the edges of his resolve. As he stepped forward, a tempest of emotion swirled within him, fear, anger, the longing for redemption. He remembered the faces of those he had failed, the innocence lost in the wake of his reckless rage. The lion was not just a beast, it was the embodiment of his failures, a manifestation of his darkest fears. Iolaus tightened his grip on his sword, the weapon trembling in his hands. "We can do this," he urged, his voice barely above a whisper, yet filled with a fierce determination that echoed in the silence. "Together! Together!" The word hung between them, a fragile thread connecting their fates. In that instant, Hercules glimpsed the truth that had eluded him: he didn't have to face the darkness alone. The chains that bound him were forged in solitude, and it was only through unity that they could shatter them. With a roar that shattered the night, the lion charged, its massive form barreling toward Hercules like a storm unleashed. Time slowed, the world fading to a blur as Hercules drew in a breath, the air thick with the taste of impending doom. He could feel the weight of destiny pressing down on him, the universe holding its breath as the moment crystallized into something primal, raw. Then, like a bolt of lightning, he sprang forward, a force of nature, a warrior fueled by rage and heartbreak. The clash of muscle against muscle echoed through the night, a savage dance with death. Hercules felt the lion's powerful jaws snap inches from his face, the hot breath brushing against his skin, a reminder of how close to oblivion he really was. His heart raced, a drumbeat of urgency, each pulse a reminder to survive, to fight against the shadows that threatened to consume him. And in the thick of that battle, in the chaos of furious roars and desperate gasps, Iolaus was there, a beacon in the storm, a steadfast shield against the encroaching darkness. Together, they fought, a symphony of desperation and courage, each blow struck a strike against the very fabric of fate itself. The lion was fierce, but so were they, two souls entwined in a struggle against the beast within and without. As the first rays of dawn began to break, painting the sky in strokes of crimson and gold, Hercules found himself standing atop the fallen beast, breath ragged and sobs caught in his throat. Blooded but unbowed, he had faced the darkness and emerged, if not unscathed, then alive. The victory tasted bittersweet, a mixture of triumph and the ever-looming shadow of what lay ahead. Each labor a tapestry woven with threads of pain, a reminder that the monsters we face, whether in the form of beasts or our own demons, are but reflections of our inner turmoil. And as Hercules looked out across the horizon, he felt the weight of the battles yet to come. The world was vast, filled with challenges that would test the limits of his resolve. The Hydra awaited, its many heads ready to strike. The boar, the stag, the very depths of his own heart lay bare before him, ready to rise again. In that moment, standing victorious over the Nemean lion, Hercules understood this was only the beginning. In the shadows, the fears coiled tighter, gripping him with a relentless ferocity. But he was not alone. He had Iolaus, the unwavering light in his darkened world. And so the cycle continued, the pulse of the journey thundering onward, each labor a step deeper into the abyss, each breath a battle cry echoing through the annals of eternity. The 12 labors awaited, and the heart of Hercules beat fiercely, ready to face the storm. The air was thick with dread, a palpable silence that whispered of doom. A flicker of movement caught Perseus' eye, and he froze, heart thundering in his chest. Shadows danced at the edges of his vision, twisting like the serpents that crowned the head of the creature he sought. He clutched the polished shield, a gift from Athena, the surface gleaming like a star against the encroaching dark. His breath hitched. What if the gods had betrayed him? What if the stories of Medusa were not just tales spun to frighten children, but a reality too horrifying to bear? I remember the night before, a dream laced with the scent of death and despair. I stood at the edge of a cliff, peering into an abyss where nothingness screamed louder than the wind. My mother's face haunted me, her eyes wide with terror, pleading, "You must return to me, my son." But how could I return? What good was a son who could not save her, who could not protect her from the rage of a king who twisted fate as easily as one might twist a knife? The shadows shifted again, and Perseus tightened his grip on the sword. He had heard the stories, tales that curled around his spine like an icy breath. Medusa, the Gorgon. The woman once beautiful, cursed to become a monster, her gaze turning flesh to stone. Each whispered name echoed like a death knell in his mind, each legend a weight dragging him deeper into despair. He was not just fighting for glory, he was fighting against fate itself. Then there was Danae, hidden away in her tower, the mother who had once cradled him against her heart. She was a flickering flame, and he was the moth drawn to her warmth, even as he feared the inevitable burn. I remember how she spoke of love and fear in the same breath, how her laughter carried the weight of secrets, her laughter a fragile shield against the darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. What did he owe her? Life or death? How could he reconcile the love he felt with the horror of what he must do? His mind raced. The blade in his hand felt foreign, heavy with the weight of expectations. The weight of those who had come before him, heroes and villains intertwined, their legacies bleeding into his fate. The stories sang in his ears, heroes who had slayed monsters, only to become the monsters themselves. Was he destined to be a footnote in the annals of history, a tale told too late? Medusa, he called, voice trembling even as he tried to feign strength. Show yourself! The name hung in the air like a spectre, lingering, taunting. A moment passed, then another. The world held its breath. I remember the silence, the eerie calm, the kind that steals your sanity and leaves you trembling. Suddenly, the ground trembled below him, and he stumbled, rooted to the spot. She emerged from the shadows, like a nightmare reshaped, her serpentine hair writhing in a grotesque rhythm. The eyes that gazed back were pools of despair, filled with the agony of a soul trapped in a monstrous form. Perseus felt a cold hand grip his heart. This was more than a confrontation, it was a reckoning. Why? Her voice was a hiss, a venomous whisper that echoed through the stillness. Why do you seek to end me? Each word dripped with sorrow, a plea wrapped in the coils of her curse. I could see it, the pain, the heartbreak that had twisted into fury. She was not a monster merely, she was a woman scorned, a tragic figure lost to the tides of hatred. Because I must, he replied, desperation clawing at his throat. He wanted to scream, to tell her he understood her pain, to wrap her in compassion rather than steel. How could he tell her that he, too, was a victim of destiny, bound by the chains of an unforgiving lineage? Would she feel his sorrow, or would it be lost in the echoes of their conflict? With each heartbeat, the tension thickened, weaving a tapestry of dread and longing. The clang of metal echoed in the cavern, a prelude to the inevitable storm. I remember the taste of fear, metallic and sharp, as it clung to my tongue like the promise of blood. Was it wrong to feel pity for the serpent-haired Gorgon? Was it foolish to see the humanity hidden beneath scales and venom? And then, in a flash, it happened. A movement, a serpentine flick of her head, eyes glimmering like twin suns eclipsed by darkness, and he raised the shield, the reflection catching the light just enough. In that moment, time stretched and cracked, the world blurring between predator and prey. His heart raced, pounding against his ribs like a caged animal desperate for freedom. But then, something beautiful and tragic unfurled. In her gaze, he saw the depths of her sorrow, the memories of laughter, of love, of the life she once lived before the curse shattered her. It was an unbearable weight, a fracture in his resolve. He could not deny her humanity, nor could he ignore the monstrous reality she had become. "Forgive me," he uttered, and the words hung in the air like a fragile truce. He could feel the world around him constrict, pulling tighter as if the cosmos itself held its breath. The moment suspended in time, an endless loop of agony and nobility, the fight remained, but the soul of the encounter shifted. The blade shimmered, poised and ready, but in the depths of that moment, Perseus realized he was not just battling a monster. He was battling the shadows of his own heart, a man caught between duty and empathy, between vengeance and understanding. Each pulse of his heart echoed with the weight of his choice, resonating with the cries of gods and men alike. Then came the clash, a feral dance of life and death, a swirl of glittering steel and venomous fangs. And at the center of it all, Perseus fought not just for glory, but for a redemption he couldn't yet understand. The battle raged on, a tempest of raw emotion and chaos, promising that nothing would ever be the same again. In that moment, the boundaries blurred, the lines between monster and hero intertwined. And as the first strike fell, shattering the silence, the world held its breath, knowing full well that whatever came next would seal their fates forever. The air is thick with dread, suffocating and palpable, as I step into the maw of the labyrinth. Its entrance gapes like a black void, swallowing the last glimmers of sunlight, leaving only shadows, each one a whisper of doom. I can almost hear the echoes of my heartbeat, pounding in my ears, drowning out the world outside. Memories flicker through my mind like erratic fireflies, laughter, warmth, the soft embrace of my mother, now a distant ghost. But here, in this hellish sprawl of stone and darkness, I am on my own. Theseus, the man I had long idolized, now stands before me, muscles taut, face set in grim determination. He glances back, eyes blazing with the fire of 1,000 suns. "I'll find him," he says, voice steady yet laced with an undercurrent of fear. I can feel it, his dread spills into me, mingling with my own. The Minotaur lurks here, a creature of nightmare, a twisted blend of man and beast. It is a living embodiment of our deepest fears, a monstrous testament to hubris and sacrifice, and it waits for us, breath held, in the dark. I remember what it was like before all of this. I remember the vibrant streets of Athens, where the sun painted every surface in gold. I remember the laughter of my friends, the taste of sweet wine, the thrill of adventure. But that was before I knew the price of glory. Now, as I step into the labyrinth, I feel a gnawing emptiness inside me, a hollow echo of the boy I once was. The walls close in, tighter and tighter, as if the very stones are eager to squeeze the life out of me. "Stay close," Theseus commands, and I nod, though my heart races with an instinct to run. I feel the weight of the thread in my pocket, the lifeline that Ariadne, sweet and brave, gave to him. I can almost hear her voice, soft yet determined, urging him to trust the path. It's a fragile hope wrapped in a thread, a promise that we won't be lost forever, yet I feel the crushing weight of reality pressing down. With each step into the labyrinth, the air grows thicker, more oppressive. Shadows stretch and flicker, twisting into shapes that taunt me, remind me of my fears, failure, death, the screams of the innocent. What if we don't make it out? I whisper, more to myself than to Theseus, but he hears me. He turns, eyes piercing through the dark, filled with an intensity that both comforts and terrifies me. "We will," he says, but I see the doubt in his eyes, the flicker of uncertainty. It is as real as the stone beneath our feet, as undeniable as the looming presence of the Minotaur. My throat tightens. I know the stories. I can't help but let the words spill out, desperate to fill the void. The heroes always win. They get the girl, the glory, the tales that echo through time, but my voice falters. What if we are just stories waiting to be written? A flicker of understanding passes between us, a silent pact in the darkness. We are no longer just a hero and his companion, we are two souls caught in the web of fate, tangled in the threads of our own making. Each heartbeat reverberates through the silence, a countdown to an impending doom. Hope and despair dance a macabre waltz, and I can feel the sharp claws of panic gripping my heart. The labyrinth twists and turns, a serpentine monster that mocks our progress. I can almost taste the fear on my tongue, metallic and bitter, as the walls close in, and I know we are being hunted. Time stretches infinitely, each second a reminder of the life I left behind, the choices that brought me here. Theseus stops suddenly, the tension in his posture radiating like heat from a forge. "Listen," he whispers, and in that moment, the universe holds its breath. The distant sound of hooves echoes through the corridors, heavy and deliberate, a grim herald of our fate. The Minotaur is near. I can feel its presence, oppressive and consuming, like a storm brewing on the horizon. I want to scream, to run, but I am paralyzed by the weight of what's at stake. Lives hang in the balance, Ariadne's hope, the desperation of those who sent us here, the legacy of the past. I think of her face, illuminated by candlelight, the fire in her eyes when she entrusted Theseus with her thread. I would do anything to protect that light, but now it feels as fragile as glass, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. Then, just as the shadows seem to thicken into a wall of darkness, the creature emerges. A hulking form, its eyes gleaming with a feral hunger, muscles rippling beneath skin mottled with scars. It roars, a sound that chills the marrow in my bones, a primal echo of anguish and rage. Theseus grips his sword, the blade gleaming in the dim light, and I can see the resolve hardening in his gaze. This is not the heroic figure I imagined. This is a man on the brink, caught between the weight of destiny and the fear of failure. "Stay back," he commands, voice low and fierce. But I can't move. I'm frozen in place, heart racing against the confines of my chest. I remember the stories, the triumph, the glory, but this is not the glistening tale told by bards with sweet voices. This is raw, visceral, and real. It's blood and sweat, fear and fury. I feel the walls reverberate with the clash of our worlds, man and monster, hero and villain, hope and despair. As Theseus lunges forward, a blur of motion, I am drawn deeper into the chaos, my own fears melting away for a moment, replaced by a surge of adrenaline. The labyrinth, with its infinite paths, suddenly feels alive, twisting in rhythm with our battle. Each step, each swing of the sword, sends shockwaves through the ground, reverberating through my bones. I watch as he fights, a dance of life and death, a deadly ballet that could end with either the roar of victory or the silence of defeat. "Please," I whisper into the void, knowing that my words may never reach him. "Don't let this be the end." But in the heart of the labyrinth, with shadows creeping closer, all I can do is hold my breath and pray that the thread still binds us together, a fragile lifeline in a world turned monstrous. The Minotaur is here, and with its presence, the labyrinth becomes more than mere stone, it transforms into a living nightmare, a prison of our own making. And so we fight, caught in the eternal struggle, a relentless cycle of hope and despair, where every moment draws us closer to the edge. I can feel it, the darkness closing in, the ground shifting beneath our feet, and the haunting whispers of fate entwining our lives like the very threads that bind us. I can't look away, because this is where the story begins, and I am trapped in its undying grasp. A cold wind howled through the night, carrying the stark scent of blood and fear. The moon hung low, a ghostly eye watching every trembling soul in Hero. Shadows danced, flickering between the walls, whispering secrets that curled like smoke from the hearth. I remember the tension in the air, thick as fog, palpable enough to choke on. The warriors, once filled with brash laughter, now stood quiet, haunted by the ominous tales of Grendel, monster of nightmares, harbinger of death. Suddenly, the door shuddered. The sound was deep, echoing like a tolling bell, signaling doom. I could feel it, the collective breath of 100 men caught in their throats. I remember the stories, how Grendel stalked the night, tearing flesh from bone, feasting on the fates of the brave. Fear wrapped around me like a shroud, each heartbeat a reminder, tonight, horror would come knocking. Beowulf stood there, a figure of strength carved from the very stone of this earth. His hands were calloused, worn from battles that shaped him, yet his spirit was radiant. Time had not eroded his resolve, it had sharpened it. But beneath that fearless exterior lay a flicker of doubt. Was he truly ready to face the demon that had laid waste to so many? I could see it in his eyes, that flickering candle of worry masked by bravado. He was a hero, yes, but he was also a man, grappling with his own mortality. The roar of Grendel shattered the night, a guttural sound that echoed like the voice of an ancient god scorned. I remember the moment when Beowulf, with bare hands raised, stepped into the darkness, his resolve firm yet fragile. He whispered to himself, perhaps a prayer, perhaps a promise, but the words were lost amidst the storm of terror that swirled around us. The chill seeped deeper, and I felt my own heart quicken, racing towards a confrontation we all dreaded. Then it came. Grendel burst through the door, a silhouette wreathed in malice. His eyes glowed like embers, hungry and wild, and the very air thickened with the stench of decay. This wasn't just a monster, he was a nightmare made flesh, a grotesque marriage of brute strength and primal rage. I remember the sound of his laughter, a low rumble that vibrated through every bone in my body. It sent shivers racing down my spine. Beowulf lunged. The clash of flesh against flesh echoed like thunder, and with each strike, the world pulsed with raw energy. I could see the desperation in the warrior's eyes, the need to prevail against the beast that threatened to engulf us all. Grendel roared, his claws raking through the air, but Beowulf was a force of nature, a tempest unleashed. Each grapple, each twist, spun a tale of courage and fear, wrestling not just for survival, but for honor, for glory. And then, the moment split, time seemed to hold its breath. With a roar that shook the hall, Beowulf seized Grendel's arm, a struggle that rattled the very foundations of man and monster. I remember the primal scream of the beast, a sound that would haunt my nights, as Beowulf wrenched the arm free. The room exploded into chaos, the other warriors caught between jubilation and dread. Grendel fled, a dark spectre retreating into the night, leaving behind a trail of shattered dreams and blood, both his and ours. But the victory tasted bitter. What would follow was not just a monster's retreat, but a mother's wrath. Grendel's mother emerged from the depths, vengeful, fierce, a dark reflection of the hero who had defeated her son. I remember the weight of silence that choked the air when we realized a new terror loomed. Beowulf's face, a mask of resolve, cracked with the understanding that the battle was not over, it had merely shifted. He descended into her lair, a cold, murky underwater tomb, where light dared to tread only lightly. Each stroke through the freezing water felt like a descent into madness, the darkness swirling around him like the tendrils of despair. I remember the suffocating silence beneath the waves, the heartbeat of the abyss echoing in my ears. Beowulf was fighting more than a creature, he was battling his own doubts, his own fears, and the weight of a legacy that bore down on him like the crushing depths of the sea. The clash with Grendel's mother was ferocious, each blow a desperate bid for survival, for honor, for life itself. The water around them became a canvas of chaos, painted with blood and fury. I could feel the tension thrum like a taut bowstring, every moment stretched to its breaking point, every breath a potential last gasp. I remember the jagged teeth of despair gnawing at my soul, how the formidable mother fought with a rage I had never seen, her claws an extension of her grief, her vengeance. Beowulf, battered but unyielding, grasped the sword forged by giants, a last resort against the approaching darkness. The moment he plunged it into her heart felt like the earth itself had shifted, a colossal gasp from the abyss. Silence fell once more, thick and oppressive, as the water closed around the lifeless form. In that chilling instant, victory tasted like ash. Beowulf emerged, a victor, yet haunted, his triumph imbued with the weight of loss. I remember the look in his eyes, the realization that each battle carved another scar into his soul. He was a hero, forged in fire and blood, but he was also a man, wrestling with the ghosts of his choices. And as the echoes of battle faded into the night, the shadows grew longer, stretching across the land. In victory, Beowulf stood, a titan among men, yet beneath it all, a flicker of doubt remained. For every monster slain, what part of him was lost? What demons awaited him next? The world felt vast, unfathomable, and I could sense the endless cycle of struggle, a relentless tide against which even the mightiest would eventually be cast. The night whispered on, and the moon continued to watch, ever vigilant, ever knowing. The saga was far from over. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and scorched earth, a bitter reminder of what had been. I remember the sound of hearts pounding, theirs and mine, like war drums echoing against the mountains. It was a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat caught between fear and hope, as I stood on the precipice of destiny, staring down the gaping maw of a legend come to life. Fafnir, the dragon, glistened with the sheen of greed, each scale a memory of betrayal. He twisted in the shadows of the cursed gold, a grotesque embodiment of avarice that had consumed him. I could feel the weight of his eyes, twin embers of dark desire, burning into me. They whispered promises and threats with equal fervor, a dance of fascination and dread. I was not here as a mere warrior. I was Sigurd, the one chosen to pierce the thick veil of obscurity that shrouded a world held hostage by fear. But the truth clawed at my insides. I was trembling, not with the thrill of battle, but with the realization that this confrontation was more than a clash of steel and scales. It was a collision of souls, a confrontation with the ghost of a man who had once been Fafnir's brother, a man turned to shadow by the insatiable lust for gold. I remembered the stories, Regin, the deceiver, the twisted mind that had nurtured Fafnir's greed. I could almost hear his voice, tainted with envy, urging me on, pushing me toward the inevitable clash. Regin stood beside me, a specter of conflicted loyalty, his face a mask of anguish and twisted ambition. I could see the desperation in his eyes, the flickering flame of a brother's love mingled with a serpent's venom. "You must do this, Sigurd," he urged, but there was a tremor in his voice, a hint of doubt lurking beneath the surface. "For the blood that binds us." I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of his words. Blood. It was a bitter bond, thick with betrayal and lies, yet strong enough to drive a man to madness. "Do you think I want this?" I spat, anger flashing like steel. "Do you think I crave your brother's death?" My voice cracked, the truth clawing its way out. I was a hero, yes, but heroes bore burdens heavier than swords. I felt the enormity of the moment crash into me, a tidal wave of emotion. The fate of a brother, the echoes of greed, it sang to me like a lament, and I was caught in its refrain. Fafnir roared, a sound that sent tremors through the earth, a primal scream that reverberated in my bones. I could see him now, fully emerged from the shadows, scales shimmering under the darkened sky like the surface of a cursed lake. The air crackled with tension, anticipation thick enough to slice through. Fear bit into my heart, but somewhere deep within, a flicker of resolve ignited. I was not merely a pawn in this tale, I was the flame that could burn through the darkness. I stepped forward, sword gripped tightly in my hands, every breath heavy with fate. "Fafnir," I cried, my voice breaking the stillness, "what have you become?" The question hung in the air, a haunting echo that demanded an answer. The dragon's eyes narrowed, and I saw the flicker of recognition, a shard of the brother he once was beneath the scales of avarice. "You are nothing but a wretched shadow now," I continued, every word a promise and a challenge. And then he charged. Time fractured, splintering into shards of chaos. I felt the ground shake beneath me, felt the heat of his breath spilling over me, a tempest of flames and fury. I dodged, rolled, and struck, tapping into something primal. It was not just a battle, it was a reckoning, the kind that would echo through the ages. Each swing of my sword was a question, each clash of steel against scale a moment of clarity. I saw flashes of Fafnir's humanity, memories of laughter between brothers distorted by the weight of greed, a shifting silhouette in the cold flame of vengeance. But Regin's face haunted me, twisted in anguish, caught between love and hatred. "Kill him," he screamed. "Do it for us." But what was lust but a tapestry woven from threads of betrayal? I hesitated, and in that moment, the dragon lunged, jaws snapping inches from my face. The roar drowned out everything, the thoughts, the doubts, the ghosts. I remember the taste of blood, warm, metallic, as my sword found its mark. It pierced the heart, the raw flesh of a monster born from a brother's greed. I felt the visceral thrill of victory, but with it came a deeper sorrow, a reminder of the man who had once been Fafnir, the brother who had turned on kin for gold. As the dragon thrashed, a sound ripped from his throat, a mixture of pain and something like regret, a final lament that echoed through the valley. Why? It seemed to cry, and I staggered back. I saw not a beast before me, but a soul twisted by desire, a warning of what could become of anyone who let greed take root in their heart. I felt the threads of fate weaving tighter, tangling me in regrets both mine and his. Regin's face contorted, and I caught a glimpse of his own turmoil. "Finish it," he demanded, but his voice trembled, betraying his resolve. I saw the truth in his eyes, the well of despair, his unrelenting guilt. This was not just the end of Fafnir, it was an end to the ties that had bound brothers, a severing of souls forever changed by greed. I raised my sword once more, but I hesitated. In that fleeting moment, I realized that some battles are fought not with steel, but with the heart. The dragon's last breath echoed in my ears, a whisper that lingered in the cold air, a testament to the ruin of dreams. And as the shadows lengthened, a silence enveloped us, heavy and fraught with the weight of choices made, destinies forged in the fires of greed and sacrifice. I looked into the abyss, and it looked back at me, a reflection of what I could become. "Sigurd," Regin's voice faltered. "What now? What now?" The question hung between us like a shroud, but the answer lay tangled in the echoes of a heart that had once known brotherhood, lost in the haunting embrace of a dragon's despair. The night swallowed our words, and from the darkness, a new story waited to unfold. The cycle of greed and consequence never truly ends, it only transforms. A hush blankets the valley, a shroud of despair draping over the trembling townsfolk like a funeral pall. I can almost taste the fear, metallic and bitter, as I stand at the edge of the crowd, heart pounding against my ribs. The air shifts, heavy with unspoken dread, each breath a labor. Somewhere, in the distance, the dragon's roar echoes like a death knell, a sound so primal that it sends shivers down spines, a dark symphony of chaos and madness. I remember the stories, the ones whispered in the flickering light of candlelit homes, tales of a knight, a hero, battling a beast. But stories are fragile things, easily shattered by the gnashing of teeth and the flapping of leathery wings. George. His name hangs in the air like a promise unfulfilled, like a prayer caught in the throat. I remember the way he would smile, the curve of his lips a beacon in the gloom, a lighthouse in a sea of despair. But today, that smile is absent. Today, the knight stands before the looming shadow, armor glinting dully, the weight of destiny pressing upon him like a boulder. His eyes, once bright with conviction, flicker with doubt. This is not a tale spun from fairy dust, this is life, raw and jagged, and the stakes are not a mere legend. "Why do you hesitate?" I whisper, though the words are swallowed by the wind. I see him, George, wrestling with something deeper than the dragon before him. Fear. Guilt. The crushing burden of expectations. He is not just a knight, he is a man. A flawed, aching, terrified man. I think of the villagers, their faces etched with desperation, and I can feel the weight of their hopes, their dreams, resting squarely on his shoulders. You are their last hope, I think, but what if today is not your day? And there, amid the swirling dust and frantic whispers, stands the princess. Her name is Sabine, but today, she is more than just a name, she is a symbol of all that is good and pure, the heart of the kingdom, the embodiment of sacrifice. Her eyes, wide and shimmering, hold a fierce determination, but I see the flicker of fear behind them, the glimmer of vulnerability that makes her painfully human. She is tied to this nightmare, bound by duty and love, yet her heart beats for George, a night caught between valor and uncertainty. I remember, I whispered to the shadows, when you told me love was a battlefield. I can almost hear the echo of her laughter, bright and defiant against the encroaching darkness. But love, in this moment, feels cursed, an anchor dragging them both into the depths of despair. The dragon looms, snorting flames, each puff a grim reminder of the chaos that can erupt at any moment. With every heartbeat, I can feel the tension coiling tighter, like a serpent ready to strike. Fight it, George! I want to scream. Fight for her! But the words fall flat, lost in the cacophony of fear and fate. I see the dragon's eyes, slitted and ancient, filled with the wisdom of ages, and I wonder, what if it is not just a beast? What if it is a mirror, reflecting the darkest parts of their souls, the insecurities they carry like chains? George's hand trembles around the hilt of his sword, and I can almost hear the clanging echoes of his doubts, drowning out the sound of the villagers' prayers. Remember the stories, Sabine's voice rises, a fragile song weaving through the gloom. You are our champion. You've faced worse than this." But the dragon snarls, and her words falter, swallowed by the beast's wrath. I see the glimmer of tears in her eyes, the anguish of a woman torn between love and the impending doom. And suddenly, the world shifts. The dragon lunges, a blur of scales and fury, and chaos erupts. The air crackles with tension, the stench of smoke and sweat thickening around us. Time slows as George charges forward, each step a battle against his own fears, against the very essence of despair clawing at his heart. He swings the sword, a glint of silver slicing through the darkness. The clash of metal against scale is like thunder, and I feel it resonate in my bones, a dull ache that speaks of sacrifices yet to be made. Is this what it means to be a hero? I wonder, the thought swirling like smoke in my mind, rising and dissipating into the chilling air. To fight a dragon that is also a reflection of your innermost fears. George falters, just for a moment, just long enough for the beast to rear back, fangs bared and eyes blazing with hellfire. Sabine's gasp pierces the air, a single note of desperation that strikes through the chaos like an arrow through flesh. "Stand firm!" I want to shout, but the words are lost as the dragon lashes out, a flurry of scales and wrath. George's shield raises high, but it trembles in his grip, the weight of destiny bearing down mercilessly. No longer just a knight, he becomes a vessel of every man who has ever faced the abyss, the embodiment of courage and fear intertwined. I remember a time when the world felt simpler, when love was an adventure and heroes weren't just stories. But now, it is all too real, the stakes too high. Sabine watches, her heart laid bare, her soul intertwined with his, and in that moment, I feel the tether of fate binding them, a fragile thread, ready to snap under pressure. The dragon roars again, a sound that reverberates through the very marrow of the earth, and I see George's resolve harden. For her, he seems to whisper, and in that moment, I can see the flicker of hope igniting in his chest, a flame that refuses to be extinguished by fear. He lunges again, and the world spins, a chaotic dance of heroism and despair. The clash of titans erupts, and I am swept away in the tide, drowning in the raw emotion of the moment. Will he prevail? Will he become the legend they speak of in hushed tones by candlelight? Or will this be the day the hero falls, dragging the heart of the kingdom down into the abyss? And that thought lingers, a ghost in the shadows, as the battle rages on. There is no end here, only a swirling chaos of emotion and destiny, a loop that binds us to the legend, to the eternal struggle between light and dark, love and loss, hope and despair. I stand among them, forever caught in this moment, forever haunted by the spectre of what is to come. The ocean roared like a beast awakened from a long slumber, waves crashing against the jagged rocks of the shore, sending sprays of salt and foam into the air. I stood there, heart pounding, breath hitching in my throat as the dark silhouette of the great fish disrupted the horizon. It was a creature of nightmares, its scales glistening ominously in the moonlight, a reflection of the fear that gripped me. This was not just a battle for survival. This was a confrontation with destiny, with the very essence of what it means to be a hero, to be Maui. I remember my brother's voice, filled with laughter and mischief, reminding me that heroes are forged in the fires of chaos. But what did he know of chaos? He had never faced the weight of the world on his shoulders, the expectation of an entire people resting on his every move. I could still hear him calling out, urging me to remember the tales our mother spun, how she painted me as a demigod who could tame the wildest of storms. But the storms I faced were not just in the sky, they brewed within me, a tempest of doubt and fear. The fish, it was said, was a creature of old, a guardian of the sea, and it had taken from our people more than they could bear. Their boat sank beneath its wrath, their nets came up empty. They had lost hope, and with it, their joy. I could feel their despair like a weight in my chest. I had to be the one to rise against it, to face the monster and bring back the light. As I drew closer, the air thickened, heavy with the scent of salt and something darker, something that whispered of ancient curses and lost souls. My heart raced, every pulse echoing in my ears as I gripped my hook, the legendary weapon forged by the gods. It felt both familiar and foreign, a lifeline and a burden. The very essence of my identity hinged on it, yet doubt clawed at my resolve. What if I failed? What if this monster was too great, too powerful for even me? The moment the great fish breached the surface, it was like a nightmare made flesh. Its eyes glowed with a chilling intelligence, and for a heartbeat, time froze. I was caught in the grip of its gaze, a cosmic dance between predator and prey, between destiny and despair. The world around me faded until it was just me and the creature, the pulse of the ocean matching the rhythm of my heartbeat. "Come on, Maui," I whispered, half to myself, half to the very spirit of the ocean that bore witness. "You were made for this." A flicker of anger surged through me, igniting the embers of my courage. I could hear the voices of my ancestors, urging me forward, reminding me of the beauty that could be restored. I didn't just carry my burden, I carried the hopes of my people. And then, it happened. The fish lunged, slicing through the water with a force that sent me sprawling back, the world tipping on its axis. I rolled to my feet, heart thundering, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The ocean swirled with chaos, a primordial dance of life and death, and I was part of it. Each swish of its tail sent waves crashing like thunder against my ears, but it was the roar of the crowd that haunted me, filled with lost dreams and shattered faith. "Fight!" I shouted, the word leaping from my lips like a battle cry. But the sound felt hollow in the face of the Leviathan before me. The monster was not just a beast, it was a reflection of my own fears, a mirror reflecting every doubt, every failure I had ever faced. I could feel the weight of the past pressing down, my mother's stories, my brother's laughter, their expectations resting heavily upon my shoulders. I lunged, the hook arcing through the air, glinting like a comet. But the fish was faster, darting beneath the waves, teasing me, taunting me. I could almost hear its laughter, a sound that echoed in the depths of my soul. The water churned, darkness swirling around me as I fought not just against the fish, but against my own demons. It was in that moment of chaos that I saw it, the glimmer of hope in the eyes of my people watching from the shore. They believed in me, despite the shadows that clung to my heart. They believed I could bring back the joy that had been stolen. And suddenly, clarity pierced through the fog of fear. I remembered my mother's stories, the lessons hidden within them. It wasn't about strength alone, it was about heart, about love and sacrifice. Together, I murmured, the word a mantra that filled me with renewed strength. I could feel the spirits of my ancestors swirling around me, urging me forward. It was time to transcend the fears that shackled me, to rise above the chaos. I inhaled deeply, the salty air filling my lungs, and as I exhaled, I summoned all the courage within me. The fish surged upward, a titanic shadow against the moonlit sky, and I met it with my hook, the very symbol of my being. In that heartbeat, the world around us exploded in a crescendo of waves and light, a chaotic symphony of struggle and hope. And then, in the echoing silence that followed, I felt it, a connection to the ocean, to the universe itself, to every being that had ever dared to dream. I was more than a hero, I was a part of this vast tapestry of life, each thread woven with purpose and strength. The confrontation was not just with the fish, it was a dance with destiny. And in that moment, as we collided, I knew the battle was only just beginning. The ocean beneath me roared, a reminder that the fight was far from over, that the monster was not merely a foe but a force of nature, a challenge to be met with courage and resilience. With every heartbeat, I felt the tide shift, not just in the water, but within me. I was Maui, the hero who would not falter, who would rise against the darkness. Though the shadows loomed large, the light of my people's hope would guide me, keeping me anchored amidst the chaos. In that swirling tempest of emotion, I found my purpose, and as I braced for the next wave, I understood that the battle against the monster fish was a chapter, not the end. The sea would always call to me, and I would answer. The air crackled, thick with the scent of sweat and blood, as I stood amidst the chaos of the battlefield, the cries of men torn between life and death echoing in my ears. My heart pounded, a war drum urging me to fight, to defend. How many had fallen? How many would fall today? The sun hung low, casting long shadows, as if the world itself feared what was to come. I could see him, the warrior, see Chularin, his sinewy frame taut with tension, eyes wild, the fierce glint within them a storm ready to break. There was no turning back. I remember the first time I saw him in the fleeting moments of his rage, a transformation that turned the very fabric of the battlefield into a tapestry of violence and valor. He was not merely a man, he was a tempest wrapped in flesh, a whirlwind of destruction. I felt every muscle in my body constrict with the tension of a bowstring ready to snap. A challenge arose, a dark figure clad in armor, the herald of doom, and Sigurd stood resolute, a statue against the tide of violence crashing all around him. "Come," he roared, voice like thunder breaking the sky, and the earth beneath him trembled. "Let the waters of blood rise, I will quench their thirst." Each word hammered against me, igniting a fire, a primal fear. I had heard the stories, the lore of his epic fights, the way he danced between shadows and death. But standing here, now, I realized those tales were mere whispers of truth. And then there was Emma, the woman who had loved him fiercely, a heart stitched together from both devotion and despair. I could see her now, watching from the fringes, a specter of love entangled with fear. Her hands clenched, knuckles white, her breath hitching as she caught her man in the fierce grip of battle. I could almost hear her thoughts, a desperate plea buried beneath the roars of the fray. "Come back to me," she might have cried, though the words were lost in the cacophony of war. Would she be able to find him again, or would he become just another ghost among the slain? The clash of swords rang out, a melody of misery intertwined with valor, and I felt time stretch and warp around me. Sigurd, his frame a blur of muscle and fury, struck with a precision that belied his youth. A spear like lightning split the air, piercing through armor and flesh alike, and for a moment, the world faded to a singular focus, the pulse of battle, the rhythm of death intertwined with life. I could feel the blood, hot, thick, and inevitable. I remembered the tales of how he fought, how he raised his limbs like the very branches of a tree, each strike an echo of the ancient oaks that stood sentinel in the forests of Ulster. But beneath the surface of his rage, I glimpsed a man grappling with demons, his own haunting specters. Each blow he delivered seemed a release, a catharsis for the turmoil that churned within. His face contorted, a storm of emotion, as memories of lost friends and fallen kin surged forth, ghosts whispering reminders of the cost of glory. I shivered under the weight of his grief, feeling it as a palpable presence. Then, from the dark corners of the battlefield, another figure emerged, a rival, a legend in his own right. Ferdiad, his blood brother, now turned adversary. Their eyes met, and in that moment, the world fell silent, an eerie pause where time froze like the flicker of a dying flame. Love and loyalty twisted into a cruel spiral of fate. "You stand as my enemy." Ferdiad's voice, low and tremulous, reverberated through the chaos. I could see the disbelief chiseled into his features, as if he could not comprehend the depth of betrayal that fate had carved into their paths. "I stand as your defender, and yet my heart breaks," Sigurd replied, voice heavy with sorrow. The intensity pooled in the air, thick and cloying, as if the universe itself held its breath in anticipation of the inevitable. A duel between brothers was a tragedy woven into the very fabric of existence. I remember the moment their weapons clashed, an explosion of light and sound that resonated deep within my chest. Each strike carried with it the weight of memories, the laughter shared by a fire, the bond forged in the crucible of youth, now marred by the call of battle. The steel sang mournfully, weaving a dirge for the love that now lay broken between them. Sigurd fought not just for Ulster but for the fragments of his own soul, desperately trying to hold on to what little remained of his humanity amid the chaos. Every blow felt like a dagger to my own heart, each parry a reflection of their entwined fates. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, the echoes of ancestors lost in the annals of time. In this moment, they were not just warriors, they were the embodiment of love, loss, and the tragic irony of fate, a cosmic joke that left no one laughing. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, a blood-red sky mirrored the carnage around them. The shadows grew long, wrapping their arms around the battlefield, whispering secrets of the night. I felt the cold breath of inevitability on my neck, a reminder that every fight carries its toll, a price paid in sorrow. Sigurd, fierce and unyielding, was not invincible. His mortality lay bare, exposed in the raw wounds of grief he carried. The clashing steel echoed, and the battlefield shifted under the weight of their conflict, a living entity caught in turmoil. the ground soaked in the essence of despair, and somewhere in that maelstrom, Emma still watched, a beacon of hope amidst darkness. Her voice, soft yet fervent, lingered in the air, a prayer, an incantation for life amidst the dance of death. And as I stood there, heart racing, I became one with the moment, a witness, a vessel of emotion, feeling the pulse of the universe thrum through me. This was not just a fight, it was a testament to the eternal struggle between love and duty, a heartbreaking reminder that every battle leaves its scar. With each heartbeat, I knew that this was only the beginning, a cycle that would never truly end, a tale of epic fights and unyielding spirits forever intertwined in the annals of Ulster. The stage was set, but the curtain had not yet fallen. The abyss awaited, and I felt the pull of its darkness, an invitation to the next chapter, where the echoes of C.U. Chalane's legend would resonate through the ages. The air crackled with tension, a taut string ready to snap, humming beneath the weight of impending doom. In the heart of the cedar forest, the towering trees loomed like ancient sentinels, their gnarled branches clawing at the sky. The scent of damp earth mixed with the sharp tang of pine, an intoxicating perfume that belied the terror lurking within. Gilgamesh stood at the edge of the clearing, heart pounding like a war drum, each beat echoing his fear, his resolve, his insatiable thirst for glory. He remembered a time when he was invincible, striding through Uruk like a god, the adoration of his people a warm cloak around his shoulders. But here, in this cursed wood, his previous triumphs felt like whispers, lost to the shadows. He was not a king, he was a man, a fragile human bound by flesh and bone, ready to confront the embodiment of his nightmares. "Swear to me, Enkidu," he muttered, voice thick with emotion, "if I falter, if I waver, you'll remind me of this moment. The weight of doubt, the fear of failure. I cannot let it swallow me." Enkidu stood beside him, a wild spirit tempered by loyalty, yet even he felt the chill that ran through the forest, the creeping dread that filled the air like smoke. "Together, Gilgamesh. We are stronger together." His eyes, fierce and bright, held a mirror to Gilgamesh's soul, reflecting both their fears and the raw, unyielding courage they had mustered to reach this point. But the memories tugged at them, unrelenting. Gilgamesh thought of the city, of the people who looked to him, thirsty for tales of bravery. Could he return empty-handed? Would they still cheer for a king who turned away from the monster that haunted their dreams? The whispers of the forest wrapped around him like a noose, tightening with every breath. A howl echoed through the trees, low and menacing, pulling him back to the present with a jolt. It was a sound that sent shivers down the spine, a warning cry threaded with anguish. Humbaba. The forest's guardian, a creature of nightmares, half man, half beast, whose strength was said to rival the gods. In that moment, Gilgamesh's skin prickled with the certainty that the creature was aware of their presence, lurking just beyond the veil of trees. "I remember," he said, voice barely more than a whisper. "I remember the stories. The way the elders spoke of him, their voices trembling. A monster who feasts on the souls of men, who guards the cedar trees like a mad king." Enkidu turned to him, eyes fierce with determination. "Then let us take the fight to him. We are no mere men, we are legends in the making." Yet doubt clawed at Gilgamesh's heart. The boy within him, the dreamer who had wanted to conquer death, now quaked at the thought of losing everything. Life, death, and the endless cycle in between wove a tapestry far more complex than he had ever imagined. Would he become a hero, or would he find only darkness? A rustle in the underbrush, a whisper passed through the leaves. Gilgamesh clenched his fists, every muscle taut with anticipation. The moment hung heavy in the air, thick like honey, suffocating, sweet with fear. A flash of movement caught his eye, a hulking shadow slipped between the trees, impossibly large, impossibly terrifying. "Stay close," Gilgamesh commanded, his voice firm but his hands shaking. They crept forward, the ground soft and yielding beneath their feet, a deceptive comfort in the face of the beast that awaited. And there he was, Humbaba, towering and grotesque, a monstrous figure carved from nightmares. His skin was the color of ash, eyes glowing like molten gold, burning with an ancient rage. The forest trembled around them, the very trees bowing in submission to his presence. "Foolish mortals," he growled, a voice deep as the earth, resonating with the weight of ages. "You think to challenge me? Your blood will water these trees, your screams will nourish the soil. Gilgamesh's heart raced. He felt the primal instinct to flee, to turn and run into the embrace of the familiar city, the warmth of human fear. But he stood firm, shoulders squared, defiance igniting within him like a flame. We seek not death but glory. We are here to claim what is ours, to bring honor to our names. Humbarba's laughter rumbled through the air, a sound like thunder rolling over mountains. Honor? What is honor to the dead? You will become a part of my legacy, your names forgotten, lost in the shadows of this forest. Gilgamesh swallowed hard, the weight of the monster's words pressing down on him like stone. But within him, a spark ignited, a memory of the city, of the faces that looked up to him. He could not let fear rule him, could not let this beast snuff out his light. He turned to Enkidu, whose eyes reflected the same fire, that unyielding spirit that had forged their bond in the first place. Together, he breathed, and the word felt like a prayer. They charged, hearts pounding like war drums, the world narrowing into a singular focus, the confrontation. Shadows danced at the edge of their vision, the trees bending and swaying as if the forest itself held its breath. The clash of titans echoed, a symphony of steel and roar. Every swing of the sword was a heartbeat, every thrust a cry against the injustice of fate. But as they fought, doubts wormed their way into Gilgamesh's mind. Was this worth it? The glory? The legend? Or was it just a desperate grasp for the ungraspable, a way to ignore the fear of mortality that clawed at the back of his mind? Humbarba's growl was a reminder that time was slipping away, like grains of sand through his fingers. The monster was relentless, each blow met with a counter that sent shockwaves through his body. And each time Gilgamesh fell to one knee, the fear rose up to choke him, whispering that perhaps this was how his story ended, not in glory, but in a wretched defeat, swallowed whole by the night. But he remembered Enkidu, the wild spirit who stood unwavering beside him, and that memory pulled him up. They were in this together, they were bound by more than blood and sweat, by dreams, by love, by the promise of what could be. With a roar that shook the very air, Gilgamesh surged forward once more, the forest around him a blur. And as he fought, he wondered, would his name echo through the ages, or would it be lost, a fleeting whisper in the grand cacophony of time? He didn't know. But he knew this, he refused to go quietly into the night. With every ounce of strength, he thrust forward, ready to carve his name into the annals of eternity, or face the dark embrace of oblivion. And in that moment, as the clash of wills continued, the answer lay waiting, shrouded in the shadows of the cedar forest. The air crackled with tension as Jason stood at the edge of the dark grove, the chilling rustle of leaves whispering secrets only the shadows knew. A cold sweat clung to his skin, heavy like a shroud. He remembered the stories, the warnings of the serpent, scales glistening like oiled shadows in the abyss, coiled and ready to strike. Time felt stretched, like a taut string, vibrating with unspoken fear. He could almost hear the pulse of his heart, a frantic drumbeat echoing against the silence, drowning out the murmurs of the forest. Why did I think I could do this? The thought clawed at him, raw and desperate. He had come for glory, for the golden fleece, yet here he stood, a mere mortal against the nightmares that awaited. His mind darted to his companions, fierce and flawed, each carrying their own burdens, their own ghosts. There was Atalanta, her eyes fierce like winter storms, her heart a tempest of emotions locked tightly behind a steely resolve. She was the huntress, yet her hands trembled, not from fear of death, but from the weight of expectations, her own and those she felt from Jason. The memory of her laughter echoed faintly in his mind, but it was a sound that felt like a distant dream now, as the gravity of their situation loomed overhead. Then there was Heracles, his frame a monument of strength, yet shadows danced in his eyes. He had faced countless beasts, but this was different. The serpent was not just a creature, it was a manifestation of their darkest fears, a twisted reflection of every failure and every doubt they harbored. What if I'm not enough? Jason could feel the weight of that question pressing down on him, heavy like a stone lodged in his throat. What if they all failed? What if the tales of glory turned to dust, forgotten like the ashes of fallen heroes? His breath came quick and shallow, a desperate attempt to stave off the panic swirling within. He felt the earth beneath him, solid yet unstable, as if even the ground was unsure of the fate that awaited them. This is it, he thought, a flicker of resolve igniting. He recalled the warmth of the sun on his face, the laughter shared over mead and fire, the fleeting moments of joy that seemed so far removed from the blade of destiny that now hovered above them. He couldn't let the memory fade, it had to be the anchor that steadied him. As they plunged deeper into the grove, darkness pressed in around them, thick and suffocating. The shadows breathed, alive with the essence of 1,000 forgotten nightmares. Jason could taste the fear on his tongue, bitter and metallic, a reminder that every decision held the weight of their lives. "Atalanta," he called, his voice a fragile thread woven through the silence, "stay close." She nodded, her gaze a mixture of determination and uncertainty, and yet, he sensed the flicker of something else, trust. It was a fragile bond, but it was enough to push them forward. Then, like a nightmare unspooling in real time, they encountered the serpent. It emerged from the darkness, a creature of sinew and shadow, an embodiment of all that was monstrous and terrifying. Its eyes glowed with a malicious hunger, a black void that threatened to consume everything in its path. Jason's heart thudded in his chest, each beat a reminder of his own mortality. He felt the urge to flee, to turn back and forget the fleece and the glory it promised. But courage, raw and unyielding, surged through him. "This is our moment," he whispered, more to himself than to them. With a roar that sent tremors through the air, the serpent lunged. Heracles met it head-on, muscles coiling with power, each movement a blend of grace and brute force. Yet even he faltered, the serpent's speed a blur, its fangs glinting like the edge of despair. Time warped, seconds stretching into eternity as Jason's mind raced, he had to act. "Atalanta," he shouted, and as if the world slowed, he saw her leap, a blur of determination, aiming a strike that could either save them all or spell their doom. The clash of scales against steel rang out, a symphony of chaos. Jason felt a surge of adrenaline, a primal drive coursing through his veins. He lunged forward, heart pounding, his blade glistening in the dim light. He felt the weight of the moment, everything hinged on this. "I remember the stories," he thought, "the heroes who fell and those who rose." And in that instant, he was not just Jason, he was every hero who had ever faced a beast, every soul who had ever dared to dream. The serpent writhed, a creature of pure malice, hissing and striking. Jason dodged, narrowly escaping its snapping jaws. He could hear the labored breaths of Atalanta and Heracles, could feel their fear, their resolve intertwining in a desperate dance of survival. Every slice of their weapons was a heartbeat, every moment stretched into eternity, a fraying thread on the loom of fate. Then, a flash of light, a glimmer of hope. Atalanta's arrow struck true, piercing the creature's scaly hide. It howled, a sound that resonated through Jason's bones, a primal scream of anguish and fury. He surged forward, his blade glinting, fueled by the sheer force of their shared hope. "This is for us," he bellowed, a rallying cry that echoed into the dark, sparking something deep within. As they fought, it was no longer just about the fleece, it was about defiance, about the struggle against the shadows looming ever closer. They were not merely warriors, they were the embodiment of every dream that dared to reach for the stars. With each clash, they were carving their own legend, their own story into the fabric of time. But amidst the turmoil, Jason felt the weight of something far greater, a realization that resonated deeper than victory or defeat. In his heart, he carried the echoes of every hope and fear entwined, a tapestry of emotions that would not be easily unraveled. The battle raged, the air thick with uncertainty, and as he lunged forward one last time, he knew this moment would haunt him, chase him like a ghost, whispering the truth of what it meant to be alive, to fight, to believe. And as the serpent fell, darkness quaking beneath the weight of their triumph, Jason could feel the pulse of fate shift. But the story was far from over. They had faced the beast, but the shadows still danced, and the fleece remained, a golden promise teetering on the edge of destiny. The grove whispered its secrets, the night thick with anticipation, as they prepared for what lay ahead. Time itself held its breath, and so did he. The ground shook. A low rumble echoed through the valley, a warning, a heartbeat of something ancient and monstrous. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, heart thumping like a war drum. A shadow loomed, vast and dark, eclipsing the sun. It was a giant, towering over trees, his very presence casting a haunting pallor over the land. He was a nightmare made flesh, his breath like the wind before a storm, and with every exhale, fear clawed at my insides. Fionn mac Cumaill, the legendary warrior, stood beside me. I could see the fire in his eyes, tempered with something else, something raw, something vulnerable. His jaw clenched, fists balled tight, as if he were trying to contain a tempest within him. "Stay close," he said, voice low, almost a whisper, yet it felt like thunder crashing in my ears. I nodded, though uncertainty gnawed at my resolve. What could we do against such a force? The giant moved, each step a tremor felt in our bones. I glanced at Fionn, each heartbeat sinking with the rhythm of dread that enveloped us. His heart was a slow drum, steady yet heavy with the weight of fate. I remembered tales of his triumphs, of bravery that sent shivers of awe through me. But now, in the face of this monstrous figure, the stories felt hollow, like echoes in an empty chamber. "Why does he come?" I dared to ask, my voice shaking, betraying the fear that gripped me. The giant's face was half hidden in shadow, but even glimpses of his fury sent terror cascading down my spine. "Because giants do not know fear," Fionn replied, his gaze unwavering, yet I could sense the trembling doubt beneath his calm facade. "They know only hunger and rage." A tremor in his voice, a crack in the hero's armor. I could see the ghost of doubt linger in his eyes, a flicker, a storm gathering at the edges of his resolve. As the giant approached, I could see the scars etched on his skin, remnants of battles fought in the dark recesses of time. Each scar a story, a whisper of a struggle. I felt a chill, not just from the cold air but from the realization that we too were part of this ancient tapestry of conflict. The ground beneath my feet felt like a living thing, trembling with shared history, the weight of countless souls past. "Fionn," I whispered, my voice now a threadbare whisper. "What if we fail?" He turned to me, and in that moment, the world faded. It was just us, two souls against the tide of fate. "Failure is not the end," he said, voice filled with an intensity that surged like the tide. "It's the fear of failure that binds us." His gaze pierced through the fog of my insecurity. In his eyes, I saw the flicker of something deeper, an understanding that he too had faced his own demons. The giant's roar shattered the silence, a cacophony that resonated in my bones. It was a sound devoid of humanity, a primal cry that echoed from the depths of the earth. I felt the vibration in my chest, a reminder of mortality, a reminder that we were but fleeting shadows against a backdrop of eternity. Fionn stepped forward, each stride a testament to his courage, yet I could sense the conflict within him. He was the protector, but what of his own fears? I could see him grapple with the weight of his destiny, the burden of being the warrior they all revered. I remember the stories," he murmured, almost to himself. "But stories don't prepare you for the truth." "What truth?" "The truth that heroes bleed too? That even the bravest can falter?" I felt my own heart race, the raw emotion thrumming beneath the surface. I remembered the faces of those he had saved, the lives woven into the fabric of his heroism. Yet here he stood, facing a creature that could erase everything in a heartbeat. Then, a shift. The air grew heavy, thick with anticipation. Fionn drew his sword, an elegant arc that glinted in the failing light. The blade sang as it sliced through the air, a clear note against the din of chaos. I could see his resolve solidify, a flame igniting within him. "Lend me your strength," he called out, voice echoing, demanding. "We are not alone in this fight." And for a moment, I felt it, a surge of power, a shared heartbeat of courage. As the giant charged, I lost myself in the chaos, a blur of movement, the clash of metal against bone, the earth trembling with the weight of their battle. Fionn was a force of nature, each swing of his sword a dance of defiance, an embodiment of fate fighting back. But I could see the toll it took on him, the sweat glistening on his brow, the strain in his muscles. "Fionn!" I cried, my voice lost in the tumult. "You can't do this alone." Yet, even as I shouted, I felt the helplessness claw at my chest. The battle raged like a tempest, and here I was, just a shadow behind a legend. He turned, eyes blazing, and for a flicker of an instant, I saw the boy he once was, the dreams of glory turned into nightmares of burden. "You are not just a shadow," he shouted back, words crashing against the giant's roar. "We fight together or we fall apart." His vulnerability was a raw wound, exposed and alive. I was not merely a watcher in this tale, I was a part of it, bound to this fight, to this moment. The connection surged, electrifying the air around us. I stepped forward, heart hammering, and let out a scream that resonated with the very essence of life, a cry that defied the darkness encroaching upon us. And then, everything collided, the giant's roar, Fion's fierce determination, my own battle cry, a symphony of chaos and courage. I could feel the universe shift, the fabric of time bending as we plunged deeper into this fight for our lives. In that fervent moment, I understood, this was not just a battle against a giant. It was a confrontation of fears, of vulnerabilities laid bare, of the very human experience that binds us all. We are all warriors in our own right, fighting against the giants that loom in our lives. Fion's sword sang through the air, and I felt every heartbeat, every breath, an eternal struggle that would never truly end. The giant roared once more, but I felt a flicker of hope, the spark of defiance igniting in our hearts. We would not be forgotten, we would not bow to despair. And as the shadows closed in, I knew, this was only the beginning. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into an ink-black ocean. I stand at the edge of the world, heart pounding, breath hitching in the throat like a cruel joke. The air crackles with dread, thick as fog, heavy with the scent of impending doom. It clings to my skin, slithering like a serpent. The stillness before the storm, the calm before the chaos, an eerie silence that reverberates in my bones. The Nemean lion waits, a beast draped in shadows, its presence palpable, like a thundercloud looming on the horizon. Hercules, my brother in conflict and courage, grips his sword. There's a tremor in his hands, barely perceptible, but I see it. This hero, a titan of strength, wrestling with the weight of expectation, with the chains of a fate that has never been his own. It's not just a lion he faces, it's his very soul, the labyrinth of his own fears clawing to the surface. I remember those fears. I remember the weight of my own shadows. They whisper in the night, taunting, promising despair, but here they are, alive in him. The beast roars, a deep, guttural sound that vibrates through the earth. It's a sound that steals the breath from the chest, a warning delivered with savage clarity. The lion's eyes gleam, twin fires igniting the darkness, a reminder that bravery is not the absence of fear, but the will to confront it. Every heartbeat thunders in my ears, a drum echoing the pulse of destiny. I imagine Hercules standing there, a statue carved from muscle and resolve, but even he is just flesh, a fragile thing with fears that cut deeper than any claw. The forest around us is thick, as though the trees conspire to contain the chaos. Branches twist like the thoughts in Hercules' mind, every snap of a twig a reminder of the hunt, the pursuit of glory laced with the threat of death. There's something almost sacred about this moment, a dance between life and death, a collision of the human spirit against the ferocity of nature. It's raw, it's visceral, and it's terrifying. Then, with a speed that belies its size, the lion lunges, an instinct kicks in. Hercules dodges, muscles coiling like springs, but it's not just survival, it's a primal battle, a fight etched in every fiber of his being. I feel the adrenaline pulse through me, electrifying the air, and for a fleeting moment, I am both spectator and participant. I want to scream, to urge him on, but the words die on my lips, tangled in the chaos of the moment. I remember the stories, the legends told by flickering campfires, the tales spun with awe and reverence. Hercules, the demigod, the slayer of monsters, they would say, and yet, here he stands, a man, grappling with an enemy that is as much a part of him as the blood coursing through his veins. The lion is a mirror, reflecting the beast he fears lies within. The clash is brutal, every strike a symphony of violence punctuated by the rawness of desperation. Fur flies, claws scrape against armor, and the world blurs into a cacophony of sound and fury. I can see Hercules falter, a moment of doubt flickering in his eyes. In that heartbeat, I feel my own failures rise to the surface, the moments when I too have cowered in the face of my own lions. The beast snarls, and time stretches, folding over itself like a worn-out tapestry. Who will emerge victorious? The hero or the embodiment of his darkest fears? The tension coils tighter, a noose around the neck of fate, an unbearable weight that threatens to crush us all. With a surge of ferocity, Hercules rallies. I watch as he channels every ounce of strength, a tempest born from the depths of despair. He charges, and for a heartbeat, the world holds its breath. The lion lunges, fangs bared, claws outstretched in a dance of death, but Hercules is no longer just the man, he is the storm, the wrath of the gods manifested. He strikes, and the air is thick with the taste of blood and sweat, a cocktail of life and death. The lion roars, a sound so full of rage and pain it reverberates through the very core of me. It's a reminder that every victory comes at a price. The beast falls, and in that moment, triumph and tragedy intertwine. Hercules stands over the carcass, chest heaving, heart racing, a conqueror drenched in the aftermath of battle. But in his eyes, there's something more, a flicker of sorrow, a shadow of loss. The lion was not just a foe, it was a part of him, a lesson wrapped in fur and fangs. The weight of what he has done settles on his shoulders like a shroud. I can't help but feel a swell of pride mixed with a profound sadness. The hunter becomes the hunted, the savior becomes the sacrificed. I remember the darkness that follows victory, the echoes of what was lost, the ghosts of battles fought and won. Hercules stands tall yet broken, a warrior rendered vulnerable, and I realize that this first labor is not just a test of strength, it is a lesson on the fragility of the human spirit. The moon watches over us, a quiet witness to this brutal ballet of life and death. And as night wraps its cool fingers around the world, a new dawn lurks just beyond the horizon. What comes next? What trials await on the path? The question hangs in the air, heavy with possibilities and peril. The lion lies defeated, but what of the beasts that lie in wait, inside Hercules and within us all? The moment lingers, a suspended heartbeat in time, and I feel it, the weight of every breath, every heartbeat, a reminder that the fight is never truly over. The battle is just beginning, the next labor looms, another shadow waiting to be faced. And somewhere, deep within, I know we are all warriors, bound by our scars, defined by our struggles. The lion has fallen, but the journey has only just begun. The air crackled with tension, thick as the storm clouds that loomed overhead. Luff stood at the edge of the battlefield, heart pounding like a war drum, his breath coming quick and jagged. He could taste the iron tang of blood on his tongue. This was the aftermath of conflict, the bitter sweetness of fate's cruel embrace. Around him, shadows flickered like wraiths, remnants of the fallen whispering in the wind, their stories tangled with his own. He was their champion, and yet here he was, feeling the weight of their unfulfilled hopes crushing him. I remember the screams, he would later say, the memory burning bright in the corners of his mind. The cries of warriors as they fell, their stories left unfinished. Each syllable dripped with remorse, thick and heavy like the fog that curled through the valleys. Beside him, Aisling, his heart's echo, clutched her spear, knuckles white and trembling. She'd always been the fire that ignited his spirit, a wild, untamed flame. Yet now, as fear danced in her eyes, Luff could feel her resolve wavering. "What if we fail?" she murmured, voice barely breaking through the thunderous roar of the impending conflict. "What if this time, we lose?" He turned to her, the weight of the moment pressing down like the sky itself. "We have faced worse than this, Aisling. Remember the time we fought the Fomorians? Those monsters thought they could take our land." The words felt like a mantra, a desperate attempt to shield her from the creeping dread that threatened to envelop them both. But the truth gnawed at him, a relentless beast in the shadows of his mind. What if they were not invincible? What if their victories had merely been the tricks of fate? He glanced down, tracing the lines of his battle-worn armor, each scar a testament to past glories, yet each one whispered a secret, a reminder of the pain and sacrifice that had brought him to this point. A distant horn blared, shattering the silence like glass. Battle was near, and with it came the suffocating stench of fear and sweat. Luffa's heart quickened, each beat a countdown to chaos. "Let's go," he urged, gripping Aisling's hand tightly, feeling the warmth of her skin against his. She nodded, but doubt flickered in her gaze, a mirror to his own trepidation. And then there was Balor, the embodiment of despair. Luffa's mortal enemy, the one-eyed giant whose very name sent shivers down the spines of the bravest warriors. He was a shadow stretched across the sun, an omen of doom. As Luff faced him, the memories flooded back. Balor had killed his kin, shattered their laughter, and turned their dreams into dust. Through every wound inflicted, Luff felt the pulse of vengeance thrumming beneath his skin, stronger than any fear he could muster. I remember when I first laid eyes on him, Luff confessed to Aisling, each word a jagged slice through the fabric of time. He stood there, a titan of malice, and I thought, could I really defeat such darkness? The air thickened with the weight of his admission, each breath a reminder of the uncertainty that clung to him like a shroud. The clash began. Steel met steel, a symphony of chaos that echoed across the battlefield. Luff darted through the fray, weaving between friends and foes alike, each movement a dance of defiance. He felt the pulse of the earth beneath him, a reminder of the life that surged through the veins of the Tuatha De Danann. But even as he fought, Balor's laughter rang out, chilling and hollow, a taunt that seemed to warp the very air around them. Aisling fought valiantly at his side, her fierce spirit blazing like a beacon in the night. She struck down foes with precision, but each time her spear pierced flesh, Luff caught the flicker of horror in her eyes, a haunting reminder of the cost of their struggle. "Stay close," he shouted, but the words felt inadequate, useless against the onslaught of chaos that threatened to tear them apart. Then, in a moment of raw desperation, Balor's gaze locked onto Luff. It was as if the world slowed, the sounds of battle fading into a dull roar. "You think you can save them?" the giant bellowed, voice dripping with disdain. "You are but a child playing at war." Luff felt the challenge cut deep, a knife twisting in the wounds of his past. "I am no child," he shouted back, feeling the heat of anger rise in his chest. "I am the champion of my people." The words echoed through him, igniting flames where doubt had once smoldered. And then it happened, a blur of motion, a moment where time twisted and turned like a serpent. Luff charged, heart racing, adrenaline surging. He could see the glint of Balor's monstrous eye, a swirling abyss that threatened to consume him whole. With a roar that split the heavens, Luff struck, a flurry of movement and purpose. But Balor was quick, and darkness enveloped him. "Do you think you can kill me, boy?" the giant sneered, and in that instant, Luff felt the weight of all his failures crashing down. Memories of the fallen swirled around him, their whispers a cacophony of grief. He faltered, just for a heartbeat, and in that heartbeat, he saw Aisling, her face twisted in anguish as she fought her way through the chaos. Luff, her voice, a plea, a lifeline, cutting through the fog. And something ignited within him, a fire that would not be extinguished. With renewed vigor, he surged forward, every strike fueled by the dreams of those they had lost, every movement a tribute to the sacrifices made. But it wasn't just the battle, it was the bond he shared with Aisling, the love that had flourished amidst the chaos, giving him strength. And just as the sun broke through the storm clouds above, illuminating the battlefield in a golden glow, Luff felt the shift. The power surged through him, radiant and fierce. "I will not be afraid," he roared, and the ground trembled in response, as if the earth itself recognized him as a champion. He charged again, and this time, the connection with Aisling was palpable, a thread binding them in a tapestry of fate. Together, they fought, their movements synchronized, hearts pounding as one. But the battle was far from over. Shadows loomed, and the specter of defeat danced tantalizingly close. And as Luff faced Balor once more, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was not just a fight for victory, but for redemption, a chance to rewrite the ending of their tale. The air was charged with energy, the weight of destiny pressing down on his shoulders, a reminder that every deed, every defeat, could lead to a moment of brilliance, a moment that echoes through time. And as he clashed with Balor, the world faded into a blur, but Aisling's voice remained, a whispered promise echoing in his mind, "You are not alone." The sun dipped low, casting an orange glow that painted the savannah in ominous hues. Shadows stretched and twisted like the secrets they held. Anansi, the spider, perched at the edge of a gnarled baobab tree, his heart pounding like the drums of ancient warriors. Each beat echoed with the urgency of the moment, a reminder that time slipped away like sand through clenched fingers. Below him, the lion prowled, muscles rippling, eyes glinting like sharp daggers as he searched for food. The air thickened, heavy with tension. Anansi's web glimmered in the fading light, a fragile fortress spun from his cleverness. The lion didn't know that the fiercest warrior was not always the one with brawn. Sometimes, it was the one who danced with shadows, who spun tales as tightly woven as the webs he crafted. The lion, a figure of brute strength, moved with lethal grace, oblivious to the danger lurking above. "I remember," Anansi whispered to the golden dusk. "I remember the taste of fear, sweet and bitter, like honey mixed with ash." He had once been full of bravado, a trickster whose schemes played out like theatrical performances. But today, as he faced the lion, that bravado twisted into something darker, more primal. He was reminded of every time he had outsmarted a foe, and yet, the knowledge did little to quell the tremors of his heart. The lion paused, sniffing the air, his breath hot and heavy. "Come down, spider! Are you afraid to face me?" His voice was a low growl that rumbled through the clearing, a sound that rattled Anansi's very core. Fear, yes, but also a flicker of something else, defiance. Anansi had a plan, a web of thought spinning in his mind, but it was not yet woven into reality. He watched the lion, his instincts kicking in. The lion was more than an opponent, he was a symbol of everything Anansi feared: power, dominance, the crushing weight of fate. "I'm not afraid," Anansi called out, his voice steady, though his insides churned like a storm. "I am just preparing a story worthy of your ears." The lion snarled, a flash of teeth reflecting the last light of day. "A story? What use is a story when I can have you for dinner?" Anansi's mind raced, darting among memories that shaped him. He thought of his mother, weaving tales to lull him to sleep, her voice a soft balm against the harshness of life. I remember, he could almost hear her laughter, the way it danced like fireflies in the dark. I remember the tale of the hunter who thought only of his spear. Enough, the lion snapped, advancing, earth trembling beneath his weight. I grow impatient. Anansi's eyes darted, searching for a way out. He sensed the lion's power, felt the ground shift with each step he took. The familiar weight of dread settled over him like a shroud. Brute force was easy to understand, it did not wear a mask. But wits? Wits were a dance, unpredictable and fraught with danger. "I'll tell you a story," Anansi said, his voice rising like smoke. "If you promise to let me live." Each word dripped with urgency, a desperate plea. "This is a story of how a lion met a spider, one who outsmarted the strongest beast in the land." The lion squinted, curiosity piqued. "And how did this spider manage such a feat?" Anansi leaned forward, spinning his web of words carefully, each thread a lifeline. He played on the lion's vanity, for you see, a lion may be fierce, but he is often blind to his own flaws. He let the words hang in the air, then continued. The spider challenged the lion to a contest of strength, but under the guise of kindness, proposing that they help one another. With each sentence, Anansi crafted a vivid image of trickery, of how he had tricked a rival using nothing but his cunning. His heart raced, not just from fear, but from the thrill of the story taking form. The lion listened, distracted, the predator momentarily lost in thought, intrigued by the tale. I remember, Anansi pressed on, voice smooth as silk, the moment the lion agreed, thinking he could crush the spider beneath his paw. But little did he know, the spider had already spun a web of deceit. The lion's brow furrowed. And what happened next? Anansi said, voice low, weaving tension into every syllable. The spider led the lion to a great tree, claiming it held the power of the earth. "Climb it, O great lion, and harness that power," he said. So the lion, eager for glory, obeyed. The storytelling swelled, a crescendo of desperation and hope. Anansi's pulse quickened, each heartbeat a reminder that he was teetering on the brink of life and death. But while the lion climbed, I spun my web tighter, catching not the lion, but his pride. A low growl rumbled in the lion's throat. "You think to deceive me?" "No," Anansi said, heart racing, breath hitching. It is a story of cunning, of survival. I do not wish for your wrath, dear lion, but rather your understanding." The lion paused, the tension thick enough to choke on. Anansi felt the weight of his gaze, and for a moment, he saw not a predator, but a creature bound by his own nature, powerful yet vulnerable, feared yet alone. "Tell me more," the lion said, his voice softer now, almost reverent. In that heartbeat, a fragile truce formed, a connection forged in the fires of desperation. Anansi leaned into the moment, words spilling forth, the fear transforming into adrenaline. And as the lion climbed, he found himself trapped, caught in the very branches he sought to conquer. It was then that the spider revealed his cleverness, showing the lion that true strength lies not just in might, but in the wisdom of understanding. Anansi's voice thrummed with raw emotion as the narrative twisted and turned. Every word was a thread, every pause a heartbeat, his story, a lifeline, woven in the shadows. He felt the lion's tension shift, felt the power dynamics dance as the beast listened, enraptured and aware. But the night deepened, and as stars flickered to life, the confrontation hung heavy in the air. The story swirled around them, binding them in its threads, and Anansi clung to that moment, praying it would be enough to save him from the maw of brute force that waited just beneath the surface. The air crackled with tension, heavy and electric, as shadows danced manically against the walls of the crumbling temple. The screams of the damned echoed like mournful whispers, each cry a plea for salvation, for mercy lost in the chaos of steel and flame. I stood there, my heart racing, trapped in a moment where time felt suspended, a heartbeat caught between dread and defiance. It was here, at the confluence of fear and fury, that Kali emerged from the darkness, a silhouette of vengeance, her eyes glinting like stars fallen into abyss. I remember the first time I truly felt her presence. I was just a girl, clutching my mother's hand, our fingers entwined like ivy around a forgotten ruin. We had fled the village, our home, now a smoldering husk consumed by the demons unleashed upon us. I remember the way my mother's voice trembled as she recited prayers, her faith a fragile thread against the tide of despair. But I was not afraid of the demons, I was afraid of what my mother would say if I told her I wanted to be like Kali. The goddess who slays demons. The goddess who doesn't just fight but revels in destruction, her laughter ringing like thunder. Kali, with her wild hair and blood-stained tongue, was the embodiment of chaos. She thrived in the wreckage of innocence, her dance a macabre celebration of life and death. She is not evil, my mother would insist, her eyes brimming with tears. Kali is the fierce mother, the protector of the lost. But I wondered, what kind of mother relishes in the annihilation of the very beings she protects? It was in the thick of that night, where dread wore the guise of shadows, that I first witnessed the depths of Kali's wrath. The temple, a once sacred space, now stood witness to a slaughter. Demons writhed and clawed at the earth, their forms grotesque and unholy. They chanted the names of their conquests, their voices a chilling symphony of despair. And then, with a shattering roar, she arrived. Kali, the goddess of destruction, her arms outstretched, holding the severed heads of those who had wronged her children. Beside me, Rajan, my childhood friend, trembled. His face was pale, eyes wide with horror, caught in the thrall of the divine carnage. "What if she mistakes us for them?" he whispered, voice barely audible above the din. I wanted to tell him that fear was a demon in itself, that we were safe within the shadows, but the truth felt like venom in my throat. I could see the doubt writhing in his heart, a chasm opening beneath him, the belief in protectors crumbling to dust. "Rajan, we must trust her," I said, but even as I spoke, I felt the weight of disbelief loom over us. What if Kali's rage was indiscriminate? What if she, like the demons, saw us as mere collateral in her dance of destruction? The air thickened with the smell of smoke and blood, a visceral reminder of the stakes. With each swing of her sword, Kali carved a path through the darkness, a torrential force of nature. She was beautiful and terrifying, her eyes glimmering with a ferocity that made the ground tremble beneath her feet. Each demon she felled became a testament to her power, a reminder that fear could be a weapon, but love could be a shield, and yet, what kind of love thrives on destruction? I watched as she tore through the ranks of the demons, her laughter mingling with their screams, creating an unsettling harmony that sent shivers down my spine. I could feel the ground pulsating, echoing the rhythm of her fury. Rajan's grip on my arm tightened as we witnessed the slaughter, the raw, visceral beauty of annihilation. In that moment, I felt alive, terrified yet exhilarated. Why does she kill? Rajan's question cut through the chaos, a haunting echo that lingered in the air. Why does she have to destroy to protect? I had no answer. The weight of Kali's destruction was palpable, a burden I carried in my chest as if it was an extension of my own heart. And then, in a heartbeat, it happened. A demon, more cunning than the rest, broke through the fray, charging toward us with unholy fury. My heart stopped as I realized we were no longer mere spectators, we were targets. Time slowed, the world narrowing to the frantic beating of my pulse. The demon's eyes burned with malevolence, its jagged teeth bared like a beast cornered. Without thinking, without hesitation, I stepped forward, my voice barely above a whisper. Kali! I screamed, the name reverberating through the air like an incantation. Help us! In that fleeting moment, I saw her turn, her gaze locking onto mine, and I felt the universe congeal into that single instant. A connection formed, a thread spun from desperation and hope. I didn't want to be saved, I wanted to believe in her power, to believe that destruction could lead to rebirth. Kali's eyes blazed with an incandescent fury as she approached, her laughter mingling with the chaos, and I felt a surge of something primal, something ancient. She was the end and the beginning, the slayer and the savior. The demon faltered at her presence, the very essence of fear distilled into a single moment. In one swift movement, she delivered a blow, and the world erupted in flames and shadows. Rajan's breath caught as the demon fell, its body twisting grotesquely before crumbling to ash. I turned to him, my heart racing, adrenaline coursing through my veins. She protects us, I gasped, but even as I spoke, doubt gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. How could she protect us when she thrived in devastation? The air was thick with the remnants of battle, and as we stood among the ruins, I couldn't shake the feeling of being caught in a web of contradictions. Kali was the goddess who slayed demons, but she also birthed chaos. The dance of destruction was both liberating and terrifying, a paradox I struggled to comprehend. Do you think? Rajan hesitated, his voice barely audible as the echoes of the battle faded into silence. Do you think we can ever be free of the demons inside us? I could only stare at him, the question hanging between us like a dark cloud, ominous, foreboding. What if our demons weren't external, but woven into the very fabric of our souls? What if Kali's destruction was not just of the body, but the spirit? The temple stood empty now, the remnants of conflict lingering like ghosts in the air. As Kali vanished back into the shadows, her laughter fading into the night, I realized our fight had only just begun. The line between salvation and annihilation blurred, and in that moment, I felt the burden of choice settle heavily upon my shoulders. I remember the darkness, crawling closer, and I remember the fire in Kali's eyes. I remember the sweet taste of fear, mingling with the raw edge of courage. I remember everything, every heartbeat of despair, every flicker of hope, like a haunting song that refused to fade. And as I stood there with Rajan, the weight of uncertainty pressing down upon us, I knew this was only the beginning. The night was thick with a silence that screamed, a stillness that held its breath as if the world itself were waiting for the inevitable clash of fate. I stood on the precipice of a rocky outcrop, the wind slicing through my armor, sending shivers down my spine. Below, the valley lay shrouded in shadows, the flickering light of distant fires illuminating the landscape like the last, desperate gasps of a dying ember. My heart thudded in my chest, each beat a drum roll foretelling the horror to come. I remember the moment I first heard the Chimera, the guttural roar that rattled my bones, a sound like the collision of thunder and flames. The beast was a twisted mockery of nature, a grotesque fusion of lion, goat, and serpent, each element fighting for dominance, creating a creature that was as terrifying as it was magnificent. Fear tightened its grip around my throat, yet a flicker of rage ignited within me. I could not let this beast claim another life, not while I still drew breath. "Bellerophon, are you ready?" came a voice, strained and thin like a thread stretched too far. It was my companion, the ever-loyal but painfully anxious Pegasus, his wings rustling softly, an echo of my own turmoil. "You know what's at stake. We can't let it win." I turned to look at him, my heart aching not just from the weight of the battle ahead but from the heavy burden of expectation. Pegasus, with his bright, trusting eyes, believed in me. But belief can be a double-edged sword, one that cuts deep when wielded blindly. What if I fail? I whispered, the words slipping out like a confession, raw and vulnerable. Pegasus snorted, a sound that resonated with a mix of determination and disbelief. You won't. You can't. But even he seemed to falter, the tremor in his voice betraying his own fears. Together, we soared into the night, the moon a ghostly witness illuminating our path. With each beat of Pegasus's wings, my resolve hardened, yet doubts clawed at the edges of my mind, shadows whispering of the past. I remembered the faces of those I couldn't save, their eyes wide with terror, their cries echoing in the chambers of my heart. I remember, the haunting refrain chased me like a spectre. The ground trembled as we approached the lair, a gaping maw of darkness that seemed to inhale the very light around it. With a shuddering gasp, I landed, dismounting in a swift motion. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred earth, a warning that pulsed through my veins. This was no ordinary foe. The Chimera was a beast born of nightmares, fire itself coursing through its veins. I steeled my nerves, drawing my sword, its blade glinting with a promise of vengeance. This ends tonight, I murmured, barely loud enough for myself to hear. And yet, the words clung to the air, heavy with unspoken resolve. Then it came, a roar that split the silence, reverberating through the very marrow of my bones. The Chimera emerged from the shadows, a living nightmare, its scales shimmering like molten bronze, eyes like smoldering coals. I could feel the heat washing over me, a wave of primal terror. But deep within, my heart surged, this was my moment. I charged, adrenaline igniting a fire in my veins, the world around me falling away until it was just me and the beast. The ground beneath me splintered, sending shards of earth flying as I lunged forward. The beast lunged, fangs bared, a swirl of chaos and fury. I ducked, feeling the rush of air as those jagged teeth missed me by inches, the very breath of death whispering in my ear. My sword found its mark, carving through flesh, drawing a howl of pain that echoed into the night. But the Chimera was relentless. With a twist of its powerful body, it struck back, swiping a claw that caught my side, pain blooming like a dark flower. I staggered, vision swimming, yet I refused to fall. I wouldn't let the darkness win. I could hear Pegasus, now caught in the fray, his own struggles mingling with my own. I could feel his fear, his desire to protect me battling against the instinct to flee. "Stay, my friend!" I shouted, the words a lifeline thrown into a storm. "We fight together!" The battle waged on, a dance of death beneath the pale gaze of the moon. I felt the weight of my own mortality, the fragile thread of existence stretched taut between us, the beast, the horse, and me. I thrust again, adrenaline and desperation fueling my every move. But then it happened, the moment of clarity amidst chaos. I saw the Chimera for what it was, a creature born of pain, a monster forged from fear and fury. And I understood, in that fleeting instant, that this battle was not just mine, it was its battle too. In the shadows of the fight, I glimpsed something else, a flicker in the beast's eyes, a glimmer of something almost human. A memory? A longing? I could feel it deep within my soul, the monstrous heart beating in rhythm with my own. "You don't have to be this," I cried, desperation clawing at my throat, the words spilling out like blood. "We can find another way." But the Chimera lunged again, too lost in its rage to hear. I had little choice but to fight, to protect. And so we danced in the darkness, a whirlwind of fury and fire, hearts pounding and spirits clashing, a brutal symphony under the watchful eye of the cosmos. The night spiraled into chaos, love and fear entwined in bloody embrace. I could feel the air thickening with smoke, could hear the roars of a beast hellbent on destruction. But within that sound, I heard something else, a plea wrapped in the ferocity of battle. The Chimera was fighting not just me, but its own demons. And as the final blow came, as the fire ignited against my skin, I knew this confrontation was more than just a fight. It was a reckoning, a moment suspended in time where courage and heartache collided. In that heartbeat, everything froze, the cosmos, the fire, the fury. All that remained was the echo of our breaths, mingling in the dark, as the night held its breath, waiting for the fate of us all. A storm brews, the sky crackling with electricity, clouds swirling like an angry sea. Thunder rumbles, a growl from the belly of the universe, as if the very earth knows what is coming. I stand there, breathless, heart hammering, caught in the throes of destiny. My eyes scan the horizon where an unnatural silence clings to the air like a shroud, a prelude to chaos. Something stirs beneath the waves. My gut churns, a deep, primal fear, because I know what lurks just below the surface. The Midgard serpent, Jormungandr, coiled in malice, ready to rear its head. Thor, the slayer of giants and protector of mankind, stands beside me. His grip on Mjolnir is fierce, knuckles white as the storm he commands. But I see through his bravado, the flicker of doubt in his eye, the slight tremor in his stance. A man, god or not, can only bear so much. I was never meant for this, he mutters, voice thick with regret, the weight of 100 battles pressing on his shoulders. I hear echoes of his past, laughter in the halls of Asgard, the clinking of tankards, the warm embraces of friends now lost to time and tide. The memories cross his mind like shadows, but shadows stretch long in the twilight, and this battle will demand more than mere strength. And then, there's Jormungandr. Not just a serpent, but a nightmare woven into the very fabric of existence. Its serpent body, thick as the roots of Yggdrasil, undulates beneath the waves, the water parting like a curtain for a monstrous actor poised to take the stage. I feel it in my bones, a vile intelligence, an ancient hatred. The creature's scales glimmer like oil on water, a sickening beauty that draws my gaze, even as my heart races with terror. It knows Thor, knows the blood spilled in their long, twisted history. It waits, patient, as if savoring the moment before the feast. Thunder rumbles again, deeper this time, like an omen. The ground trembles beneath me, a warning. You can't fight this alone, I whisper, reaching for Thor, but he pulls away, his pride a barrier as thick as the serpent's coils. You don't understand, he snaps, fury igniting his blue eyes, but the fire is dimmed by fear. This is my burden. I must face it. I remember the stories told in hushed tones around the hearth, the way the flames danced and flickered like hope. I remember the laughter of children, the taste of mead heavy on my tongue, the warmth of a home that seems worlds away now. But what if this is the end? I ask, the question hanging in the air, palpable. He does not answer. Instead, he turns, eyes locked on the horizon. It won't be, he says, but the words are brittle, fragile as a spider's thread. I see the ghosts of warriors past in his gaze, comrades who fell in battles long forgotten. He carries their weight with him, eternal. The air crackles, the storm intensifying, and then it happens, the surface of the water erupts as Jormungandr rears its head. The world holds its breath, a collective gasp that reverberates through the land. The serpent's eyes, cold and calculating, meet Thor's gaze in a clash of titans. Time seems to stretch, a taut string ready to snap. The first strike is thunderous, a clash of metal against scale, as Mjolnir arcs through the air, crackling with divine fury. But it's not enough. The serpent twists and writhes, each movement a painful reminder of the inevitability of fate. I feel the tension seeping into my bones, the energy of the battle vibrating through the ground, through the air. It's more than a fight, it's a dance with death, a ritual steeped in ancient hatred and vengeance. As the battle rages, I see Thor falter, the weight of expectation pressing down on him. He is a god, yes, but even gods bleed, and the serpent lashes out, striking him with a force that sends him sprawling to the ground. I can't breathe, my heart is in my throat. Get up! I scream, the words clawing their way out of me, desperation spilling out like a flood. His eyes meet mine, filled with a mixture of fury and despair, and in that moment, I see the truth, the flawed nature of heroism. He is not invincible. He is a compass without a true north, lost in the chaos of his own making. The tempest around us echoes that turmoil, wind howling like a banshee, rain pouring down as if the sky grieves for the lives at stake. I remember standing at the edge of the world, watching the horizon bleed into the heavens, feeling so small, yet so connected to the vastness of everything. Memories flood back, the laughter, the faces of those I love, the warmth of their touch. But here, in this moment, all I feel is the creeping chill of despair. It won't end like this, Thor gasps, struggling to push himself up, the weight of the world pressing against him. I want to believe him, but the serpent lunges again, jaws wide, a cavern of darkness that could swallow the sun itself. And in that instant, a thought strikes, a realization so profound it rattles my core. This isn't just a battle between a god and a serpent. This is a clash of ideals, of existence itself. The serpent embodies chaos, anarchy, the inevitable destruction that life brings. But Thor? He embodies hope, the stubborn refusal to yield, even when the odds are stacked against him. With renewed determination, he rises, summoning every ounce of strength within him, a titan reborn from the ashes of doubt. The thunder roars, shaking the heavens, a symphony of rage and defiance. Mjolnir glows with a furious light, a beacon piercing through the storm. I watch, breathless, caught between fear and hope, as he charges forward, the battlefield morphing into a cosmic arena where fate hangs in the balance. There's no turning back now, no escape from what is to come. It's a moment that will reverberate through the ages, a heartbeat suspended in time. And as the sky explodes in a cacophony of sound and fury, I know we are at the edge of something monumental, something that will shift the very axis of our world. Time stretches, a web waiting to be unraveled, and in the depths of the battle, there lies a whisper, a promise that echoes through the ages, urging us to remember. In this wild tempest, I feel the pulse of existence, the raw edge of emotion and the chaotic beauty of life itself. It's a storm that brings no resolution, only the certainty that the fight is far from over. Thunder roared through the heavens, echoing like the heartbeat of a titan awakening from a deep, restless slumber. Rain fell in heavy sheets, drumming on the earth with a ferocity that seemed to drown out even the cries of 1,000 desperate souls. The village lay nestled in the shadow of a mountain, where flickering torches cast ghostly shapes on the mud walls. I stood there, soaked to the bone, the taste of fear a bitter tang in my mouth, as I watched the flickering flames twist and contort, reflecting the chaos that was about to unfold. In the heart of this storm, they gathered, the villagers, their eyes wide with terror and disbelief. They whispered tales of Inti, the sun god, and the monstrous serpent that lurked beneath the surface of their world, coiling in the darkness like an ancient nightmare waiting to strike. My heart raced, I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet. I remembered stories told in hushed tones by fireside, of a creature so vast it could swallow the sun, and it had come for us. A child, no more than 5, clutched his mother's skirts, wide-eyed and trembling. I remembered feeling that small once, the world a monstrous place filled with shadows, where laughter turned to screams in an instant. Her face, pale and drawn, betrayed the weight of countless fears, the fear of loss, of despair, of a future where the sun no longer smiled down upon us. Then there was Kuzi, the brave hunter, standing at the forefront. In his eyes burned a fierce determination, but an undercurrent of doubt flickered like a dying ember. I saw it, the struggle within him, the battle between courage and cowardice. We must confront it, he cried, his voice barely rising above the cacophony of the storm. Or we will perish in its shadow. But even as he spoke, I could see him envisioning the serpent, its scales gleaming ominously, its eyes like twin black holes, pulling him into the void. A hush fell over the crowd, pierced only by the distant rumble of thunder. I could feel the air thickening, wrapping around us like a suffocating blanket. I remembered the stories, how Inti had fought the serpent before, how he had bathed the world in light, casting out the darkness. But now, where was he? Why did the sun hide behind the clouds, leaving us to face the monster alone? And then it came, an immense shadow sweeping over us, blocking the very light of the stars. The serpent slithered through the earth, its body undulating like a living mountain. Fear gripped me, an icy fist around my heart, as I clutched my friend Tika's arm. Her face, usually so bright and radiant, was now a mask of terror. "What if he doesn't come for us?" she whispered, her voice trembling with a vulnerability that pierced me deeper than any blade. I felt her fear seep into me, a poison that turned my thoughts into nightmares. "Inti will come," I insisted, though my own voice quavered with uncertainty. "He must." But doubt hovered like the storm clouds above, dark and heavy, threatening to consume us all. The serpent's hiss echoed in the night, a sound so chilling it made my skin crawl. It was a warning, a promise of destruction, and we stood there, mere mortals against a force of nature. Kuzi, emboldened by desperation, stepped forward. "You will not take our son," he bellowed, his voice raw with defiance. "You shall not steal our light." And in that moment, I saw the flicker of hope ignite in those around us, a spark of courage rising from the ashes of fear. We were bound together, a ragtag band of souls ready to fight against the darkness, against the overwhelming odds of an ancient evil. But as the serpent reared its head, we all felt it, a pulse in the air, a thrum of power that sent shivers down our spines. "It's hungry," Tika gasped, her breath hitching in her throat. "It feeds on fear." The realization struck me like lightning, illuminating the shadows in my mind. We had to rise above it, to cast aside our terror and confront the very embodiment of our nightmares. The storm raged on, but I felt something shift within me. I remembered the warmth of the sun on my skin, the light that danced through the trees on a summer day. Inti was our hope, our light, and we were his children. With a shared glance, Kuzi and I nodded, a silent pact forged in the fire of our determination. We would not waver. Together, we would face the serpent. The ground trembled beneath our feet as we stepped forward, hearts pounding as one. We raised our voices, calling out to Inti. "Hear us," we cried, a chorus of souls united against the darkness. Each word was a beacon, a flicker of light in the encroaching shadows. "We are not afraid." And for a moment, just a fleeting instant, the clouds parted, revealing a sliver of the divine sun, a golden beam breaking through the chaos. I felt warmth wash over me, filling the hollow pit of dread that had taken residence in my chest. "He's with us," I whispered, a prayer of gratitude escaping my lips, flooding my heart with a fierce hope. But the serpent, undeterred, writhed in anger, the very earth trembling beneath its fury. The air crackled with tension, anticipation, and fear. It was coming for us, for our light, for our defiance, and in that moment of impending confrontation, I realized we were not just fighting for our lives, we were fighting for the very essence of who we were, for the warmth of the sun that had guided us through the darkest of nights. Time stretched, each second a fragile thread woven into the fabric of destiny. I looked into Kuzi's eyes, saw the fire of determination mirrored in Tika's gaze. We were bound by something deeper than fear, we were bound by hope, by a relentless desire to protect our world from the encroaching darkness. And then it struck, a crash that shattered the night, a collision of light and shadow. The battle had begun. An arrow sliced through the air, sharp as a whisper, striking the ground with a thud that echoed like the heartbeat of the earth itself. The forest around us held its breath, shadows cloaking the trees in a somber embrace, a prelude to chaos. I could feel it, the crackling tension, the kind that sent a shiver down my spine. The night was thick with the scent of impending doom, and every rustle of leaves felt like a harbinger of the storm that was about to unfold. I remember Ravana, the 10-headed demon king, towering like a monolith of fury and ambition. His eyes flickered with the madness of 1,000 battles lost and won, reflecting a soul caught in the web of its own making. He was both terrifying and mesmerizing, a figure carved from the darkest depths of despair and ambition. Each of his heads bore a different expression, a kaleidoscope of pride, rage, and something almost tragic. In those moments, as he stood defiant against the skies, he was not just a villain, he was a reflection of all that was flawed in a world that worshipped power above all else. And then, like a bolt of pure righteousness, there was Rama, my beloved Rama, the prince who had taken on the weight of the world upon his shoulders. His bow was drawn tight, muscles taut, every sinew of his body a testament to his resolve. I could see the flicker of doubt behind his calm facade, the tremor in his grip, a man torn between duty and the love that had been ripped from his life. Sita, my heart ached for her. She was the ghost haunting this battlefield, her laughter turned to silence, her presence reduced to a memory that lingered like a bitter aftertaste. Rama! I wanted to scream, to reach out, to hold him back from the precipice of destruction, but the words melted into the air, swallowed by the ominous silence. They hadn't just stolen Sita, they had ignited a fire within him that could consume everything in its path. Ravana's laughter echoed, a resonance of madness tinged with pain. "Come forth, Prince!" Show me your valor. Show me your worth. It reverberated through the forest, mocking, a dark melody that danced on the edge of insanity. For a heartbeat, I felt a pang of sympathy for him, a king brought low by his own desires, shackled to the very darkness he had embraced. But there was no room for sympathy in this moment. The air crackled like a live wire, charged with tension. I could feel the weight of destiny pressing down on us, the unyielding hands of fate tightening their grip. I remembered my own turmoil, the soul-crushing agony of choices laid bare. How could a love so pure be rendered powerless in the face of such corruption? Rama stepped forward, his voice steady, though the tremor betrayed him. Ravana, you have taken what is sacred. You have crossed a line that cannot be uncrossed. Each word was a blade, a promise, a vow echoing against the chaos. The skies darkened, swirling with clouds that mirrored the turmoil within us. Rain began to fall, a relentless curtain of despair, but it felt almost cleansing. I could taste the salt of my own tears mingling with the rain as I watched the two forces collide, a clash that would shake the heavens and the earth. Ravana charged, a storm of fury, his many heads howling in unison. The ground trembled beneath his feet, a reflection of the chaos unfolding in the universe. I watched as Rama released his arrow, a streak of light cutting through the darkness, a desperate plea for justice. It struck Ravana, and for a moment, time froze. The world hushed as the arrow pierced through the air, a silken thread weaving through the fabric of fate. I held my breath, my heart pounding in sync with the unfolding drama. There was a flicker of realization in Ravana's eyes, an understanding that perhaps he had lost more than just a battle, he was losing himself. But still, he fought back with an intensity that was almost heartbreaking. Each clash of their weapons was a symphony of grief and rage. I could see the ferocity in Rama's eyes, the pain of loss, the weight of responsibility. And I remembered, every heartbreak, every moment of despair, it all came rushing back in waves of emotion. With every strike, with every parry, I felt the pull of their conflict, the raw, unfiltered essence of human experience, the struggle for love, the fight against darkness, the relentless pursuit of what is right against the suffocating grip of despair. The battlefield became a canvas, painted with the hues of desperation and hope, a macabre dance where the line between good and evil blurred like the shadows that wrapped around us. As the final moments approached, I could see Rama faltering, the toll of the battle weighing heavily on his shoulders. The weight of duty versus the aching void of loss. I wanted to scream, to rush forward and hold him, to tell him he was not alone. But then there was Ravana, wild and fierce, a man drowning in the very abyss he had created, clawing at the edges of his existence. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and the cries of the dying. I felt the world collapsing around me, the cries of the innocent merging with the clash of steel. It was more than just a battle, it was a reckoning, a collision of destiny where love and vengeance intertwined in a deadly embrace. In that moment, I knew this was not just a confrontation of strength, it was a deep, raw exploration of the human condition. Love, loss, power, and pain, all coalescing into a single, breathtaking moment that would echo through the corridors of time. And then, the sky split open with a roaring thunder, and I knew this was just the beginning. The world would never be the same. The ground trembles beneath me. I feel it pulse, a heartbeat matching my own, wild and chaotic. Above, the sky is ink black, smothering the stars, turning the world into a dark canvas where shadows writhe and twist. I stand at the edge of the clearing, muscles coiled tight like a spring, the air thick with tension and something unspeakable lurking just beyond sight. My heart pounds, a warning, a cry, a premonition. Run! The scream cuts through me like a knife, pulling me back to the moment, back to her, my sister, Mara, eyes wide with terror, her dark hair spilling like ink across her shoulders. She's not running, she's rooted to the ground, paralyzed by fear. I can see it in her eyes, the struggle, the overwhelming weight of the legends that haunt our people. The Great Serpent, they call it. A monster born of creation, a being that devours worlds, that twists fate, leaving nothing but despair in its wake. I reach for her, desperation clawing at my throat. We have to go. But her gaze is locked on the shadows, on the movement just beyond the trees, where the air shimmers with malevolence. It's coming. I can feel it. And she's right, the silence has shattered. The wind howls, a frantic whisper, as if the earth itself is warning us, urging us to flee from what lies beneath its surface. Something dark coils closer, a sinuous shadow, and I can almost hear its breath, hot against my skin, suffocating, wrapping around me like a lover's embrace turned sour. I remember the stories told by the fire, tales of the great serpent slithering through the cosmos, swallowing stars and dreams, an insatiable hunger that knows no bounds. Legends etched in the marrow of our bones, warnings of its return, and here I am, faced with that very nightmare. Mara's voice trembles through the air, laced with the frail strength of our lineage. They say it devours the light, that it feeds on fear. We have to find the heart of it, brother. We can't let it consume us. Her words wrap around me, igniting a spark of defiance. I remember our mother's voice, soft yet fierce, reminding us of the stories. The serpent is a guardian, too, she would say. A protector of the earth spirit. But it is restless, hungers for balance, and when disturbed, it becomes a force of chaos. I glance back, the forest alive with creeping shadows, and I feel the weight of our ancestors, the myriad of souls caught in this struggle, urging us forward. We are not alone. We never were. But fear is a thick fog, and it wraps around Mara, pressing down on her shoulders, a visible shroud of despair. Keep moving. I pull her forward, but she hesitates, eyes wide, lost in memories of our childhood, rivers where we splashed, trees that embraced us, moments woven into the fabric of who we are. What if we can't stop it? I pause, the truth hanging heavy in the air. Then we must face it together. The ground shakes, and I feel the serpent's presence pulse beneath us, a monstrous echo of creation, the very essence of life turned monstrous. I sprint into the thicket, pulling Mara along, heart thrumming. The trees close in, shadows stretching like fingers, clawing at our backs. Do you remember the dream? She gasps, breathless, her voice trembling. The one with the stars falling. I nod, the memory crashing over me like a wave. In that dream, I stood beneath a sky ablaze with light, watching as constellations twisted and writhed, falling like rain. The serpent loomed above, a silhouette against the brilliance, its eyes dark pools of night. It felt real. It was a warning. She grips my hand tighter, nails digging into my skin. We have to find the heart before the dawn. Before it consumes everything. The urgency pulls us deeper into the forest, where the trees weave a tapestry of shadows, whispering secrets. I feel the weight of the world press against my chest, 1,000 histories, a cacophony of voices urging us onward. Each step is a battle, a dance with the unknown, laden with dread, yet threaded with hope. Then, a flicker, a glimpse of light between the trees, pulsing like a heartbeat. We rush toward it, desperate, exhilarated, a fire igniting in our souls. This is it. The heart of the serpent. I grip Mara's hand, a lifeline binding us together. The clearing opens before us, bathed in a sickly yellow glow, and there, coiled upon itself, is the great serpent. Its scales shimmer like oil on water, reflecting agony, despair, but also resilience. The creature is monstrous, yet its eyes, those eyes hold a depth of sorrow that pierces through the very essence of our being. Behind the fear, behind the terror, I sense a tragedy, an ancient pain, and it pulls me in like a dark tide. Look! Mara gasps, pointing, her voice trembling with awe and fear. A voice, deep and resonant, fills the air, echoing through the clearing. You dare approach the heart of creation? It reverberates through my bones, an ancient challenge, a question I can't ignore. We come not to fight, I say, my voice steady despite the tremor in my heart. But to understand. We seek balance. The serpent stirs, the earth quaking beneath its weight, and I feel the heartbeat of the forest quicken, the trees leaning closer, listening. Balance, it hisses, a sound like thunder rolling across the sky. You think you grasp what you seek? There is no balance without sacrifice. What must we give? Mara's voice is stronger now, filled with a fierce resolve. The serpent's gaze pierces through me. Everything is bound by sacrifice. The darkness dwells within you all. To quell my hunger, you must embrace your own. A shiver runs through us. The weight of the truth, raw and unyielding, seeps into my soul. I look at my sister, and in that moment, I see the flicker of a choice, a path laid out before us, lined with shadows and light. Mara steps forward, her voice steady but tinged with fear. We're willing to fight for our people. Show us how to heal. As the serpent's gaze holds ours, the world around us begins to dissolve into a haze of memory and shadow, the cosmos unfurling like a dark flower in bloom. The air thickens with old magic, and I feel the heartbeat of the universe, a rhythm that dances between life and death, creation and destruction. The night stretches out before us, vast and infinite, as the boundary between reality and myth blurs. The shadows whisper secrets, the trees bow in reverence. We stand on the precipice of something terrifying and beautiful. The serpent coils tighter, and I know this is just the beginning of a confrontation woven through time, a cycle that loops back on itself, where the heart of darkness and light collide. And as the serpent hisses, the dawn approaches, the horizon rippling with the promise of chaos and creation. This is not an end, it's a beginning, and we are caught in its dance, trapped between nightmares and dreams, where hope and despair intertwine. The heart of the serpent beats within us, echoing through the night, as we brace ourselves for the storm that's to come. A distant scream slices through the night, reverberating against the crumbling walls of a forgotten town. A figure darts through the shadows, heart pounding like a war drum, every breath laced with the acrid taste of smoke and fear. In that moment, Mara knows. She knows that death isn't a distant spectre, it's here, clawing at her heels, hungry for souls. Run, she whispers to herself, though the words are barely audible over the chaos unraveling around her, the flames licking the edges of her consciousness as if trying to claim her as one of its own. She stumbles into a clearing, the air thick with the scent of charred wood and despair. There, amid the wreckage of what was once a home, stands her brother, Elias, a wild-eyed warrior with a heart too soft for the world. He clutches a sword that glints ominously in the firelight, the blade stained with more than just the blood of beasts. It bears the weight of his nightmares, of every life he couldn't save. Elias! Mara cries, her voice a frantic melody of fear and hope, but the sound goes unheard, lost in the symphony of destruction. The night is alive, twisting with a ferocity that feels cosmic, as if the universe itself is conspiring against them. Shadows flicker, stretch, and contort, forming monstrous shapes that dance at the edges of their vision. Stay back, he roars, but his fury is laced with desperation, a plea wrapped in a shout. The firebird is real, Mara thinks. It swoops low, a blazing omen of rebirth, but its wings are drenched in the ashes of the fallen. I remember the stories, whispered in hushed tones by the elders, tales of a phoenix rising from its own smoldering remains. But the firebird in front of them feels more like a harbinger of loss than a symbol of hope. Its eyes burn with the weight of ancient sorrow, reflecting the raw agony etched into their hearts. Elias, she screams again, and this time her voice breaks, spilling out a cocktail of fear and vulnerability. We can't fight it alone. But he stands, rooted in place, locked in a battle against the shadows of his mind, where every failure feels like a blade thrust into his soul. Suddenly, the earth trembles, a low growl that sends tremors through the ground. Shadows spiral, twisting and twining like serpents, weaving around Elias's legs, pulling him into darkness. Mara lunges forward, but she's too late. The monster of mortality looms larger, its presence a black hole sucking the light from the world. I won't let you take him, she screams, each word a desperate incantation, a spell against the encroaching despair. The firebird screeches, a sound that feels like it could shatter existence itself. The night ignites with a fury, as if the cosmos flares in response to her defiance. And within that moment of chaos, Mara sees it, the flicker of something within the firebird, a glimmer of pure essence caught between worlds. It's the promise of rebirth, the understanding that even in the depths of despair, there exists the potential for resurrection. Elias, she gasps, reaching for him, her hand outstretched, please, remember who you are. He looks at her, his eyes momentarily clearing, and she sees him, the boy who would climb trees just to see the world from above, the man who would fight for everyone but himself. I remember, he whispers, the words fragile yet powerful, like the first breath taken after drowning. Suddenly, the firebird flares, illuminating the night with a brilliance that feels almost divine. Its wings expand, casting away the shadows as if pushing back the very fabric of mortality. Mara's heart races with a fierce pulse, the rhythm echoing with the promise of possibility. She steps forward, the heat of the flames licking at her skin, and for a heartbeat, she feels weightless, as if she could soar alongside the phoenix. Together, she breathes, her voice rising above the inferno, "We can defeat this." The shadows wail, furious at the affront to their darkness, but the firebird, her partner in this cosmic dance of life and death, spins, a whirlwind of light and fury. Elias grips his sword, a smile breaking through the storm of grief. Together, he echoes, the word a lifeline thrown into the churning chaos of their world. He takes a step toward Mara, then another, until they stand side by side, united against the encroaching darkness. The shadows writhe, morphing into grotesque figures that claw and gnash, desperate to claim their flesh. And in that moment, fear and determination meld into a singular force, a bond stronger than the chains binding their past. The firebird screeches again, a piercing cry that resonates deep within their souls, igniting the embers of hope that lie dormant. The battle unfolds in fiery bursts and shadowy whispers, each clash a reminder of mortality's relentless grip. They fight not just for survival, but for the promise of rebirth and the chance to reclaim the joy stolen from them. The flames rise higher, dancing in a chaotic ballet, illuminating the scars of their past while casting away the weight of despair. Mara can feel it, the pulse of life, the firebird's heart syncing with her own. It's a symphony of chaos and creation, a cycle that echoes through the cosmos, whispering tales of life beyond death. Every heartbeat becomes a mantra, a reminder that even in the darkest night, the dawn is inevitable. "I remember," she chants, words tumbling from her lips like stars falling from the sky. "I remember," and as the firebird ascends, breaking through the veil of shadows, it leaves behind the promise of rebirth. The last echoes of the monster's roar fade into the night, swallowed by the brilliance of the phoenix's flame, and in that moment, Mara and Elias understand, they are not just fighting against death, they are embracing life, forging a path through the ashes toward a new beginning. As the flames lick at the remnants of what once was, the dawn approaches, and with it, the unyielding truth that from every end, there sprouts the possibility of a new beginning. The rhythm of their hearts thrums together, intertwined in the eternal dance of death and rebirth, as the firebird soars into the horizon, leaving nothing but embers and the promise of more to come. The night was thick with dread, a darkness so oppressive it seemed to breathe with malice. I stood in the shadows of the palace, the scent of molten fear curling into my nostrils, mingling with the cool breeze that whispered tales of doom. The air was electric, crackling with tension, every heartbeat a drumroll toward the inevitable. They had come to watch the end, not knowing they were merely witnesses to the beginning of the horror that would unfurl. Hiranyakashipu was not a demon to be trifled with. He towered like a mountain, his voice a tempest that shattered the silence. "I am the king," he roared, each word a thunderclap that shook the very foundation of the earth. His eyes, like two burning coals, swept over the crowd. They flinched, cowering under the weight of his gaze. And there, in that moment of chaos and despair, my heart tangled with the fate of a boy who was more than just a child, he was a beacon of hope. Prahada, his son, stood defiantly in the face of his father's fury, the innocent light of his spirit an affront to darkness itself. "You are not a god, father," he shouted, his voice trembling with righteous fury yet echoing with the innocence of youth. Every syllable dripped with the audacity that only a heart untainted by fear could muster. "There is a power greater than you." Those words cut through the night, igniting a flicker of courage in the hearts of the onlookers. And there I was, a mere observer, my breath catching in my throat as I witnessed the collision of two worlds, the tyrant and the child. I felt the pull of their conflicting energies, an emotional maelstrom swirling around me. In that moment, the cosmos seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the scales to tip, for the balance to shift. The palace walls, adorned with opulence, now seemed to close in on me, the grandeur a grotesque mask hiding the cruelty within. I could see the shadows of the guards flanking Hiranyakashipu, their faces a mix of fear and loyalty, and I knew they were trapped in an illusion of power, shackled to a man who had long lost the essence of what it meant to be a ruler. My heart ached for them, for Prahada, for the swirling chaos of emotions that blurred the lines of right and wrong. This was no ordinary battle, it was a clash of ideals, of love versus hate, light versus dark. Hiranyakashipu's laugh echoed like a dirge, a haunting melody that promised suffering. "You think your god will save you," he bellowed, fury laced with contempt. The crowd gasped, a collective intake of breath sharp enough to pierce through the veil of despair. But Prahada stood taller, every ounce of his being radiating defiance. "Narasimha will come," he cried, his voice a clarion call cutting through the suffocating darkness. Narasimha! The name hung in the air, a promise that felt like a distant dream, flickering in and out of existence. I could almost feel the earth tremble with the anticipation of his arrival. The half-man, half-lion, an embodiment of rage tempered by purpose. Will he emerge? I whispered to the shadows, as if they alone could answer. As if in response, the walls began to pulse, alive with an unseen energy. The moon, obscured by clouds, seemed to peek out, its light a thin thread weaving through the tapestry of night. Time fractured around us, heartbeats stretched into eternity, moments compressed into fleeting glances. Fear mixed with hope, creating a volatile concoction that twisted my insides. What did it mean to be both man and beast? To both create and destroy? Suddenly, the ground trembled like a frightened child, and I felt it, a powerful presence, a wave of primal energy surging toward us. I stumbled back, gasping. I could sense the air shift, heavy with the weight of destiny. And then, from the shadows, he emerged, Narasimha, his form a mesmerizing blend of human and lion, muscles coiled like springs ready to unleash fury. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly fire, a storm brewing within their depths. Hiranyakashipu's expression morphed from arrogance to confusion, and then to sheer terror as he realized that a reckoning was upon him. "You think you can defeat me," he barked, but his voice trembled as he spoke. The laughter that once rolled off his tongue now sounded like the desperate gasps of a drowning man. Narasimha roared, a sound that reverberated through the heavens, a melody of vengeance. The ground beneath us split, and I felt the tremor in my bones, a reminder that nature itself was watching, holding its breath. "Come forth," he challenged, and my heart soared at the thought of justice about to be served. This was the moment, the intersection of fate and fury. As their eyes locked, I could see the dance of emotions play out, the primal fear in Hiranyakashipu's gaze countered by the unwavering resolve in Narasimha's. I remembered my own fears, the moments I felt like a coward in the face of darkness, and I understood then that this battle was not just for Prahada, but for all of us who had ever trembled in the shadows of our own nightmares. The clash was titanic, a cacophony of sound and fury. The roar of Narasimha echoed like thunder, each swipe of his claws slicing through the fabric of despair that cloaked the palace. Hiranyakashipu fought back, but his power felt feeble under the weight of destiny. I could almost see the moment the last remnants of hope flickered in the demon's eyes, hope that he could escape, that darkness could evade its reckoning. And as the confrontation reached a fever pitch, I felt the ground beneath me dissolve into a whirlwind of emotions, fear, hope, anger, despair, all swirling together in a maelstrom of raw intensity. I could see the fear etched on the faces of the crowd, yet there was a glimmer of something else, courage. The courage to believe that even in the darkest of nights, light could burst forth, fierce and unrelenting. And then it happened, the moment that would echo through time, the final confrontation that would be spoken of for ages. I held my breath as the shadows danced around me, the very essence of the cosmos aligning. This was not just a battle, it was a transformation, the birth of legend from the ashes of despair, a testament to the enduring struggle between light and dark. Narasimha lunged forward, a whirlwind of strength and ferocity, the embodiment of justice unleashed. I could see Hiranyakashipu's facade of power crumbling, and the realization hit me like a bolt of lightning. Every fear I had ever held was being confronted and obliterated. The roar of Narasimha blended with the cries of the crowd, a symphony of raw emotion that coursed through my veins, igniting a fire of belief that nothing could extinguish. And the battle raged on, each heartbeat echoing with the promise of salvation, the night swirling into a tapestry of chaos and resolution. The shadows pulsed, time stretched, and I stood transfixed, caught in the eye of the storm, a witness to the birth of a legend, a moment where courage faced its greatest test, and where the heart of a boy beat defiantly against the cruelty of a tyrant. In that moment, I understood, this was not just a story of gods and demons, it was the very essence of humanity. The struggle against darkness, the fight for justice, the unwavering belief that even in our darkest moments, hope would rise like the sun, relentless and illuminating. The clash was far from over, it had only just begun. The moon hung low, a bloodshot eye glaring at the chaos beneath it. The clearing pulsed with a raw energy, a heartbeat shared among warriors and shadows alike. I stood on the precipice of dread, the air thick with the metallic tang of fear and sweat. The guardian bull, a beast forged from nightmares and whispered legends, stood hulking in the center, its eyes two smoldering coals, daring any soul foolish enough to challenge it. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears, a frantic drum roll heralding the storm to come. Jason's face, illuminated by the flickering torchlight, was painted with determination, yet a flicker of uncertainty danced in his gaze. He was a man caught between ambition and dread. His dreams of glory clashed violently with the weight of the lives that hung in the balance. The Argonauts, all of them, stood behind him, braced, their breaths shallow like the last gasp of a drowning man, each one of us aware that this moment could fracture the fragile bonds of loyalty. I remember my father's stories, he muttered, as if clutching at the remnants of childhood comfort. The bull, a beast of fire and fury. They called it the gold of the gods. His voice trembled, weaving through the night like a thread threatening to snap. I believed it was a myth. And then it moved, a ripple of muscle and menace, its snort echoing like thunder. The ground quaked beneath us, and I felt the chill of impending doom crawling up my spine. Fear is a strange companion, it can either paralyze or ignite. In that moment, it ignited. I watched as the Argonauts gripped their weapons tighter, the weight of their resolve melding into something tangible. Each man, a fragment of hope, yet marred by doubts that clung like shadows. But what choice did we have? The fate of the kingdom hung on the precipice of this encounter. We couldn't turn back. We were the spears of destiny, aimed at a heart that beat too loud, too powerful. I could see Heracles, the lion-hearted giant, his jaw set like stone, yet deep in his eyes flickered an ember of fear. He was not invincible, and that terrified us all. Courage, he grunted, but it felt more like a prayer than a proclamation. The bull charged, a storm unleashed. Time fractured, moments stretched thin like a taut bowstring. I could taste the adrenaline, sharp and metallic, as my feet moved on instinct. I remember thinking of all the times I'd been scared before, darkened alleys, thunderous nights, but nothing prepared me for the primal rage of this creature. It lunged, its horn like a spear aimed directly at Jason's heart. But he danced aside, a flicker of elegance amidst a world of chaos. Each movement was a prayer to the gods, an offering of sweat and fear, and I felt my breath catch as the beast narrowly missed him. The world around me dissolved into unfocused chaos, the roars mingling with the cries of my comrades. Each clash of metal against horn rang like funeral bells, echoing the fragility of our mission, the absurdity of our lives. I remember the heat, the scorching breath of the bull. It filled the air with a smoky scent, and I could almost see the souls of fallen warriors swirling in its wake. The ground was littered with remnants of hope, splintered arrows, and desperate hearts. I could almost feel them whispering their last wishes to us, urging us to succeed where they could not. It was haunting, and yet it fueled us. Then came the moment when Jason, still trembling but resolute, lifted his sword. His arm quivered, and I could see the memory of every face he'd left behind, every sacrifice that led him here. He was not merely fighting for glory, he was fighting for them, for us. With a primal scream that shattered the night, he charged, and I felt it ignite something within me. It was for the ones who believed in legends, who spun dreams in the dark. He drove the blade deep into the beast's side, and the world held its breath. But the bull thrashed, and I saw death writhe in Jason's eyes, a flicker of regret, a yearning for a life unlived. In that split second, I glimpsed the truth of our mortality, the absurdity of our dreams in the shadow of such brutality. Time warped again as the bull's blood stained the earth, an offering to the gods and a testament of our folly. Around us, the Argonauts surged forward like waves against a rocky shore, a cacophony of courage and despair. Each of us, flawed, desperate, and bound by the choices we'd made. I could see my own reflection in their eyes, fear, hope, regret, all tangled together like vines strangling the heart. Jason stood, panting, sweat mingling with the blood of the creature, and in that moment, it was not victory I saw in his eyes but a daunting realization. The price of glory was steep, and we were mere mortals dancing on the edge of shadows. As the bull collapsed, silence fell like a shroud. The echoes of our battle faded into the night, leaving only the heavy thrum of our own hearts. And yet, I could feel it, the continuing pulse of tension, the rhythm of unresolved conflict swirling around us. There was no celebration, only the grim understanding that we had become part of the very legends we sought to create. I stood there, heart racing, staring at the fallen beast, aware that our story was far from over. The shadows loomed, whispering secrets of what lay ahead. The journey continued, tangled in the threads of fate, woven by the hands of gods who laughed at our grand designs. We were bound by blood, not just of the bull but of our dreams, our fears, and our relentless pursuit of something greater than ourselves. In the quiet aftermath, I knew that this moment would echo through time, a ghost of our ambition, and we would carry it with us, for better or worse, as we stepped into the shadows once more. The wind howled like a banshee, twisting through the trees, gripping the heart of the forest in a shuddering embrace. A thick fog rolled in, heavy and damp, settling into the gnarled branches that clawed at the dim light of a waning moon. In the distance, the silhouette of a hut stood on chicken legs, teetering precariously as if it were alive, a sinister puppet in a macabre play. I knew what lurked within, I could feel it in my bones, a prickling sensation of dread that filled my veins with ice. I remember the stories whispered around warm fires, tales of Baba Yaga, the witch with iron teeth who boiled children in her cauldron. But now, standing at the threshold of her lair, the fear was palpable, mingling with an unsettling curiosity that gnawed at my insides. What if she wasn't the monster they said? What if she was merely a reflection of our own fears, a byproduct of our darkest thoughts? And then there was Ivan, a young hero, innocent yet burdened, his heart torn between duty and desire. He stood beside me, trembling as he clutched the hilt of his sword, his fingers slick with sweat. "Is it really true?" he whispered. "Can she be killed?" The question echoed, bouncing off the trees, vanishing into the mist. I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a battle of light and shadow that mirrored the very essence of our existence. I remember my mother's voice, low and trembling, warning me of her power. I murmured, pulling Ivan from his thoughts. She told me of the bones that littered the ground, the spirits trapped in her shadow. But I also remember the stories of those who sought her wisdom, those who walked away changed, not dead. Ivan's breath came quick, a frantic rhythm that matched the thudding of my own heart. He was just a boy, really, draped in a cloak 2 sizes too big, a boy caught in the throes of becoming a man. But what if she is the monster? His eyes were wide, pools of fear that threatened to swallow him whole. The silence that followed was charged, electric, a moment suspended in time. The trees leaned in, listening, as if they too were afraid of the truth. Baba Yaga could be the monster, yes, but could she also be the savior? A riddle wrapped in shadows, a paradox that twisted my insides. The air felt thick, almost suffocating, and I could hear the pulse of the forest, a heartbeat that seemed to synchronize with our own. "She is both," I finally said, my voice barely above a whisper, a fragile thread woven into the fabric of the night. The monster and the healer, the slayer and the slain. The duality of existence, Ivan. We all carry it within us. His brow furrowed in confusion, the lines of his youth illuminated by the ethereal glow of the moon. But how can a monster help us? As if summoned by the weight of our words, a low growl emanated from the depths of the hut, reverberating through the ground. The earth seemed to tremble in anticipation, a warning that sent jolts of adrenaline through me. Baba Yaga's presence was undeniable. She was watching, waiting, her very essence entwined with the fabric of the forest. Courage doesn't lie in the absence of fear, but in our ability to confront it, I said, clutching Ivan's arm, grounding him as the shadows began to dance. We were not merely stepping toward a monster, we were marching toward our truths, and that was far more terrifying. Suddenly, the door of the hut creaked open, a gaping maw that swallowed the light. A figure emerged, ancient and twisted, skin stretched tightly over bones like parchment over a forgotten book. Baba Yaga leaned on a wooden staff, her eyes shimmering with a knowing gleam that suggested centuries of wisdom and of sorrow. Was she hungry? Or was she merely curious? I know why you've come. Her voice was gravelly, each word a stone thrown into the lake of silence between us. You seek the heart of darkness, yet fear the light that might emerge. Ivan stiffened, his resolve crumbling beneath the weight of her gaze. We want to stop you. The words erupted from his lips, fueled by the fire of youth, but they hung in the air, heavy and profound. Baba Yaga chuckled, a sound that sent chills racing down my spine. It was a laugh that mingled with the rustling of leaves, a haunting melody that echoed the fragility of humanity. Do you not see, boy? You cannot slay the darkness without recognizing it as part of you. I am your fear, your struggle. I am the witch and the hero. You must choose which one you will embrace. The moment stretched, the tension building like a storm far away, rumbling ominously. I could feel Ivan's heartbeat pounding in his throat, a fragile pulse that threatened to break. The line between heroism and monstrosity blurred, and the air was thick with the taste of potential, of transformation, of metamorphosis. I remembered the tales of those who came before us, who faced her and returned changed. They didn't just slay, they learned. They understood the duality that thrummed through the universe, the yin and yang dancing in a perpetual waltz. Will you confront your fears, Ivan? I asked, my voice trembling with the weight of uncertainty. Or will you turn away? Baba Yaga's smile twisted, revealing iron teeth that glimmered with malice, or was it mischief? Could the monster be the guide through the darkness? The thought sent a ripple of fear through me, an echo of a truth that resonated deep within my soul. With a deep breath, Ivan stepped forward, defiance igniting in his eyes. I will embrace what I fear, he declared, conviction woven into every syllable. I will slay the monster. But in that moment, the forest sighed, as if the very trees understood that the battle was not just against the witch but against the shadows within us all. And as Ivan faced her, the boundaries of hero and villain began to dissolve, swirling into an abyss of uncertainty that lay ahead, a confrontation not just for him, but for every soul that has ever stood at the precipice of fear. In the swirling mist, the essence of Baba Yaga rippled, her laughter a blend of dark amusement and ancient wisdom. The night stretched on, and the forest held its breath, the story of monster and slayer unfolding in the heart of the darkness, an endless loop, a dance of shadows and light, waiting to ensnare the unwary. The earth shudders, and in that moment, the air is a living thing, heavy with anticipation. Distant rumbles mimic the heartbeat of the world, the very pulse of the island thrumming underfoot. The ground cracks and heaves, a doorway opening to the heart of creation and destruction. A fiery glow seeps through the fissures, illuminating shadows that dance like restless spirits. I can taste the sulfur in the air, a bitter tang that clings to the back of my throat, reminding me of the danger lurking beneath the surface. I remember the night it all began, the moment when Pele, the goddess of volcanoes, unleashed her fury. I stood at the edge of Harla crater, my heart pounding in rhythm with the eruption, a primal force that called to the wildness in my soul. My friend Leilani clutched my arm, her eyes wide, shimmering with fear and awe. It's beautiful, she whispered, but her voice trembled, a fragile thread of hope in a world built on chaos. Then there was Kai, a man torn between duty and desire, a firefighter destined to battle the flames of his own heart. He gazed toward the horizon, where the glow of the lava reflected in his eyes, burning like an unquenchable thirst. This was his land, his home, and yet, the flames beckoned him with the promise of destruction. I can't let it take over, he said, voice barely breaking through the roar of the eruption. But deep down, he knew the truth, the fire was alive, a monster waiting for the right moment to consume everything. As the molten lava surged forward, it roared like a wounded animal, seeking revenge for the years of neglect and scorn. The island trembled beneath its weight, threatening to swallow us whole. I felt Leilani's fingers dig into my skin, grounding me even as my mind raced. What if Pele has come for us? I laughed nervously, trying to mask the tremor in my voice, but the laughter hung in the air like a dying ember. Don't joke about that, she hissed, and for a fleeting second, I caught a glimpse of her fear, a reflection of my own. She believed in the legends, the stories whispered around campfires, tales of the goddess who danced on the edge of destruction. Pele was both creator and destroyer, a deity of fire who could sweep through the land, leaving nothing but ashes in her wake. And yet, she was also fierce and beautiful, a spirit of wildness that coursed through the veins of the island. "Look!" Kai shouted, pointing toward the sky. A plume of ash spiraled upward, a ghostly finger stretching toward the cosmos. I felt the ground tremble again, a warning that echoed through my bones. "It's getting closer," he murmured, and we all knew this was no ordinary eruption. This was a battle, a confrontation between the goddess and the very heart of man. We were mere spectators, clinging to the edge of our emotions as we faced the fire monster together. I remember the stories of Pele that my grandmother told me, her voice a melody woven with the wisdom of our ancestors. "She's a lover and a fighter," she said, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "She's passionate, and she'll do anything to protect what's hers." I had laughed then, thinking of Pele as a myth, a figure crafted from the imagination of generations. But now, as the sky darkened, that laughter felt hollow, an echo against the backdrop of doom. The heat from the lava surged toward us, a wave of warmth that felt almost inviting, yet I knew it was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Leilani's breath hitched as she met my gaze, and in that shared moment, our fears intertwined, a bond forged in the crucible of catastrophe. "We can't just stand here," I said, but my voice was swallowed by the roar of the volcano, a reminder of our insignificance. Kai stepped forward, drawn by the call of duty, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. "I can't let it destroy the village. I have to do something." I wanted to scream, to pull him back, but the words died in my throat. The fire monster was not just an external force, it was a manifestation of our deepest fears and desires, a reflection of every choice we had made. "Pele's angry," Leilani whispered, her voice barely audible over the chaos. "She's searching for something, or someone." I felt the hairs on my arms stand on end, the tension curling around us like the smoke rising from the earth. The shadows flickered and danced, a reminder of the spirits that lingered, watching, waiting. Kai's eyes blazed with determination as he turned to us. "I have to go. If I don't, the village will burn." His voice was steady, but the crack in his facade betrayed the storm brewing inside him. I wanted to tell him to stay, to understand that the fire he sought to battle was not just a physical flame, but a fire that burned in our hearts, consuming our hopes and dreams. "But what if you don't come back?" I asked, my voice breaking, vulnerability spilling out like molten lava, threatening to engulf us all. "I will come back," he said, but the promise hung in the air like a feeble spark against the wrath of the volcano. "I have to face it. For all of us." And with that, he plunged into the chaos, a figure silhouetted against the inferno, a warrior against the fire monster that threatened to consume him whole. Leilani and I stood frozen, fear rooted deep within us, whispers of the past and shadows of the future clawing at our minds. The island was alive, a breathing entity filled with rage and sorrow, and in that moment, we were all intertwined, Pele, the goddess, Kai, the man, and us, the witnesses to this cosmic dance of destruction and rebirth. The fire monster raged, and we could only hold our breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of human spirit against divine fury, not knowing who would emerge from the flames. The air crackled with tension, thick and electric, as the two brothers stood at the mouth of the underworld, Xibalba. A chilling silence engulfed them, swallowing every hopeful whisper. I could feel my heart pounding, each beat a drum echoing the dread that pulled in the pit of my stomach. Hunahpu and Spalank, the hero twins, faced the yawning abyss, shadows flickering just beyond the veil, taunting them with the promises of darkness. The lords of Xibalba had summoned them to this hellish arena, and the stakes? Oh, they were nothing less than life and death again. I remember the stories. I hear one of them say, voice low and quaking like the trembling earth beneath their feet. I remember the tales told by our mother, the soft cadence of her voice slicing through the fear like a knife. It felt so distant yet so close, as if I could almost reach out and touch the warmth of her presence. Spalank's eyes glimmered with determination, but I saw the flicker of doubt. "What if we fail?" he whispered, barely above the growl of the wind. Time blurred, stretching into infinite echoes of what ifs. Each heartbeat matched the rhythm of his pulse, heavy and laced with fear. The ghosts of their ancestors hovered nearby, specters of those who had fought and lost. Would their fate mirror those hollow echoes in the dark? Hunahpu clenched his fists, resolve hardening like steel. "We will not let fear consume us," he declared, but his voice cracked, revealing a chink in his armor. I could see the memories slipping through, the pain of their father's defeat against the Dark Lords lingering in the air. The brothers had already lost so much, would they lose each other too? As they stepped forward, the air grew thick and suffocating, the underworld's breath a chill that gnawed at their very essence. Shadows danced, taunting and twisting, as the lords of Xibalba arose, grotesque figures draped in darkness, eyes glinting like shards of broken glass. "Welcome, heroes," they hissed, voices dripping with malice, echoing like the laugh of a madman in a lonely street at midnight. "How brave of you to come. How foolish." The brothers exchanged a glance, a silent communion, a deeper understanding forged in that moment. I could feel the weight of their unspoken fears crashing down upon them. They were not just fighting for their own lives, but for the very essence of humanity, for every lost soul that had dared to dream against the dark. The first challenge arrived like a swift blade, a game of chance that twisted their fate. The brothers of the underworld summoned the stick and ball, a game steeped in laughter yet drenched in dread. I could almost hear the laughter of the crowd, the unyielding pressure of their eyes like 1,000 burning suns. "Remember, my brother," Hunahpu said, voice steady despite the trembling in his hands, "we play for our lives, but we play together." I felt the bond between them, as tangible as the earth beneath my feet. But the lords, with their cruel cunning, played dirty. They revealed traps laced with fear, echoes of doubt that wormed into their minds. I felt a chill run down my spine, a creeping realization that defeat here would mean more than just death. It would unravel the very fabric of hope. Each challenge spiraled into chaos, bats swooping down like dark omens, poison darts flying through the air like arrows of despair. I watched as Hunahpu fell, caught in an ill-fated moment of hesitation. His brother's scream shattered the silence, a haunting wail that clawed at my insides, raw and piercing. "No!" Spalank shouted, the words spilling from his lips like blood from a wound. But despair is a cruel master. I felt every shred of hope fraying, the darkness threatening to consume them both. Spalank fought with a fury that tore the air, but it was not just a fight for survival, it was a fight born from the depths of despair. He was wrestling with the shadows within himself, battling not just the lords of Xibalba but also the haunting whispers of failure. "Come back to me," he roared, desperation echoing off the earthen walls, reverberating through the very marrow of my bones. I could feel the world unraveling, the threads of fate slipping through fingers grasping at the seams. In that moment, the ground trembled, a pulse beneath the earth, a reminder that life persists even in the darkest corners. I could sense the heartbeat of the cosmos, a reminder of resilience. The brothers were not alone, the spirits of their ancestors surged around them, flickering like candle flames, igniting a fire of determination in Spalank's heart. Hunahpu rose, and the light returned to his eyes, a spark against the encroaching darkness. Together, they chanted, voices rising like a tide, crashing against the fortress of despair. The shadows recoiled, and I could feel the air thicken with promise. The final challenge loomed, the ultimate confrontation, a test of their very souls. Spalank, fierce and untamed, stood at the forefront, the weight of their lineage pressing heavily upon him. He was not just a hero, he was the embodiment of their hope, a beacon against the abyss. "Let us end this," he declared, voice a steady flame against the dark. And with that, they charged, hearts pounding, breaths mingling with the raw energy of the universe, a symphony of defiance against the malevolent lords. The clash of wills echoed through the depths, resonating with the weight of centuries of lost dreams and forgotten souls. In that heartbeat, in that breath, I was lost in their struggle, their pain, their love, their story intertwining with the very essence of existence itself. Time folded, shattered, and reformed, a tapestry woven of light and dark, laughter and tears. And just when I thought they might falter, when the darkness threatened to swallow them whole, there was a glimmer, a hint of victory, a spark that ignited the shadows. This was a battle not just for survival but for the soul of humankind, a dance of light and shadow that would echo through eternity. The intensity grew, raw emotions bleeding through every heart-wrenching moment. And as I stood there, caught in the swirling maelstrom of their fate, I knew this was but one chapter in a story that would never truly end. The fight against the darkness would continue, for every heartbeat, every breath, would pulse with the intensity of their struggle. The cycle of life, of hope, of despair would rise again, woven into the very fabric of existence. A heartbeat thunders in the stillness of the night, a pulse of dread. The air is thick and electric, crackling with the promise of chaos. Darkness looms, a malevolent shadow, and I stand at the threshold of oblivion, breath caught in my throat. Above me, Ra rides his chariot across the sky, a blazing orb illuminating the world, but even his light cannot cleanse the encroaching darkness. The serpent coils beneath the surface, Apep, the embodiment of chaos, twisting and writhing, a nightmare made flesh. I can feel his presence, a chill creeping along my spine, a whisper that promises destruction if the sun falters. I remember the tales, the ancient ones that spoke of battles fought in the depths of the night, of gods clashing like titans, and of the relentless struggle for balance. Across the horizon, I see Ra's eyes, fiery, fierce, filled with an unwavering resolve. He is not just a deity, he is the heartbeat of the universe, the source of light and life. But even he is not invincible. Each dawn, he faces Apep, and each night, I wonder, will this be the day chaos wins? Rise, Ra! I scream, my voice a raw echo in the void. Rise and banish the shadows. My plea hangs in the air, trembling with desperation, and I feel it, I feel the weight of fate pressing down on us all. The sun god's journey is a relentless spiral, and I, an insignificant speck in the cosmos, am drawn into this celestial ballet. Apep's laughter reverberates like thunder, deep and sinister, a sound that chills the very marrow of my bones. It wraps around my heart, squeezing tighter with every beat, a reminder of the fragile thread of order in a world teetering on the brink. Foolish Ra, he hisses, your flame will flicker, your dominion over this world is but a fleeting illusion. Ra presses on, his resolve unwavering, but even gods have their doubts. I can see the flicker in his eyes, the moments of uncertainty that linger like shadows in the corners of his mind. He fights not just for the world, but for himself, against the whispers of doubt, against the fear that he might fail, that the darkness might swallow him whole. And then there's me, terrified yet enthralled, lost in this cosmic struggle, yearning to understand my place in the chaos. I've watched the sun rise and set, marveling at the brilliance of Ra's light, but this is different. This is a battle of wills, a dance of fate where each moment teeters on the brink of despair. I remember the sun's warmth and how it feels like a promise, a beacon in the abyss, but the thought of Apep's cold, suffocating embrace sends tremors through my soul. Fight! I scream again, voice cracking, raw with emotion. The battle between light and dark unfolds in my mind, images flashing, Ra wielding his spear, Apep coiling and striking, fear mingling with hope in a twisted waltz. For Ra, this is not merely a fight, it is a reflection of his very essence. Each swing of his spear is a declaration, a testament to the life he brings forth, yet in the depths of every clash, a whisper of dread echoes, what if this time, he cannot prevail? What if Apep, in all his serpentine malice, finds a way to snuff out the light forever? Every dawn is a resurrection, but every dusk is a descent into despair. The cycle spins, relentless. And I find myself caught in it, my heart racing, breath shallow as I grapple with the enormity of this cosmic struggle. I see Apep's eyes, dark and empty, reflecting the abyss. You think you can defeat me, Ra? I am the void, the silence that consumes. You are nothing but a flicker in my eternal night. It is the fear that chills me the most, fear not of losing the sun, but of losing the hope it represents. We are so fragile, we mortals, dancing on the edge of existence, teetering between light and dark. I think of the people below, lives intertwined like threads of a tapestry, caught in the turmoil of this divine conflict. Apep! I shout, my voice rising above the cacophony of chaos. You do not own this world. You cannot drown us in your shadows. I feel the weight of my words, the rawness of my plea, as if the cosmos itself holds its breath, waiting for a resolution. Across the sky, the sun falters. An ominous shudder ricochets through the heavens as Ra fights against the encroaching darkness, but Apep's coils tighten, relentless in their grasp. I will take what is yours, the serpent hisses, his voice a silken caress, dripping with malevolence. The night will be my dominion, and you will be nothing but a memory. Ra's roar reverberates through the cosmos, a defiant cry that ignites the very fabric of existence. He strikes, and for a moment, the darkness wanes, the shadows receding like a tide. But even as hope flares bright, I can feel the undercurrent of despair. How long can he hold this darkness at bay? I remember the way the sun bathes the world in warmth, how it drives away the chill of night. But as Apep looms, the warmth falters, the light dims, and I can feel the cold seep into my bones. Time stretches, a taut string ready to snap, and I know, this is just the beginning. As Ra battles his eternal foe, I stand at the precipice of fear and hope, entranced by the dance of light and shadow. The cries of the gods mingle with the whispers of mortals, a symphony of desperation and determination. I fear for Ra, but I fear more for myself, for what it means to exist in a world poised on the edge of chaos. If he fails, if the serpent wins, what will be left? What hope can bloom in a land where darkness reigns? A voice echoes in my mind, the soft, haunting refrain of the universe, will you, too, succumb to the shadows? And in that moment, I understand. This is not just Ra's battle, it is ours. The sun and the serpent are symbols of our eternal struggle against the chaos that threatens to consume us all. Every heartbeat, every breath, is a choice to fight against the darkness, to cling to the light, no matter the cost. I close my eyes, feeling the warmth of Ra's light, a fragile ember in the encroaching darkness. And I realize, this battle is not over. It will never be over. The struggle for balance, for existence, for hope, will continue in an endless cycle of light and shadow. And in this realization, in this moment of heart-pounding intensity, I am forever caught in the dance. The wind howled through the ancient trees, a mournful wail that seemed to speak of betrayal and loss. With every gust, the leaves danced, whispering secrets of the past, taunting the souls who dared tread upon sacred ground. Kiloshi clutched his sword, the weight of it a cold reminder of the shadows lurking just beyond the flickering light of his campfire. He could feel the presence of the Tengu, their eyes like coals burning in the dark, watching, waiting. It was not the kind of fear that paralyzed, it was a visceral, living thing that surged through him like a wild river, thrumming with the pulse of something far greater than himself. I remember, he muttered, though the words barely broke the stillness. I remember the tales my father told, the Tengu, guardians of the mountains, their fierce honor. Yet here I am, lost and trembling, a mere man in their domain. His heart raced, each beat echoing against the silence, the forest holding its breath as if it too were complicit in this dangerous game. He scanned the tree line, the shadows contorting and stretching, blurring the line between the real and the imagined. How foolish he had been to venture alone, to dismiss the warnings of the elders. He had sought glory, a name, yet now sought only survival. And then, a rustle. A flash of movement. Kiloshi's breath caught, eyes widening. There she was, Hannah, a Tengu in human guise, her features sharp and ethereal. She was a warrior of the mountains, with feathers woven into her hair and eyes like storm clouds brewing trouble. You tread lightly, Kiloshi, she said, her voice as musical as it was chilling. The mountains are not yours to conquer. I come seeking forgiveness, he replied, his voice cracking under the weight of his admission. I did not mean to disturb your realm. I only wished to prove my worth. The shadows around her shifted, a grim smile tugging at her lips. Worth? In the eyes of nature, worth is born from respect, not conquest. You have taken more than you realize, and nature does not forget. Kiloshi felt a surge of anger, a flare of defiance. What can I do to make this right? I am not a monster. I did not ask for this. Ah, but you are. The silky edge of her words cut through the air. You are a monster of your own making, one who steps over the boundaries drawn by those who came before. To find your redemption, you must confront the truth of your nature. He staggered back, the truth hitting him like a gust of winter wind. Memories flooded his mind, his father's laughter over a fire, the tales of battles fought and won, the blood spilled for glory. But they were not only tales, they were the echoes of lives lost, of forests scarred, of spirits disturbed. He had thought himself a hero, but what was a hero if not a protector? "I will make it right," he said, more to himself than to her. "I will restore the balance." But the forest was not so easily swayed. As the last word fell from his lips, a tremor rippled through the ground, a low growl of discontent from the very earth he stood upon. Kiloshi felt his resolve falter, fear creeping back in, spine crawling as if the roots beneath were reaching up to ensnare him. The Tengu were guardians, yes, but they were also wrathful spirits who demanded balance, and Kiloshi had tipped the scale. Just then, a crash echoed through the night, a boulder tumbling down the mountainside, a sign of nature's fury. It thundered, rolling closer, and Kiloshi instinctively ducked, heart hammering, breath quickening. But this was no ordinary rockfall, it was a warning. Something was amiss in the heart of these mountains, something darker than he had anticipated. A third figure emerged from the shadows, Takumi, Kiloshi's childhood friend, face marred by desperation. "Kiyoshi! You must come! The village is in chaos. The Tengu have come for the harvest, harvest!" Kiyoshi felt the blood drain from his face. "But it is not the time. They do not care for calendars or your foolish games." Takumi spat, eyes wild and fevered. "They will take what they deem fit, and we have nothing left to offer." Hana's gaze hardened, and in that moment, Kiloshi saw the truth reflected in her eyes. Her people were hungry, their balance disrupted by his arrogance. Yet the fear in Takumi's eyes was a mirror of his own, a raw terror that spoke of loss, of the fragility of life. "I will fix this," Kiloshi shouted, the words tearing from him in desperation. "I will speak with the Tengu. I will offer my life if I must." "Your life? What good is a life weighed down by guilt?" Takumi's voice cracked, heartbroken. "It will not bring back the lives lost, nor appease the Tengu. They desire respect, not sacrifice. And I will learn what respect means." Kiloshi felt the fire ignite within him, a flicker of hope amidst the despair. "I will confront them. I will restore harmony." "Fool!" Hana stepped forward, her voice low but fierce. "You cannot bargain with what you do not understand. They are spirits of nature, and nature is unforgiving. To live is to be part of the cycle, to embrace the fierce beauty of chaos. Can you handle the weight of that truth?" Kiloshi faltered, then straightened. He was a warrior, but more than that, he was a child of this earth. He had been blessed with breath, with life, with the very mountains that surrounded him. "I will try," he declared, the words ringing clear against the night. And in that moment, as shadows writhed and whispered, the air thickened with tension, a promise forged in the depths of fear and resolve. The mountains would not bend easily, but neither would he. With every heartbeat echoing the pulse of the universe, they stood on the brink of something monumental, a confrontation that would shake the foundations of life itself. The Tengu, guardians, and warriors, awaited. Would they find a worthy soul, or merely another fool lost in the darkness? Only time would tell, but Kiyoshi felt the gravity of the moment, the weight of the world resting upon his shoulders. In the shadows beyond, the Tengu stirred, the air thick with unspoken words, their presence looming like a storm on the horizon. The dance of fate continued, an intricate web spun by nature itself, threads intertwining in ways unseen. Kiloshi, Hana, Takumi, each of them bound by destiny, each breath heavy with consequence, each moment leading closer to an inevitable clash that would shape not just their lives, but the very soul of the mountains they called home. A howl pierces the night, a wretched cry that sends shivers through the trees, roots trembling in fear. My heart races, every beat echoing against the walls of my chest, the shadows closing in like a noose. I remember the moon, a ghostly eye, watching, judging, and shining down on a confrontation that hums with unspeakable tension. It's intoxicating, this mixture of dread and excitement, as if the air itself is charged with the potential for chaos. Pug dances in the underbrush, a flicker of mischief wrapped in a cloak of enchantment. His laughter is a melody spun from the darkest silk, an echo of forgotten dreams. But behind that playful facade lives a tempest. I see it in his eyes, wild and darting, reflecting the turmoil of two worlds, our mundane existence and the wild, unbridled spirits of his kin. There's a fracture within him, a longing for acceptance marred by the chaos he sows. I know that longing, it gnaws at my own heart, a shared pulse of humanity and otherness. Then there's Callista, fierce and radiant as a flame, yet fragile as the wings of a moth. She holds her breath as she clutches a withered flower, its colors drained by nightfall, just like her hopes. These beasts are not mere myths. Puck, she cries, her voice cracking like ice underfoot. They are our shadows. They haunt our dreams. There's desperation in her tone, a plea laid in hurt and betrayal. She speaks of beasts that tear apart the very fabric of reality, the chaos lurking just beyond our reach. Each word burrows deeper into my soul, a haunting reminder of the sacrifices made for the sake of love, of trust. The tension thickens, a palpable force that wraps around us like a shroud. We are not alone, the air is alive with whispers, the ghostly echoes of Puck's fairy kin. They emerge from the shadows, ethereal creatures whose forms twist and writhe as if the very essence of their being is a storm. Their eyes gleam like dying stars, and their laughter is a cacophony of sorrow and joy. They flutter around us, teasing and taunting, a reminder of the beauty and horror that lies within the realm of the fantastical. Puck stands at the precipice of reason, balancing on the knife edge of chaos and order. They are a reflection of us, Callista, he shouts, a flash of defiance sparking in his chest. To fear them is to fear our own hearts. I know, how true that rings. We are all fractured beings, haunted by our own demons, and Puck, with his jester's mask, embodies that duality. It's intoxicating and terrifying to witness him weave through the madness, a whirl of colors amidst the grayscale of despair. A chill creeps in, curling around us like a serpent, and I remember the tales of those who tread too far into the depths of the woods, lured by the promise of magic and wonder. But magic comes with a price, doesn't it? I can feel the weight of it as the shadows deepen, and the fairy beasts begin to emerge, their forms shifting like smoke. Each face is a mirror reflecting our fears, our failures, and our lost dreams. They crawl from the corners of our consciousness, and I can almost hear their whispers, insidious and seductive. Do you remember, Puck? I whisper, the words tumbling out like a pebble rolling into an abyss. Do you remember when we played beneath the stars, when laughter was our only currency? The memories flood back, vivid and raw. A time when innocence wove our hearts together, unbroken by the world's cruelty. But that innocence is a ghost now, a fading echo drowned beneath the weight of responsibility, of choices made and paths untaken. I remember, Puck's voice trails off, the light in his eyes dimming. But what is memory, if not a fleeting shadow? He sways, caught between the remnants of joy and the creeping bitterness of reality. His laughter, once bright, now carries a heaviness that tugs at my heart like a thief in the night. There's a crack in his mask, and I see the vulnerability beneath, the fear of being forgotten, of losing the essence of what it means to be alive. Callista steps closer to him, her hand brushing against his, a fleeting connection that sings with unspoken words. Together, she breathes, a fragile promise hanging between them. We can confront the beasts. We can reclaim the light. Her hope is a fragile bird, flitting between despair and determination, and I can't help but want to shield them both, from the darkness that encroaches. But the fairy beasts are restless, their growls reverberating through the air like distant thunder. They circle us, a dance of predation, a reminder that the line between play and peril is often blurred. I can see it in their eyes, a hunger for chaos, an insatiable need to tear apart the fabric of our reality. And then I see Puck, caught in the grip of his own creation. Puck! I scream, the words clawing at my throat. Don't let them take you. Time stretches, warping as the tension reaches its crescendo, a taut wire ready to snap. The beasts lunge, their forms coiling like smoke, and the air thickens with an intoxicating blend of fear and wonder. In that moment, I remember my own battles, the monsters I've faced within and without. I remember the taste of hope mingled with despair, the struggle to find the light in the darkest of nights. And somewhere, in the chaos, I realize that we are all intertwined, threads woven into a tapestry of existence, beautiful and grotesque, fragile and fierce. Puck, Callista, the beasts, they all blend together, swirling in a tempest of emotion. I take a step forward, my heart pulsing with something primal, something ancient. Together? I shout, my voice rising above the cacophony. We face them together. It's a call to arms, a fragile yet fiery beacon in the night. And as the shadows close in, I feel that spark ignite within me, a fierce determination rising like a phoenix. This is our moment, raw and electric. The beasts may howl, but we are not mere players in their game. We are the architects of our own fate, and together we will dance with the darkness, even as we reach for the light. In this haunted night, a new tale begins to unfold, one woven from the threads of our fears, our hopes, and the wild, unyielding spirit of rebellion. The night was ink, thick and wet, wrapping itself around the towering pines like a shroud, leaving only whispers of wind flitting through the branches. I stood at the edge of Loch Ness, heart racing, pulse pounding like a drum echoing in the dark. The water lay still, a glassy expanse reflecting the silver sliver of the moon, but beneath that calm facade, something stirred, the heartbeat of dread, a promise of the unknown. I remember the stories, the way the townsfolk spoke of the creature like it was a ghost at their dinner table. I remember the shudders that ran through me, a child's curiosity ignited by tales of ancient beasts lurking in the depths. Nessie, they called her, with a mix of reverence and fear, as if naming her could summon her from the abyss. But as I stood there, alone, my breath hanging in the chill, I felt the weight of those words. They wrapped around my throat, tight and suffocating. Beside me, Jenna's fingers trembled, gripping her flashlight so tightly that her knuckles turned white. What if she really is down there, as she whispered, her voice barely audible, swallowed by the darkness? A part of me wanted to dismiss her fear, to laugh it off as the silly anxieties of a small-town girl. But I could see the truth in her eyes, a storm of doubt and belief, a yearning for something more profound than the monotony of existence. I remember the old sailor's tale, I said, breaking the silence like a fragile thread. He said if you listen closely, you can hear the echoes of battles fought in the depths, the cries of those who dared to challenge the monster. The words slipped from my lips like a spell, beckoning shadows to dance around us. Every heartbeat felt like a countdown, an invitation to something unspeakable. Suddenly, the water rippled, an unexpected tremor that sent our hearts racing. I glanced at Jenna, her wide eyes reflecting the moonlight, both terrified and entranced. "Did you see that?" she gasped, stumbling backward as if the very ground beneath her could open up and swallow her whole. "Maybe it was just a fish," I offered weakly, but even I could hear the quiver in my voice. The irony struck me hard. Here I was, a skeptic, caught in the web of myth and reality, feeling the chill of ancient fears gripping my spine. The echoes of history sang beneath the water's surface, entwined with folklore and truth, calling to us like sirens. And then there was him, Finn, the skeptic, the self-proclaimed rationalist, standing in the shadows, arms crossed defiantly. "You both are ridiculous," he scoffed, his skepticism a shield against the palpable fear creeping through the air. I could see his bravado cracking, though. The bravest of souls can feel the pull of the abyss, and I wondered what nightmares chased him, what ghosts haunted his waking hours. "I remember when I was a boy," Finn continued, his voice heavy with the weight of a secret. "My father took me fishing here. He told me that every splash was a warning, that the water holds memories of loss, of despair. 'Don't provoke her,' he said. 'Leave her be, and she won't haunt you.' The wind shifted, carrying the scent of damp earth and decay, and my skin prickled. The lore, the history, each tale was a thread woven into the fabric of this land, binding us to something greater, something darker. I could feel Finn's fear radiating, a palpable force, as the water began to churn, rhythmically, like a heartbeat. "Look!" Jenna's voice cracked, pointing at the loch. Shadows danced just below the surface, shapes that twisted and turned, teasing us with their elusiveness. "What is that?" The water erupted, a surge of energy breaking free, a monstrous form rising, glistening and grotesque. My breath caught, the world narrowing down to that moment, a stillness before the storm. The creature loomed, a monstrous silhouette of ancient scales and eyes that glowed like dying stars. And then it was gone, swallowed back into the depths, leaving us gasping, hearts racing, a cacophony of wonder and terror. The echo of that moment carved itself into my soul, a fracture of time that would never mend. Finn's bravado crumbled. "It's just a trick of the light," he stammered, but even he knew it was a lie. The truth lingered, heavy in the air like the mist rising from the loch. The stories hadn't just been stories, they were warnings, warnings of the darkness that lurked in the corners of our minds and the depths of the loch. In the fading light, I caught Jenna's eye. Her fear had morphed into something else, something beautiful and terrifying. A spark of belief, the kind that ignites when faced with the impossible. Do you think she watches over us? I wanted to laugh, to dismiss the thought as childish folly, but the ache in my chest told me otherwise. Maybe she was more than just a monster, maybe she was a guardian of forgotten tales, a keeper of souls lost in time. A flicker of hope against the backdrop of darkness. A protector or a predator, Finn said, voice low and trembling. Maybe we're not meant to know. The water stilled, and for a moment, I felt as if we were all suspended in time, three souls caught in the same web of fear and wonder, teetering on the edge of understanding and oblivion. I could sense the shadows closing in, the weight of history pressing down like a storm cloud, ready to burst. The monster of Loch Ness was not just a creature, she was a reflection of our own fears, our own quests for meaning in the vast void that surrounded us. And as the night deepened, I knew our lives would never be the same, our hearts forever entwined with the legend, the terror, the beauty of what lurked beneath, a haunting reminder that some monsters are born from the very fabric of our own existence, and perhaps, just perhaps, they hold the keys to our deepest truths, waiting in the silence of the loch. The wind howled like a wounded animal, slicing through the jagged peaks of the Himalayas, a banshee cry echoing in the vast, indifferent silence. Lila stood at the edge of the precipice, heart racing, pulse pounding as if it were trying to escape her chest. The snow beneath her boots whispered tales of those who had come before and never returned. She could feel it in her bones, the ancient myth swirling around her like a storm, dark and relentless. This was the moment she had feared, and yet, longed for. A frigid embrace of destiny. "I remember the stories," she murmured, voice nearly lost in the tempest. "The Yeti, the abominable snowman, guardian of these mountains." The words dripped from her lips like melting icicles, cold and sharp. But the truth twisted in her gut. Was it a guardian or a hunter? She glanced over her shoulder, half expecting to see her brother's familiar silhouette, but only emptiness greeted her. Guilt gnawed at her, he would have laughed at her reckless bravery, but he would never know this terror. Never know the chill that gripped her? I shouldn't have come alone, she thought, but there was no turning back now. The snowstorm wrapped around her like a shroud, the flakes dancing in the air like spirits, taunting her. They knew the secrets of the mountain, they were the whispers of the dead, the fallen, those who had sought the same truth. "Lila? Wait!" A voice punctured the storm, raw and desperate. It was Arun, her childhood friend, his breath visible in the frigid air, eyes wide with fear and determination. He stumbled, nearly falling into the abyss, but he caught himself, scrambling to reach her. "You can't do this. You can't find it." And there it was, his fear wrapped around her heart like a vice. But beneath it lay a longing, an insatiable thirst fueled by the shadows of their past. The tales spun around flickering campfires, dreams of adventure. "I have to," she replied, voice steady despite the quaking in her chest. "I have to know if it's real." Arun reached her, his hands trembling as he gripped her shoulders. "What if it's not what you think? What if it's worse?" A flicker of doubt crossed his face, but there was something else, something like hope lurking beneath the layers of worry. That's when it hit her, the truth of their childhood. They had always sought monsters in the dark, drawn to the thrill of the unknown. But now, the stakes felt infinitely higher. "What if all we've ever known is a lie?" she whispered, the words heavy with despair. The wind shifted, carrying a different sound, a low growl that reverberated through the air, like the rumble of a distant avalanche. Arun's grip tightened. "Did you hear that?" In that moment, she did. The sound clawed at her senses, a sinister melody that sent a chill down her spine. It echoed her fears, resonating with her deepest anxieties. The Yeti, what if it wasn't just a story? What if it was waiting, lurking in the shadows of these ancient mountains, a guardian turned predator? What if it was watching them now? I can't go back, she said, each word a defiance against the fear threatening to engulf her. Lila turned her eyes back to the abyss, where the snow swirled like ghosts around lost souls. I need to know. Arun's breath hitched, and for a moment, she saw a flicker of admiration in his gaze, clashing with the fear that clouded his expression. You're not alone in this, he said, his voice softer, almost a plea. Don't forget who you are. You're so much more than this quest. But could she be? The weight of the ancient myths pressed against her, suffocating yet intoxicating. She had chased stories her entire life, the legends of the Yeti, the promise of the unknown. But this was real. The cold seeped into her bones, the shadows deepened, and she felt the pulse of the mountain, the heartbeat of a monster. Suddenly, the growl grew louder, reverberating through the air, and then, a silence fell, a deafening stillness that wrapped around them like the snows of winter. Time stretched, twisted, and in that moment, Lila felt the universe shrink down to just the two of them standing on the cusp of the abyss. What if we're not ready for this? Arun's voice trembled, uncertainty coloring his words. What if the truth breaks us? I'd rather face the truth than live in fear, she responded, a strange calm settling within her. The thrill of the unknown surged, a rush of adrenaline, a dance with fate. They were standing on the threshold of something profound, something beyond comprehension. And then it happened. A shadow flickered in the corner of her vision, a figure melting into existence amidst the swirling snow. It loomed, massive and ethereal, a silhouette against the backdrop of the night, the embodiment of centuries of myth and legend. The beast stepped forward, and her heart thundered in her chest, a wild horse galloping toward a precipice. The Yeti! Its eyes burned like twin moons, reflecting the light of the dying sun. Lila's breath caught in her throat, the air thick with a blend of fear and exhilaration. Arun gasped beside her, the color draining from his face. Lila, no, she breathed, staring into the depths of those ancient eyes. This is what we came for. But was it really? The weight of that question pressed against her. The myths they had chased, the truths they had sought, was it worth the risk? I remember the tales, she thought again, but this time, they felt different, twisted and dark. The figure loomed closer, and she could feel the heat radiating from its massive form, the breath of the ancient mountain echoing in her ears. Fear coiled tightly around her heart, yet there was an undeniable connection, an understanding that transcended words. With every heartbeat, the world around them faded into insignificance. The shadows danced, and the air crackled with unspoken truths. Would they emerge from this confrontation whole, or would they be swallowed whole by the very legends they sought to uncover? As the beast drew nearer, the line blurred between fear and fascination, between hunter and hunted. They stood at the precipice of their own stories, waiting for the inevitable clash of belief and reality. A cold wind whispered through the desolate expanse of the underworld, a chilling breath that carried the scent of decay and despair. The shadows stretched long and ominous, wrapping themselves around the heart of the darkness. I stood there, my pulse quickening, as the air thickened with an uneasy stillness. I could feel it, the weight of the unseen, the clawing presence of monstrous beings lurking just beyond sight. Anyabais moved like a spectre, his ebony jackal head towering above the creeping shadows, his eyes glowing like twin embers of warning. He was a guardian, a savior, and yet, in that moment, he was war itself. I could sense the tremor in the ground beneath my feet as if the very earth mourned the loss of countless souls, those lost to the insatiable hunger of the underworld monsters. They were nightmares given flesh, wretched, twisted beings that drank from fear and despair, and in their wake, they left nothing but silence and ruin. And there was Aisha, a soul trapped between life and death, her spirit flickering like a candle in the wind. I remembered her laughter, once a melody that danced with the stars. Now, it was merely a ghost, lost in the void, as she struggled against the pull of the darkness. Her heart was heavy with memories, wrongs unrighted, and in that moment of crisis, she balanced on the edge of oblivion. Anubis, she whispered, her voice trembling like fragile glass, help me find him. Her brother, Malik, had vanished into this abyss, claimed by the monsters that thrived in the shadows. The desperation clawing at Aisha's throat was palpable, a raw, throbbing ache that resonated with my own fear. I remembered my own brother, lost to time, to fate, to voices that haunt the stillness. The thought of facing those monsters again filled me with dread, yet I stood beside her, my heart intertwined with hers, a bond forged in the crucible of shared suffering. I could hear the whispers of the underworld, the lamentations of souls caught in the eternal cycle of torment, and I felt Anubis' gaze upon me, an acknowledgement, a command. The air crackled with the electricity of impending violence. "We must move," he commanded, his voice a gravelly echo that resonated deep within my bones. "The monsters are drawn to despair, and your fear feeds them." Together, we moved through the labyrinthine passages of the underworld, where silence reigned supreme, broken only by the distant howls of the damned. Each step was a prayer, each breath a testament to our courage. Shadows slithered at the corners of my vision, coiling and twisting like serpents hungry for flesh. Aisha's hand tightened around mine, and I could feel the warmth of her spirit struggling to hold together. I grasped her hand tighter, a silent promise that we would not succumb to this darkness. "Malik," she called, her voice straining against the void. "Where are you?" The echo of her desperation hung in the air, an invitation for the lurking horrors. I could almost hear the snickers of the monsters, their hunger palpable, a festering wound that refused to heal. Anubis led the way, a shield against the encroaching darkness, yet even he bore the weight of the past, the countless souls he had shepherded through this forsaken land. I could see it in the twitch of his jaw, the flicker of his ears. He was not merely a god, he was a guardian haunted by the tales of those he had lost. And then, the first of them emerged, a grotesque figure, a patchwork of nightmares sewn together with threadbare shadows. Its eyes were hollow voids, a depthless abyss that drank in the light. I felt Aisha's breath hitch. We stood paralyzed, caught in the gaze of pure malice. "Run!" Anubis commanded, the very ground trembling with his authority. We fled, the monsters howling in pursuit, their voices a cacophony of anguish and rage. Aisha stumbled, and I could feel her spirit wavering. "I can't leave him," she screamed, pain lacing her words like a dagger. "He's out there. I can feel him. He wouldn't want this." I shouted back, desperation clawing at my throat. "We have to survive. We can't let them take you too." I could see the conflict etched across her face. The love for her brother warred with the instinct to live. The shadows twisted, gathering like a storm, and Anubis roared, a sound that reverberated through the very fabric of the underworld. In that moment, he was both warrior and god, a titan against the encroaching dark. The confrontation was inevitable, the air was thick with it. Anubis lunged, a blur of black and gold, his staff striking the beast, a flash of divine fury. But for every blow he landed, two more creatures emerged from the depths, clawing their way into our reality. The stench of decay, the rotting flesh, the desperation, we were engulfed, drowning in despair. Aisha's eyes widened, and for a heartbeat, I thought I saw clarity amidst the chaos. "You will find him," she cried, directing her words to Anubis. "You will save him." But the truth hung heavy, there was no promise of salvation in the underworld. Anubis fought with a ferocity that shook the earth. He was a whirlwind of power and grief, and yet, amidst the chaos, I could feel the creeping dread, the sense that we were being swallowed whole. And then, as the shadows closed in, I realized something profound. The monsters were not merely the horrific creatures of the underworld. They were the fears and regrets that haunted us, the memories we could not escape. They thrived on despair, and even in the heart of battle, they whispered in our ears, sowing doubt. "Fight!" Anubis roared as he struck again, his voice a battle cry against the darkness. "Fight for the light that still exists within you." The words resonated, igniting a flame in Aisha's heart, in mine. I could feel it, a flicker of hope breaking through the abyss. The monsters may have been relentless, but they did not own our souls. We were not just pawns in this dark game. We were fighters, survivors. We plunged into the fray, each strike against the darkness a declaration of our will, a refusal to be consumed. Anubis, the god of the dead, the slayer of evil, was our beacon. His strength surged through us, and I could feel Aisha drawing her courage from him, from me. Together, we became a force, a trifecta of defiance against the monstrous shadows, a light flickering stubbornly in the overwhelming dark. But the battle was far from over, and the underworld was vast, a shadowy expanse filled with terrors beyond comprehension. The monsters would not relent, and neither would we. In this deadly dance of life and death, we would fight on. A cry split the air, sharp and echoing, like a warning bell. The forest trembled. Leaves shivered beneath the weight of impending dread. Kintaro stood, feet planted in the cool, loamy ground, heart pounding like a war drum. Sweat trickled down his brow, stinging his eyes as he squinted into the shadowed depths. Whatever lurked there was hungry for flesh, for fear, for a taste of triumph. The smell of damp earth mixed with something metallic, something primordial. And then he saw it. Massive paws, clawed and primal, emerging from the underbrush, muscles rippling like thunderclouds. The beast, a hulking figure cloaked in darkness, growled low, a sound that reverberated through Kintaro's bones. For a moment, time folded in on itself, a stretched-out breath filled with the weight of uncertainty. The air crackled with raw energy, tension thick as fog around them. I remember the stories my mother would tell me of valiant knights and golden boys who faced the impossible. But none of them had faced this. This was no fairy tale, this was reality, and reality had teeth. Kintaro's heart raced, a wild stallion in his chest, as he clutched his wooden staff tightly, fingers white-knuckled. He was only a boy, just a fleeting ghost of innocence in a world riddled with nightmares. But there was a fire in him, a desire to rise, to meet the dark with light, even if that light flickered like a dying candle. In the shadows, another figure emerged. Hikari, his childhood friend, her face pale, eyes wide as the moon, echoed his tension. "Kintaro! We should run!" Her voice quavered like a fragile string pulled taut, straining against the weight of fear. But Kintaro shook his head. "What about the village? The children?" Hikari bit her lip, stifling a sob that threatened to burst forth like a torrent. She didn't want to be here, didn't want to face the dark with him, but loyalty held her feet to the ground. She remembered the laughter they shared, the dreams they spun beneath the starlit sky, where monsters were just figments of imagination, not the sharp-toothed reality that now loomed before them. The beast lunged, a blur of fur and fury. Kintaro swung his staff, a desperate strike against the encroaching darkness. It connected with a sickening thud, a jolt of pain shooting up his arm, but he felt alive in that moment. Alive with the sheer terror of it all. I remember the scent of burning wood from the village bonfires, the crackling of laughter before it turned to screams. Every beast has a story, and as the creature snarled, I could see its narrative etched in the lines of its savage face. A life of pain, of hunger, of being hunted. It terrified me, this reflection of myself, this beast that mirrored the struggle of survival. Hikari stepped forward, defiance igniting in her chest. "Kintaro!" She shouted, voice fierce. "We can't just fight. We have to outsmart it." Her eye sparkled with determination, an ember in the darkness. But inside, the storm raged. Could she really face the beast alongside Kintaro? Would she be enough? The beast hesitated, sensing the shift, the uncertainty in the air. Kintaro's breath quickened. Each heartbeat was a reminder of time slipping away. The village was counting on them, and so was Hikari. With a sudden burst, Kintaro launched himself to the side, drawing the beast's focus. He felt alive, every nerve ending buzzing with a mix of adrenaline and fear. But what was bravery without fear? What was a golden boy without shadows? The beast roared, a sound that echoed with 1,000 sorrows, lost homes, broken dreams, and the constant chase for survival. It charged, teeth bared, but Kintaro was not just a boy anymore, he had become part of the legend, a spark of courage igniting the night. Time twisted and turned like a river, flowing through moments that felt like eternity. Hikari leaped, agile and fierce, casting stones at the beast's eyes, a distraction, a desperate act of defiance. "This way," she shouted, her voice a beacon of hope. In that moment, Kintaro was reminded of the fragile nature of trust. He believed in her, even when circumstance whispered doubts. They were children, yet they stood on the precipice of legends, of tales that would be told for generations. And for that, they could not fail. As the beast turned, eyes glinting with rage, Kintaro and Hikari moved in unison, weaving a dance of survival. The darkness around them pulsed like a living thing, a reminder of the stakes they faced. The world shrank to the size of a heartbeat, their breath sinking in a rhythm of fear and determination. I remember the night my father left, the shadows swallowing him whole. I had vowed to never let darkness claim another soul I loved. But pain, like the beast, is relentless. It claws at the edges of your heart, gnaws at your courage, and whispers lies of defeat. Yet here, in this moment, I felt the heat of camaraderie, the bond of two souls standing against the storm. With one final surge, Kintaro thrust his staff forward, a desperate plea for victory. The impact resonated through his entire being, an explosion of hope against despair. Hikari's scream mingled with the beast's roar, a symphony of survival echoing through the night. But what comes next? A climax of emotion, a surge of energy that leaves one breathless, dangling at the edge of understanding. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, the shadows waiting, the trees leaning in, eager for the resolution. And in that moment, time stood still, a heartbeat caught in the void between fear and faith. Kintaro realized that true strength lies not in the absence of fear, but in the willingness to face it head-on, even if you are just a boy, the golden boy, fighting against the beast, against darkness. But what does it mean to win? Victory is a fleeting thing, an illusion that dances on the edge of despair. With every step taken, the shadows deepen, and the night grows colder. And we, the golden boy, the girl who dared, the beast who roamed, remain intertwined, the story of survival forever echoing through the ages. The fight was not over, it had only just begun. The shoreline churns with the restless sea, waves crashing against the jagged rocks, a symphony of chaos that echoes through the air. I remember the taste of salt on my lips, the way the wind screamed warnings I was too young to heed. The sky hangs heavy, bruised and dark, as if even the heavens tremble at what lurks beneath the surface. A figure stands, silhouetted against the storm, a boy, no more than 17, his heart pounding in sync with the rhythmic pulse of the ocean. His name is Ewan, and tonight, he bears the weight of the world on his slender shoulders. "Why do we do this?" he whispers, voice barely audible, swallowed by the howl of wind. His best friend, Isla, stands beside him, eyes wide, reflecting the wild dance of lightning that splits the sky. A collector of fears, she wears her heart like a cracked vase, fragile yet beautiful, every crack a memory of something lost. "We have to," she replies, though her voice trembles. "The Nakalevi, it's real. They say it rises on nights like this." Her breath catches, the chill of the air sending shivers down her spine. She remembers her grandmother's tales, how the monster once ravaged Orkney's shores, a grotesque amalgamation of horse and man, its skin slick with brine and its breath a toxic miasma. A thought flashes through her, unbidden, what if the stories are true? They stand on the precipice of fear, where myth and reality collide. Ewan, restless, paces along the water's edge, pebbles scattering beneath his feet like hope lost in the night. He wrestles with the shadows of his own inadequacies, the weight of his father's expectations, the suffocating silence of expectation. "If I don't find it, I'll never be a man," he mutters, more to himself than to Isla. The urgency of becoming something, anything, squeezes his chest. And Isla, torn between loyalty and dread, feels the pull of the unknown. "Ewan, please," she implores, sensing that the night is alive with possibilities, both wondrous and terrible. Each heartbeat echoes like a war drum, the air thickens with anticipation, the atmosphere electric. She thinks of her little brother, now lost to the tides of time, and the stories he'll never hear, the tales of courage, of monsters, of bravery that only lives in whispered legends. Then, a sound. A low growl, deep and resonant, reverberates through the ground beneath them. The kind of sound that gnaws at the backbone, prompting instinct to take over, to flee. Ewan's heart races, fear claws at his throat, but he can't back away now. The weight of his choices, the gravity of his fragile masculinity, pushes him forward despite the chill creeping up his spine. Ewan! Isla gasps, grabbing his arm, her nails digging into his skin, a tether to sanity in a world spiraling out of control. We can't! It's not worth it. But he shakes his head, anger flaring like a match in the dark, frustration mingling with terror. I have to prove myself, he snaps, a boy clinging to the remnants of childhood, trying to carve a place in a world that feels indifferent. Then, the water begins to churn violently, the calm before the storm shattering like glass. Ewan and Isla hold their breath, teetering on the edge of dread. The sea foams and roils, twisting into something monstrous, something that defies imagination. From the depths, it emerges, a silhouette, grotesque and horrifying, a nightmare-given flesh. The Nakalevi, with its twisted limbs and glowing eyes, stands before them, the very embodiment of their fears, their hopes, their histories. A beast of folklore, but in this moment, it feels achingly real. Run! Isla screams, adrenaline surging through her veins like fire. But Ewan stands frozen, caught in the electric gaze of the creature. It's as if time collapses, the world folding in on itself, and he's no longer just a boy, he's an entire lineage, the weight of his ancestors' failures and triumphs pressing down on him, a cacophony of voices echoing in his mind. I am not my father, he breathes, a plea and a promise wrapped in one. The Nakalevi's breath rolls over them like a wave of ice, and Ewan feels the crushing reality of his own mortality. This is not just a creature of the sea, it is the culmination of everything they feared, everything they were. Isla's grip tightens on him, a lifeline in the tempest of chaos. Ewan, please! We can't fight this. And yet, the confrontation feels inevitable, a cosmic dance between despair and courage. Ewan's mind races, he recalls stories of bravery, whispers of ancient men who faced beasts and emerged victorious. Maybe if I stand firm, his thoughts spiral, but dread coils around his resolve like a serpent, squeezing tighter with every pulse of the creature's presence. The Nakalevi's eyes bore into him, and he sees the reflection of his own uncertainty, an abyss of darkness, mirrored in the monster's gaze. He hears the echoes of his father's voice, the rhythmic chant of disapproval, the haunting reminder that he must rise above. The weight of expectation, the shadows of the past, they all flood into that moment, a perfect storm of spirit and fear. Isla, sensing the storm within him, screams again, Ewan, look! And with that, the world unravels further, the sky splits open, illuminating the scene in a flash of raw, white light. For a moment, everything freezes, the roar of the sea, the cries of the wind, the very heartbeat of the earth. But then the moment shatters, plunging them back into chaos. The Nakalevi lunges, and in an instinctive reaction, Ewan pushes Isla aside, their fates entwined in that single, desperate act. His heart thunders, every pulse a reminder of life and loss. And as the monstrous figure looms closer, he knows he's at the edge of something profound, a challenge not just against the beast, but against himself. In that moment, time folds, blurring the lines of reality and myth, of existence and oblivion. Each breath they take is a prayer, a desperate hope clinging to the threads of fate. The sky darkens, shadows stretch, and the night is alive with unspoken fears. Will they conquer the depths of their despair, or will the sea reclaim them, lost to legends yet unwritten? And there, beneath the thunderous roar of the ocean, the story unfurls, an endless loop of terror and courage, the Nakalevi waiting in the depths, as the echoes of their hearts pulse in rhythm with the tide. The confrontation is never just with the monster lurking beneath the waves, it is with the shadows within, the ghosts of every forgotten fear. As the night deepens, the lines blur, and the tales of Orkney whisper through the howling winds, a reminder that sometimes, the true monsters are not the ones in the sea, but the ones that dwell within us all. The moon hung high, a silver coin tossed carelessly into a dark well, reflecting the shimmer of countless lost souls. I stood amidst the din of clashing swords and desperate cries, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood and sweat, the night alive with the smell of fear. El Cid, Rodrigo Diaz de Vivo, the man, the myth, the dragon, stood before the chaos, his presence both a beacon and a tempest. He was not invincible, he had loved, he had lost, and tonight, that very vulnerability was laid bare beneath the weight of destiny. I remember the way his eyes burned, fiery coals in a dimming world, filled with a ferocious intensity that could either inspire or consume. Every heartbeat echoed like a war drum in my ears, the tension suffocating yet intoxicating. Among the throng, two figures danced through the night, weaving their own tales of anguish and ambition. Countless soldiers surrounded them, but it was these two, his wife, Dona Ximena, and his loyal friend, Alva Fanes, who pulled us into their whirlwind. Ximena stood on the periphery, her heart a wild beast caged in a delicate frame. She was no mere bystander, she was the pulse of El Cid's very soul, the quiet flame that flickered in the shadow of his fiery battles. But love, as we all know, is a double-edged sword. Her spirit was a tempest battling against the tide of fate. "You fight for glory, Rodrigo, but what of our future?" she cried, her voice a serpent weaving through the chaos, laced with both fury and fear. "What of our dreams? I cannot chase shadows while you dance with death." Each word struck like a blade, sharp and unforgiving. I could see the hurt etching deeper lines into her beautiful face, a portrait of anguish rendered in moonlight. She was a woman forged in the fires of war, yet here she stood, vulnerable, pleading for the man who was both her champion and her tormentor. Every glint of his armor, every flash of steel, was a reminder that in his pursuit of honor, he was risking everything they had built together, a castle of hopes built upon shifting sands. And Alva, his steadfast companion, a man torn between loyalty and fear. "El Cid, you must consider the cost," he urged, desperation creeping into his voice like an unwelcome guest. "The blood we spill tonight, will it wash away the sins of the past, or will it drown us in a river of regret?" He was the pragmatic voice, the anchor amidst the storm, yet even he bore scars that never healed. Their camaraderie was a bond forged in fire and blood, yet each battle chipped away at the foundation, leaving fissures that threatened to split them apart. I remember the moment it all coalesced, a clash of steel, a cry that shattered the night. El Cid, with the ferocity of a storm unleashed, charged forward, sword drawn, his figure a silhouette against the flickering flames of the enemy camp. Every stride he took resonated with a promise to protect, to conquer, to reclaim what was lost. But in the depths of his eyes, I saw the shadows of doubt, the weight of every life that had been lost in the dance of war. He fought not just for glory, but to quell the ghosts of his past, the ones who whispered tales of betrayal, of love unfulfilled. The battlefield surged and swelled like a living, breathing entity, a grotesque tapestry woven with threads of valor and despair. I could feel the pulse of history in the air, as tangible as the steel in their hands. El Cid's blade sang as it cut through the night, an anthem of defiance that echoed against the cries of the fallen. Each swing was a heartbeat, each clash of metal a breath caught in the throat of time. And through it all, Ximena watched, her heart a tempest of pride and fear, knowing that every victory could herald a new sorrow. "Fight, my love," she shouted, her voice rising against the cacophony, a siren call that cut through the chaos. "Fight for us! Fight for the life we dared to dream." Those words were a lifeline thrown into the churning sea of battle, a reminder that love was not just a whisper in the dark, it was a battle cry, a fire that burned even in the bleakest of nights. The air crackled with intensity, and I felt the weight of every promise made and every dream shattered. Alva, caught in the maelstrom of loyalty, fought beside El Cid, his own heart straining against the conflicting tides of duty and friendship. He parried a blow, the clang of steel a symphony of survival, but within him raged a tempest, a fear that loyalty could lead to ruin, that the man he revered might one day become the monster he fought against. The battle intensified, and the world around us blurred into a haze of rage and despair. I could see the enemy falter, their resolve breaking like fragile glass under the weight of El Cid's wrath. But victory, I knew, came at a cost. Each fallen foe was not just a number, each life extinguished was a story snuffed out, a family torn apart. I felt the pangs of empathy claw at my chest, a reminder that in war, we are all ghosts wandering the battlefield, shadows of what could have been. As the echoes of conflict reached a fever pitch, I noticed Ximena move, her spirit igniting like a spark in the dark. She rushed forward, not as a damsel in distress but as a warrior in her own right. "This is not just your fight, Rodrigo," she cried, her voice a clarion call that pulled the heart of every soldier present. "This is ours. Stand with me." In her eyes, I saw the fury of 1,000 storms, the strength of a woman who refused to let love become a chain that shackled her to despair. And I couldn't help but wonder, was this the true essence of their struggle? Was it merely for land or honor, or was it for the very souls they cherished? The shadows around us lengthened, and I could sense the impending climax, the moment where choices would be made, where love would either fracture or strengthen beneath the weight of swords and sacrifice. The world spun wildly, a whirlpool dragging us deeper into the depths of our own emotions. I felt the heartbeat of time itself, the pulse of history woven into every clash of steel, every cry of anguish. And as I stood amidst the chaos, I realized that we were all entwined in this tale, El Cid, Jimena, Alva, each of us fighting our own battles, yearning for connection and understanding in a world that often felt unbearably lonely. The final clash loomed, the crescendo of chaos building, the air thick with anticipation. It wasn't just a battle of soldiers, it was a battle of hearts, a struggle for everything they held dear. And in that moment, as the echoes of their pain and passion reverberated through the night, I knew that whatever happened next would forever alter the fabric of their lives. The dragon was poised at the edge of his trials, and so too were we, caught in the swirling dance of fate, waiting for the inevitable storm to break. The air crackled with tension as the sky darkened, thick clouds swirling like a tempest of emotions, each gust of wind a whisper of doom. The ground quaked beneath the feet of those who dared to face the great god of the Tuatha De Danann, Dagda. In that moment, time felt suspended, as if the universe held its breath, watching, waiting. "She will die," Sir Nunnos hissed, his voice a jagged shard of ice piercing through the thickening fog of despair. His green eyes blazed with a feral intensity, filled with a mixture of rage and sorrow, his heart tethered to a woman whose light flickered like a candle in a storm. If he doesn't yield, she'll be lost." A heart-wrenching plea, but Dagda, tall as the ancient oaks, a colossus of strength and sorrow, stood unmoving. The weight of his massive club hung heavy at his side, a symbol of his power and his guilt. He could feel the burden of it, a tangible thing, pressing down on his chest like the weight of the world. He remembered her laughter, bright and unyielding, a melody now lost in the cacophony of conflict. "I remember," he whispered, almost to himself, her voice like a river, flowing. "A treasure I can't afford to lose." But the shadows of doubt whispered in his ear. What kind of god was he? A protector who had allowed this darkness to creep in, who had let her be taken hostage by the very forces he was sworn to battle. The chaos that surrounded him pulsed with rawness, a living entity that drank in the fear of his followers and spat it back as fury. Across the battlefield, under the eerie glow of the waning moon, stood Aisling, a firebrand of a woman with a heart as wild as the wind. Her spirit crackled with defiance, but her heart trembled with the fear of loss, the kind that gnawed at your insides like a wolf at a carcass. "Dagda," she cried, her voice a fierce gale that cut through the thick fog of despair. "You must fight. You cannot let them take her." Yet in Sir Nunnos's eyes lay a flicker of doubt. "Do you think he can?" he challenged, his breath uneven. It wasn't the words that stung, but the truth behind them. They all knew Dagda's strength, yet they had also seen his struggles, the weight of leadership that pressed down upon him, bending even the mightiest branches. "I will not lose her," Dagda roared, summoning every ounce of his power, every dream he had buried deep within. "Not to them. Not to this darkness." But even as he spoke, he felt the ghosts of the past creeping back, clawing at his resolve. Battles fought and lost, victories that tasted like ashes in his mouth. And then it happened, time shattered, splintering into a million shards of light and darkness. The clash of metal rang out like thunder, echoing through the valley, reverberating in the bones of ancient trees. Dagda swung his club, and it collided with the forces of chaos, sending ripples through the very fabric of existence. The world spun wildly as he fought, each strike a desperate plea to the cosmos above, a prayer that the earth would listen and bend to his will. He remembered her laughter again, brighter than the sun, and with each swing, he felt it echo in his heart, a rhythm that kept him grounded, that kept him fighting. "I remember," he gasped, each word a lifeline tossed into a stormy sea. Aisling, fierce and unyielding, was at his side, her blades dancing like fireflies in the night, every movement a testament to her rage, her desperation. "Together? "We can do this," she shouted, her voice a beacon amidst the chaos. But the shadows loomed large, threatening to engulf them both. Sir Nunnos fell back, his heart racing, torn between the need to fight and the instinct to protect. "I can't lose you too," he shouted, desperation spilling over, the anguish raw and unfiltered. He had loved her from afar, a silent guardian in a world bursting with color and sound, and now he faced the grim reality that he might lose everything in an instant. But the battle raged on, a swirling vortex of emotion and conflict. Dagda's triumphs and failures danced together in a grotesque ballet, each moment a reflection of his inner turmoil. He was the great god, yet here he was, facing the demons he had long tried to outrun, confronting the very essence of his flawed humanity. He swung again, and the ground cracked beneath him, sending ripples outwards, a warning to the shadows that dared to encroach upon his heart's desire. "Not today," he bellowed, summoning every ounce of his divine fury, the raw power of the earth at his command. But every victory felt tainted with the shadow of his failures, every blow a reminder of the love that hung by a thread. And then, in a heartbeat, everything changed. The air became electric, the atmosphere thick with palpable tension. Dagda's heart raced, visions of the past clashing against the looming threat of the future. He could feel her presence, the flickering light that was both a joy and a torment. "Stay with me," he roared, as the shadows advanced, tightening their grip. But they were not just shadows, they were memories, regrets, the weight of every choice he had made. "I remember," he breathed, the words hanging heavy in the air, like the ghost of a promise. The battle reached its zenith, a crescendo of emotion and fury, the fate of a heart balanced on the edge of a knife. And in that moment, the storm was unleashed, a torrent of power and pain, love and loss that swept through them all, leaving nothing untouched. As the dust began to settle, the remnants of the struggle lingering in the air, it was clear that this was not just a battle of gods but a reckoning of the heart, a confrontation of what it means to love fiercely, to embrace vulnerability, and to fight for those who matter most, even when the darkness seems insurmountable. This was Dagda, the great god, but also a flawed being, standing amidst the ruins of his choices, the shadows of his past looming large. And as the echoes of battle faded, a new conflict began to brew, deeper and more profound than any physical struggle, a reckoning that would shake the very foundations of his soul and ripple through time like a haunting refrain. The night was a living entity, breathing darkness as the wind whispered secrets through the pines. Shadows curled and twisted along the forest floor, a tapestry woven by fear and hunger. The moon hung high, a pale eye watching the struggle below. I stood frozen, heart hammering against my ribs, as the guttural growl of something not quite human echoed through the trees, slicing into the stillness like a knife. It was here, this cursed place where the Wendigo prowled, a spectre of insatiable hunger and madness. I could taste it in the air, a bitter tang of desperation that clawed at my throat. I was not alone. The flickering light of a dying campfire illuminated the faces of my companions, each marked by their own battles. Jamie, fierce yet fragile, her hands trembling as she clutched the knife that had once felt like a promise. And then there was Eli, his eyes wide with terror, reflecting the flickering flames, a mirror of his own dark thoughts. We were slayers, but tonight, we were more than hunters. We were haunted souls, caught in a web spun by the Wendigo's lore, a tale woven through generations, whispered by firesides and etched into the very marrow of our bones. "I remember the stories," Jamie said, her voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might summon the creature. "The way they said it would come when the winter was at its worst, when hunger gnawed at your insides. I thought it was just a story, until now." The forest seemed to lean closer, listening. Eli shuddered, his gaze darting into the blackness beyond the firelight. "It's not just a story. It's real. And it's hungry." His voice cracked, revealing the boy beneath the bravado. We had both known that hunger, an ache that no feast could fill, an emptiness that bled into our very souls. I felt it then, the gnawing reminder of my own past, the shadows that enveloped me. The darkness was more than just the Wendigo, it was the reflection of our fears, our failures. It was the echo of my mother's voice, a sorrowful lullaby, warning me of the beast that lurked within us all. The true monster was not just a spirit, but the twisted cravings we harbored, the moments we chose to silence our humanity. A snapping branch pierced the air. We all flinched, adrenaline igniting our senses like fire. Jamie raised the knife, brandishing it like a shield, but her hands quaked. "You have to promise me," she said, voice a fragile thread, "that we won't become it. That we won't let it turn us into monsters." I nodded, though doubt hung heavy in my chest, a weight I could hardly bear. The trees thickened around us, each one a sentinel of dread. Each heartbeat counted down to a moment of reckoning, an inevitable collision with the darkness that loomed just beyond the feeble glow of our fire. I could feel its presence creeping closer, a palpable entity that thrummed with power. It was the hunger of the Wendigo, yes, but it was also our own, our fear, our despair, and our inability to face what lay beneath the surface. "Look," Eli said suddenly, pointing into the gloom. "There!" I straining against the night, I saw it, a fleeting silhouette, elongated and grotesque. My breath caught, and I was trapped in a moment of sheer terror, the world shrinking down to the creature lurking just out of reach. It was too thin, too tall, like a shadow cast by the moon, moving with an unnatural grace. And yet, in that fleeting glimpse, I saw something more, a flicker of humanity behind its feral gaze. "What if it's not just a beast?" I whispered, the thought clawing at my mind. "What if it's us? What we could become?" The Wendigo was more than a spirit, it was a manifestation of our darkest fears, our insatiable desires, the primitive instincts buried deep within. It was the very embodiment of starvation, starvation of the body, of the soul, of connection. It was the reminder that we could lose ourselves in our quest for survival, that in the face of desperation, we might abandon our humanity. Jamie's eyes glistened with unshed tears, reflecting the firelight, and I knew she felt it too. "We can't let it win," she urged, her voice trembling but resolute. "We can't let our fear turn us into that." But who are we? Slayers of a legend, or mere fragments of our own fears? The boundaries blurred, and I felt the pull of the Wendigo's call, an invitation to become something more, something raw and untamed. Then, the wind howled, a mournful cry that echoed through the forest. It wasn't just a sound, it was a warning. A warning that we were being watched. That the Wendigo was no longer a distant threat but a presence that curled around us, wrapping us in a suffocating embrace. "Stay together," I commanded, but my voice trembled, betraying my own fear. I gripped Jamie's shoulder, feeling the frantic pulse of her heart beneath my palm, a reminder that we were still alive, still human, if only for a moment longer. The trees rustled, and the darkness pulsed, alive with the promise of what was to come. It was a moment caught in the eternal dance between spirit and flesh, a confrontation not just with a creature of legend, but with our own shadows. With the insatiable hunger that threatened to consume us all. As the growl reverberated through the night, I braced for the inevitable. The Wendigo was here, and so were we, caught in the fragile balance between the beast within and the humanity we clung to with white-knuckle desperation. Time twisted and curled, and I knew then that this was not just a battle against the Wendigo, but a reckoning with ourselves. The air thick with tension, we stood on the precipice, slayers, survivors, shadows of our own making. And that was only the beginning. The night hung heavy, thick with tension as I stood in the clearing, the moonlight spilling like cold silver over the ground. A chill crawled up my spine, and I remembered the stories, whispers in the dark, warnings from trembling lips. They spoke of the chupacabra, a creature that drained the life from goats, leaving carcasses bleached and hollow, eyes wide in eternal terror. My heart raced, each beat echoing in the stillness, drowning out the sounds of the forest, a cacophony of rustling leaves and distant, quivering howls. "Mila!" The voice shattered the silence, raw and frantic. I turned, finding Javier, his face smeared with dirt and fear, his eyes wild. "It's out there." "I know." I gasped, the weight of the night crashing into me. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, the anticipation swirling in the damp air. "We have to find it before it finds us." There was something primal in the air, a tension that surged through me, igniting every nerve. It wasn't just a monster, it was a fevered dream made flesh, an embodiment of our fears, our despair. For Javier, it was personal. He had lost his brother to this myth-turned horrifying reality, his laughter stolen in the dead of night. I saw it in his eyes, the haunted memories, the ghosts of his past. "Do you remember the stories?" I asked, and he nodded, the ghost of a smile flickering on his lips, a brief flash of innocence swallowed by darkness. "What if it isn't just a story? What if it's something more? Or something worse?" he whispered, the tremor in his voice sending chills down my spine. Suddenly, a rustle, sharp and close. My breath hitched. There it was, a shape darting between the trees, glistening like spilled ink under the moonlight. "Stay close," I urged, desperation clawing at my throat. We crept forward, hearts pounding in sync. Each step felt like an eternity, the anticipation thickening the air. The forest was alive, shadows twisted, leaves whispering secrets. The chupacabra was no longer just a creature of folklore, it was the embodiment of every fear we dared not confront. I remembered the first time I'd heard the stories, sitting in my grandmother's kitchen, her voice weaving imagery so vivid I could almost feel the creature's breath on my skin. "It's a warning, Meja," she had said, her eyes narrowing with urgency. A reflection of our own darkness. But standing here, now, that darkness felt all too real. I glanced at Javier, his face pale, fear etching lines deeper than the night around us. "This is what it does to us," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper, consumed by the weight of the moment. "It feeds on our fear, our pain." Another rustle, closer this time. I could feel the energy shift, crackling like a thunderstorm on the brink. "We can't let it win," I said, channeling the courage that felt so thin, so fragile. "We're not just stories. We're warriors. We fight with everything we have." With that, we surged forward, hearts pounding like war drums, ready to confront the beast that loomed in our nightmares. But what if the real monster was not the chupacabra at all? What if it was the fear that gripped our hearts like a vice, the grief that threatened to swallow us whole? Javier's loss was a shadow that loomed over him, and I felt the weight of my own past, the guilt, the uncertainty. The chupacabra was the manifestation of all we had lost, all we feared we would lose. "Javier," I called out, pulling him from the brink of despair. "Remember the legends? They say the only way to defeat it is to confront it with love, not hate." He looked at me, confusion etched on his face. "It's not just about slaying a monster, it's about healing, about finding the light in the darkness." A growl sliced through the air, low and guttural, wrapping itself around our hearts like a vice. My pulse quickened. "There!" I pointed, and we moved as one, a pair of star-crossed fighters against the weight of the night. Every shadow felt alive, every breeze whispered warnings as we approached the clearing. Our breaths mingled, thick with anticipation, fear, and something else, a shared resolve. Then, we saw it. The chupacabra stood before us, its eyes glowing like embers, its body tense and coiling, shadowed by the moonlight. It was both horrific and beautiful, a nightmare made flesh, a creature born from the darkest corners of our minds. Javier and I froze, our world narrowing to that moment. I could see the pain in his eyes, the weight of his brother's absence pressing down like a shroud. "You have to let it go," I whispered, feeling the weight of my own ghosts clawing at my insides. "You have to stand in the light." The chupacabra stared back at us, as if it could sense our turmoil, our unresolved grief. A heartbeat passed, the air thick with unspoken fears, and then Javier stepped forward, trembling but resolute. "I won't let you take anyone else," he said, voice trembling, but fierce. The creature paused, tilting its head, as if considering his words, a moment of clarity in the chaos. "Javier, wait!" But it was too late. The confrontation had begun. The air crackled with energy, emotion swirling like a tempest, fear and anger mingling with hope. This was more than a fight, it was a reckoning. The chupacabra lunged, and I felt time stretch, a cosmic pause where everything hung in the balance. I remembered my grandmother's words, the lessons of love and loss. "Fight it with light," I screamed, my voice breaking through the tension. "We are more than our fears." And then, silence, thick and suffocating, as the world held its breath. The confrontation was more than physical, it was a battle for our souls, for healing, for the ghosts that haunted us. In that heartbeat, we faced the essence of our pain. The chupacabra wasn't just a monster, it was the reflection of our struggles, the shadows we carried into the night. But the story didn't end there. No neat resolution tied it all together, it spiraled out, a kaleidoscope of emotion, waiting to unfold in the depths of the night. The air shimmered with tension, the outcome uncertain, like the universe itself, a vast, ungraspable expanse of fears and hopes entwined. And so we stood, heartbeats echoing in the night, caught between despair and possibility, waiting for the dawn to break. The sky darkened, a bruise of indigo and black, as thunder rolled through the valley, echoing like the growls of a beast. Rain descended, sharp and icy, each droplet a dagger piercing the air, as the villagers huddled beneath the gnarled roots of ancient oaks. They whispered, voices trembling, about the creature that lurked in the shadows, a horror born from nightmares, a monster that fed on their fears. I was there, heart racing, breath shallow, clinging to the jagged edges of my sanity as the world around us vibrated with anticipation of the inevitable. In that moment, I caught a glimpse of Ilara, her face illuminated by the flickering flame of a single torch. Her eyes, pools of terror and determination, flickered between worlds. She had always been the warrior, the one who slayed demons, both within and without. But as she gripped her sword, knuckles white, I saw the doubt creeping in, an uninvited guest whispering that maybe, just maybe, she was not enough. I remember the day, she had told me once, her voice cracking like dry earth in a drought. The day I understood that monsters aren't just things that hide in shadows. They are born from our own hearts, our regrets, our failures. Each word hung heavy, twisting like smoke in the air, and I could feel the weight of history pressing down on us. We were not just facing a beast, we were confronting the ghosts of our past. Across the clearing, there was Yarrick, his body tense like a coiled spring. He was the reluctant hero, the man who never sought glory but found himself standing in its path, forced to confront the monster not only outside but within. Haunted by memories of lost friends, the echoes of laughter twisted into screams, he had lived through the pain of survival. I remember, he whispered in the stillness, the weight of his sorrow palpable. The day I lost them. The day I became more monster than man. This was his penance. He had to face the creature that bled into the very fabric of his existence, that rubbed against his soul like sandpaper, raw and aching. Yarrick had vowed he would protect the village, but at what cost? As the rain continued to pelt down, I could see his resolve begin to waver, fear creeping into the edges of his heart. As the thunder clapped louder, the air shifted, thickening like fog wrapping around our limbs. The shadows elongated, twisting and curling like the very tendrils of the beast we feared. With every heartbeat, the tension escalated, a drum roll of fate, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the moment when light would clash with darkness. I felt it deep within me, an electric current that resonated with each pulse of the storm. Here we were, three flawed souls, tethered by our fears and desires, stepping into the unknown, shackled by our pasts yet yearning for a future. The legacy of monster slayers wasn't just about battle, it was about confronting the truth of who we were and what we had become. I remember the stories told in hushed whispers, of heroes who faced such beasts in ancient times. Yet those tales glossed over the terror, the doubt, the despair. They left out the soul-wrenching reality that not all monsters are defeated, and not all victories come with glory. These tales were woven into the very fabric of literature, shaping cultures, molding minds, creating a brutal tapestry of the human experience. With every warrior's tale, we explored the depths of our own souls, grappling with the monsters that lurked in our shadows. Every slayer was a mirror, reflecting our own struggles, our own battles. Ilara, with her fierce spirit and wavering fear, embodied the fight against the darkness within. Yarrick, burdened by loss, showed us the price of survival and the scars it leaves behind. And still, as the storm raged, there stood the beast, an amorphous shadow, a monstrous silhouette against the blistering light. It roared, a sound that sent ripples through the air, vibrating in our bones. I could see it, feel it, the embodiment of our deepest fears. The monster was not just flesh and bone, it was regret, grief, the weight of expectations unfulfilled. The world around us fell silent, hearts pounding like war drums. Ilara took a step forward, her breath hitching, the sword at her side more a part of her than her own skin. "This is it," she said, voice trembling but fierce. "We face it now." Yarok swallowed hard, but the moment stretched like taffy, and time lost its meaning. "I remember the stories," he said, voice thick with emotion. "The ones that told us we could conquer anything. But what if we're wrong? What if the monster wins?" "No," I whispered, though I felt the uncertainty clawing at me. "We can't let it. Not today." Tension crackled between us, energy coiling and uncoiling, as the beast lunged forward. The air whipped around us, a maelstrom of chaos and fear. Ilara's eyes blazed with a fire fueled by hope and despair. Yarok's breath came in sharp gasps, a battle between courage and the instinct to flee. This was the moment, not merely a fight against a creature, but a testament to our existence, to the stories that shape us and the monsters we face, both real and imagined. And then, with a rush of adrenaline, we surged forward, hearts racing, souls intertwined, caught in the dance of light and shadow. The clash of steel rang out, a symphony of defiance against the encroaching dark. In that moment, I felt the weight of countless stories, the echo of every monster slayer who had come before, their legacies swirling around us, propelling us onward. We were not just fighting for our village, we were battling for every soul that had ever stood at the precipice, trembling before their nightmares. I remember the thrill, the fear, the overwhelming joy of that singular moment, a crucible of emotion that transcended time. The legacy of monster slayers would not fade, it would pulse through the veins of literature, culture, and storytelling, alive and breathing, a reminder that the monsters were as real as the slayers. And as we clashed, I knew this was not an ending but merely a beginning, the next chapter waiting to unfold in a world forever changed.